Now, it was at this very minute that the battle of the heroes was over. They were exhausted and wounded by their enemies, sat and looked at everything that had happened around them. One of them asked if everyone had been destroyed, and the other one said, but the old man replied that unfortunately, he had not seen anything for some time. The other was sorry to hear that, and they both realized that that was the end of it. And the old man praised the young man and said that he had done a good job. The young man was also impressed that the elder had done well, because the ruthless cult they fought was strong and powerful enough to sprinkle blood on the central regions in just a few years. Eventually, the White and Black Island factions had to join forces against them, and here and there, it finally ended. In today's final battle, they won. Victory was both joy and sorrow for him, but at least Ho-jung also realized that he was about to die and go to the next world. He realized his injuries were life-threatening, and he was waiting for his end too. The old man asked him if he was okay. Ho-jung said he seemed fine. Finally, the elder said it was as expected. From the supreme leader of the Black Island faction, the battle was good. If it wasn't for Ho-jung, the Black Island faction sprouts would have withered decades ago. But Ho-jung said of the elder that if it weren't for him, the leader of the Murims, the White Island Alliance, would have been wiped off the map. It's been a long time too. That one laughed and said about how maybe Ho-jung is right, that he is the Black Emperor Yong Ho-jung after all. Anyway, he had something to ask the young man. He wondered if he had been selected by one of the Great One of the White Island faction families to become their successor, but he did not understand what made him take the place of the head of the Black Island faction. But he wasn't going to go into too much detail and said it just happened. He didn't understand why the old man asked him that, but the old man answered that he only wanted to appease his curiosity before he died too. And Ho-jung asked him how long he could hold out. He said less than 8 minutes, and Ho-jung was ready to watch, to follow the old man until he went to the next world. He was grateful to him for that, but as they continued to talk, approached quietly and stealthily the enemy, who seemed to have survived, and he didn't want Ho-jung to hold a grudge against, and he pointed the needle at him, and it stabbed into the hero's body, and before he knew what had happened, he was in a lot of pain, but he realized it was a cow hair needle, and whoever threw it at him, it was Tang Guan, and he didn't understand how it was possible that he was still alive. The elder spoke to him and said he wouldn't ask for his forgiveness. After all, who would stop Ho-jung if he died? The hero curled up from. He couldn't say anything, but the old man kept saying that he would apologize for his act in the next world, because he would be the first to go there. But Ho-jung didn't understand why he was so cruel, because he would have died anyway. He didn't understand why fate was so cruel, and 26 years old, back the day when his world clan, Green Mountain Yong, fell. But also his father, after the battle with the villains, even his younger brother met an early doom. His home was destroyed, and he was left alone in this wilderness with no one he could rely on, and eventually he joined to the Black Isle Federation, and climbed the rank ladder tooth and nail to lead it at the end so desperate he fought for his survival, and it was all for nothing. For him now, it seemed like it was all for nothing, and even the last moment of his life was filled with pain and betrayal. After a while he woke up and heard voices and didn't realize where he was. He thought he was even in heaven after he died. He heard a voice who said that you have to attain enlightenment for 1,000 years and then wish for divine ascension. And he understood that it was Buddhist. He saw the priest and realized that everything looked the same. He saw the priest and realized that everything looked. The surroundings are very familiar. There were a lot of people around him, and he was looking around and he didn't realize he was dreaming, he was hallucinating. Then he felt somebody poked him with their finger, and he looked down. He saw a young boy and he was telling him to sit down. It was an ancestral right, and that the father, staring at them intently. He saw his younger brother Ji Peng, and he couldn't believe it was him, and that he was able to go back in time again. And he hugged him really hard and tight and was happy to see him. He didn't understand what was going on. He asked what had happened to his brother and why he acting like that. But he realized that it was his brother who had died more than 20 years ago, and how could he be there? And they hugged each other. Then he heard a voice, and he turned around and saw his father standing in front of him, a majestic figure, and he ran towards him. Wanted to hug him, he missed him so much over the years, but he just stopped his hand, grabbed it, and Ho-jung fell to his knees. And now, he, with his head down, kneeling in front of his father and holding his hand. And he was staring at him intently as if trying to think something through. The son and the father were both silent and said nothing, and it went on for a few seconds. Ho-jung couldn't even say a word without his father's permission, and bowed his head. And the latter told him at last that he was making a disturbance during the rite, and that it was disrespectful and wrong on his part, and that he should. He had to go to his ancestral home and beg their forgiveness for 3 days. His face was stern and very serious. Ho-jung looked at him and only obeyed his desire, but at the same time, he couldn't understand how it could be like this, that he was alive because he had just died. He looked at his hands and saw that they were very young. His scars and calluses were gone and even. The cow hair needle wound disappeared, and he found himself in his past that he had been remembering all this time. He realized it. He's back to the clan of Green Yong Mountain. Then he went to the ancestral house because his father had sent him there, and he had to stay there locked up for 3 days. He realized that his father remained the same as in the past, he thought, that he's ruthless. 3 days locked up was a lot for him. And he didn't understand why he was back, and he couldn't just happily accept it. A phenomenon with no explanation was often a problem. In the future, and he knew about it, and he didn't know what to think, but he ended up lying there. Thought he would accept it, for the fact that he was now thinking so much about it would not have brought him to an answer in any case, but it surprised him. One more, and then he got up from his seat sitting down, thinking further about how much more. Is now 18 or 19 years old, and judging by the weather it looks like. It was fall now, and from the looks of his father and Ji Byung, he seemed to have been transported back 26 years. In less than a year and a half, his Green Mountain clan will be wiped out, and he couldn't waste precious time. He got up from his seat and rushed out, to the door. But when he opened the door, he saw his own in front of it. Ji Fyung's younger brother. He wondered why he had come to see him. He stood staring at him in the doorway, not realizing why he had come. His younger brother asked him where he was going, since he was punished by his father. But Ho Jung didn't know what to say, and he asked him again. He didn't need to be there for 3 days, and he said he was right. And he didn't understand why he was there. He went through his pockets and his clothes, and he said he knew it was a punishment. But he was worried about him, and what he would have to eat, for water alone could not sustain him for 3 days, and got him rice balls, and was glad he brought his brother food. He laughed and asked that it looked very tasty, and wanted to get his brother's opinion, and Ho Jung thought that in just a year and a half, his brother would die, but now he was alive and standing in front of him, and asked him to eat the food he brought before his father saw. Being the head of his father would fall by the sword, villains along with the rest of the clan. But at this time, a storm had erupted inside him, and he was determined to fight it. Change the events of the future, and he wanted to destroy his enemies first and not let them destroy his family and his clan. He wanted to be the first to destroy all the enemies and save his clan. Decided that he would prepare carefully and prevent it. He was sure of it. He was ready to swear to himself that he would find them and they would beg for their speedy demise. Then Ho Jung headed out with determination, coming out of his punishment room to his father. When he went into the room where his father was, there were guards at the door, and they bowed and said hello to him. But when he got closer, they said hello again, and greeted him, and asked him what brought him to his father's residence. And he said he wanted to see him right away. They asked him if his father had called him himself. He said he hadn't. They were forced to refuse him, because if his father didn't invite him, he couldn't come in. But Ho Jung said so, that he was in a hurry, but the guards had to tell him that they were strictly forbidden to let him in until noon. They apologized and said that maybe he would come back another day, but he wanted them to tell his father what he had said, and he was sure that at least they could do that. Told them to tell his father that he would prematurely master the technique of true azure silk. The guard understood what he wanted to convey, but at the time, the second guard also opened his mouth in surprise. The second guard also opened his mouth in surprise, and one of them said that he had just talked about the true azure silk technique. Ho Jung said that was correct, and asked, and he bowed and went away. They stood still in wonder and amazement, and he went out of the door into the garden. But the guards were still in a state of surprise, and they stood there not knowing what to think as they stared after. He spoke to himself about the true azure silk technique waiting for him. The guards were still in astonishment, and one of them said that this was one of the 5 great martial arts of the clan, and the young master was going to learn it. And it was a complete surprise to them. It meant that he would master the previous degree of the flying swallow method, and they didn't believe that. It's possible that the master could do it. At that time, he was met by Ji Ping's younger brother, and that's when the guard said, what if? If they said the second young master could do it, he'd believe it. In the past, Ho Jung hated Ji Pyong because of his possession, an incredible talent so distinguished that the elder sometimes spoke only of him, or casually said his name in reference to the elder. So, Ho Jung treated his younger brother as if he didn't exist. Ji Byung was telling him now that even if it was a punishment, to starve someone to death was a very cruel thing to do. He didn't understand how he could live for 3 days on just water. He was very worried about, and asked him if he was hungry, and if he could bring him something to eat. But Ho Jung remained silent, and then his brother continued that he had found a tavern that would suit his taste, and it was called the Old Solar Kitchen. But Ho Jung interrupted him. He looked at him intently in his eyes. The younger brother was also looking at him with great attention, and then looking into his younger brother's eyes. Ji Peng looked at his brother with anticipation and interest, waiting to see what he would say next. Ho Jung apologized to him for the way he had treated him before. He was truly sorry for his behavior, and admitted that he had been cruel and wrong. He realized that his behavior before was unbearable, that he didn't consider his younger brother, his equal, and even in the most difficult moments of his life. Ho Young continued. His words were full of remorse. He talked about being a worthless brother, unfair and proud. He wasn't supportive. He did not help him in difficult moments when he needed it most. He not only did not encourage the younger man's growth, but also limited it in every possible way, believing him to be weak and incapable. He recognized that his behavior was petty and selfish, driven by pride and vanity. He was acting childish and inadequate for his age. He realized how much pain he had caused his brother, and how his pride was preventing them from getting along, a normal relationship, and that even if his brother does not forgive him, he hopes that he will at least wish to close these incomprehensible conflicts between them. Tears came to his eyes, and he realized that his older brother had changed, and he no longer hated him. His tears flowed out of his eyes, and he couldn't stop them. The younger brother continued to stand silent. His heart was full of feelings he couldn't express. He didn't knew what to say. He was stunned by this revelation because these were words he never expected to hear from Heo Jung. He had always thought that their relationship would remain as it was, full of reticence and hurtful misunderstandings. But now, he was facing a completely different one. A man who wasn't afraid to admit his mistakes. A man willing to change. Then they went to the Old Sun Kitchen Tavern. This place was known among the locals for its coziness and delicious food. They ordered their fill of food. The youngest brother spoke excitedly about it. That brother's flying chi swallow technique became much more active. He could feel his strength growing, and he could feel it more and more every day. Changes in his body. The brother asked if he really thought so. He watched his brother carefully, noticing how his gait had changed like his body, became easier, and his movements more confident. The older brother put aside his spoon and thought about the 3 days he had spent in the ancestral home. A real challenge for him. He was practicing the flying swallow method, and it was a very dangerous plan. He'd been busy with it all along. It wasn't just a workout. It was more than that. His blood vessels and meridians were severely overloaded. He was trying to extract internal force out of the body, and this led to a regression. His body also underwent a change, and he could feel his energy and strength diverging. The younger brother listened intently. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized that the older brother had gone through a difficult process. He wondered that his technique must be at a 7th star level. It was unbelievable. He couldn't believe that his brother had mastered such a powerful technique so quickly. The elder brother smiled, but there was a shadow of fatigue in his eyes as he confirmed that he had indeed mastered the flying swallow method. He said that, with invisible relief, as if the long training and pain were now a part of his past. The younger brother jumped up from his seat, his face lighting up. Wide smile, his eyes widened with joy. His joy was genuine, and he couldn't contain his emotions. He felt that he walked a little differently now. Inside his body had also undergone quite a change, and it was felt even in the smallest details. He knew that his younger brother, despite everything, changes immediately noticed any, even the smallest change. However, at this moment, the younger brother suddenly turned his head toward the entrance and noticed several familiar figures. He recognized these people immediately and looked at them in surprise. They were his old friends, and they seemed to have come here by some business. The younger brother, in spite of his joy at being with his brother, felt that he should go and greet his friends. He stood up and headed towards them, but suddenly, as is often the case in such places, he accidentally bumped into someone as he passed by. It was a girl, and she was considerably taller than him. She looked at him contemptuously, and the younger brother apologized a little embarrassed. She walked past him, as if he didn't exist. The man who was walking beside her smiled at the girl, and asked how this place was for the young mistress of the clan, Nam Gung. And isn't this scenery beautiful? His voice was soft and lulling, but the girl only looked around with an expression of contempt on her face. Her gaze was cold and detached. She was clearly not impressed. Toth suggested that Mistress try the fish of the place. The younger brother was talking to this guy who was the 3rd person in the crowd. He asked him to sit down and talk together with my brother. Ho Jung stood up and said hello to Chung Hak. He also introduced himself and said that he was from the Anhui Li family, proudly pointing to his own origin. But it was the Sanhua girl who again attracted their attention. She looked at them with disdain, clearly displeased with what was happening around her. She was hungry and asked if he had brought her here just to show her the views, and he hastened to reply that no, of course not, just for the views, and immediately ordered food. The food arrived very quickly, but when the girl saw it, her displeasure only increased. She looked at the dish with utter contempt and exclaimed, "If it was food." Her words sounded so fierce that even Ji Peng, sitting sullenly at the table, looked confused. He didn't know what to say, and yet he apologized to his older brother, saying he shouldn't have called her here. But Ho Jung calmly called out his name, and said that it might be worth ordering a congratulatory drink to celebrate his brother's success. The offer broke the tension a little, and he was glad and ready to order whatever his brother wanted. But the joy of their event was overshadowed by the behavior of the Manhwa girl. She continued to behave inappropriately, complaining about how dare anyone try to teach her. She kept saying what she was right and what she was wrong, and her arrogance became more and more obvious. Yonghak didn't know what to say to her, and seeing her aggressive behavior tried to calm her down. But the girl didn't care. She just grinned a sinister smile and said that was it. Who only look at them are insects. At these words, Ho-jung and her younger brother turned to look at her unhappily. Junior, her brother looked at her with a cold expression and said that she should refrain from saying such things because they were the successors of a prestigious clan, Green Mountain of one of the 7 great clans. The girl hearing this only snorted, and her gaze became even more disdainful. She didn't think it was necessary to answer for her words and just rolled her eyes and said she would destroy everyone. She sounded confident that she could act without repercussion, and she had no interest in authority. She was ready to argue and fight with anyone who dared to contradict her. That one. Meanwhile, Ho-jung noticed his confusion and called his name again. Ji-ping said it was wrong to insult them and demanded that it stop, and talked about the upbringing of the Namgung clan. She continued to stare at him with a disdainful look as if everything around her didn't concern her. She wasn't ready to recognize the power of the Mont-Yang clan and laughed at him, saying that he wasn't special and that if he was from that clan, everyone owed him. But Ji-peng was sure that she had been brought up badly. She also remembered that she was very hungry and wanted to eat. But standing there, he slapped the table, that he and what he was wearing went flying around. The girl continued to insult Ji-peng, her words becoming more and more sarcastic and aggressive. She didn't hide her contempt and said he was ugly and not even worthy of attention. She threatened him with violence. Ho-jung, observing the situation, quietly called out to his younger brother and gave him advice that didn't sound like something refined or diplomatic. His voice was calm, but there was a certain confidence and determination in it. I advised him that if he met people like that to just not to waste time on them, for they could only be corrected by physical violence. But she was struck by his words and ordered her own. He didn't know what to do and even asked for forgiveness, but she wouldn't let him finish. He didn't know what to do and even asked for forgiveness, but she didn't let him finish and slapped him in the face to show him that he shouldn't contradict her and tell her what to do. She threatened him and told him that if he didn't. She then expelled his family from the Anhui domain. She again demanded that he make them bow down to her. He held his palm over his face and walked over to Ho-jung and Ji-peng and repeated her words and said that they had heard what she was demanding of them, and he wanted them to hurry up and bow down to her. But Ho-jung got angry and grabbed his head with his palm on his face, approached Ho-jung and Ji-peng and repeated her words and said they heard what she demanded of them, and he wanted them to hurry up and bow down to her. But Ho-jung got angry and grabbed his head. He couldn't stand his insolence any longer. Ho-jung couldn't stand it any longer and pushed the servant with fury. He didn't expect such a reaction and flew off to the side, losing his balance. His body rattled, knocking several plates and cups to the floor. He cried out loudly in pain, but he couldn't get up right away because her legs were barely able to hold on. Sanwa couldn't bear the tension she was under, and not wanting to be left behind finally made up her mind, with her face already full. She could no longer stand by and move towards the enemy. Ho-jung stood like a rock with a serious expression on his face, expressing not the slightest sign of regret or fear. She shouted that she hoped his arm would be broken. Sanwa lost control, screaming with rage, which literally overwhelmed her. She was amazed that he dared to resist the palm of the heavenly wind with his bare hand. He grabbed her hand, and that's when something happened to her. She realized that her chi had been interrupted, and she didn't understand how that was possible. How he made it happen, she fell, and at the same moment he stepped on her foot, and at the same moment her bone in her foot too crunched and snapped. She cried out even more, and it hurt a lot, and it hurt unbearably. She lay before him and was no longer so brave, and he stood there looking down at her. It didn't matter whether she'd pushed him with her hand or cut him with her blade. The severity of the wound didn't matter, and as soon as he was wounded, he would pounce on his enemy and tear him apart. That was his opinion of his enemy. That was his opinion. She screamed at him not to come near her or touch her. She said she would eradicate his clan along with his family and take care of it personally. She yelled that he didn't think his clan would be safe, but he asked, and how would she do it? Ji-peng went and called out to her brother, but he didn't answer, and she thought her clan was above him and that he was the one who brought her to this point and would be punished for it. But all he said was that he'd have to do something else, and he had every reason to do it, to kill her and bury her, because then the Namgung clan wouldn't know about it. She started screaming fearfully to be rescued. Her cries were frantic and her tears were flowing out of her eyes, and he looked and smiled at her and wondered where all her courage had gone. He was who he'd been before in his previous life. Shortly after that incident, Ho-jung and Ji-peng were summoned to their father's study. He was sitting at the desk. His face was grim. His eyes were staring, through them. The atmosphere was so heavy that the air seemed tense as a taut string, and the father waited for his sons to explain what was going on. There was a cup of tea on the table, with a thin stream of smoke rising from it, but his father didn't drink it. He waited. Then Ho-jung replied that there was a fight. He put the cup on the table and stared at his sons silently. Then, after a few seconds of silence, his voice cut through the silence and he said, "That's not what he asked." Heo-jung felt a cold wave of despair roll through his body. He knew that he and his brother were trapped, and the situation became more complicated than they thought. He shifted his gaze to Ji-pung, who was sitting next to him, and noticed how he was covered in sweat. Ji-pung. He sat with his hands clenched and didn't know what to do, afraid of his father's reaction. The father said that the face of the Lee clan's successor was broken, and the daughter of the Namgung clan had a broken arm and leg. Also heard that the girl's internal injury was particularly severe. It would take her at least 6 months to recover, Ho-jung said. That they wanted to make them bow down by demonstrating their strength, but the father continued that they could get away with, and that both must realize that it could lead to a big bloody fight. Then Ho-jung asked if it was true that they were one of the 7 great clans, because that girl was one of them. I questioned the fact, but my father didn't know what he meant and didn't answer, and Ho-jung left the office without getting an answer. He remembered his father's words that even if the son was right despite his good faith, even if he was telling the truth and was not guilty of what had happened, he had to resort to such brutal acts. His father felt that it was unacceptable for their White Island clan. The White Islands have always. They followed their own principles and traditions, and doing things this way was not their way. And Ho-jung began to wonder if perhaps he was used to the methods of the blacks. He had lived for more than 30 years following their laws, even when he was Black Emperor. He wanted to ask about the technique, but didn't. Meanwhile, in the Namgung clan, a healer was examining Sanhwa. She was lying on the bed with her wounded arm and leg wrapped in bandages. Her father was standing nearby, also watched the process, his eyes full of sympathy and bitterness. He felt guilty that his daughter was in this position. He realized how serious her injuries were, and how humiliating it was for her to relive the incident. He asked what her condition was. The healer worked carefully but determinedly to examine Sanhwa and determine her condition. She regained consciousness, her body writhing in pain, but she tried to restrain herself from letting out a loud scream. The healer reported that, although the girl's physical condition was not as bad as they might have thought, it was much worse than that. Her soul was hurt, and she was traumatized, a wounded heart. He couldn't do anything about her inner turmoil. Sanhwa was a long road to recovery, and it would take at least 6 months for her body to return to normal. But this didn't mean that her mental wounds would also be healed. The father listened attentively to all the explanations, but didn't say a word. Then Hyung, the girl's brother, came in. The father didn't know how to deal with the situation. What to do with the daughter he had sent to this world to make her strong and wise, and now she lay there in pain with humiliation on her face. Her brother said she should have learned from the incident, but even so, he didn't. Was going to forgive whoever did that to his sister. Father said that the man from the Yang clan was responsible. Father thought about it for a while, on his daughter and on his son. The son replied that the history of their clan was only 50 years old, and that a descendant of that clan dared not touch the air. Namgung. Then the son asked his father if he would let it go. The father listened attentively to his son without arguing with him. He knew that punishment was inevitable, but something in his soul kept him from doing otherwise, and he said he'd let them get away with it. As head of the family, he would have to think about the consequences and avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Just because of one wounded child, he couldn't start a feud. The son thought his father was right and punished him. Must follow, but as long as they do not act hastily. Father was satisfied with the answer. He spoke again about when the meeting would take place. The successors. Ji-pung was very surprised to hear about the meeting from his father. Father thought for a moment, then replied that this meeting will be held at the Successor Festival, where all 7 great clans participate. It's a meeting where cooperation between the clans is strengthened, and this festival will be crucial. He was going to send Ji-peng not to this meeting, with a blue task force. He gave his son permission. The ceremony was starting at Habuk in Anhui, and they had to be on the road by the 15th, in numbers. These words took Ji-peng by surprise. He was very surprised and worried. He asked why he was being sent and not his older brother. His father was silent. Then, after a long silence, he answered, because Ho-jung is dangerous, and asked if he'd noticed how he'd changed. He was completely different, a man, and now he didn't recognize him. He couldn't understand exactly what his father meant. He didn't know what was wrong with his brother's actions. At this time, in the middle of the night, Ho-jung continued his training in the forest. He knew no fatigue. His body was sore, and his hands were bleeding from wounds, but his spirit is not broken. He was in a hurry because he had a premonition that his clan would soon be attacked, and he had to be ready for it. These thoughts are of his past life as an inexorable signal that wouldn't leave him alone. He couldn't afford to relax, couldn't afford a moment's peace. He honed his fighting skills to the fullest extent of his rage, anger, and pain, remembering all the events that had brought him here. Him. The training did not stop day or night. When he finished another round of exercises, his gaze fell on his hands. They were covered with wounds and blood. He thought there were still limits he could not overcome. He was far from his former strength. He could barely handle iron, weighing 12 pounds, let alone an axe. The thought of how long it would take him to regain his strength flashed through his mind. The former power. The quiet rustle of leaves falling from the trees suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He listened and heard his father's familiar voice, who asked him if he'd been practicing. Ho-jung asked why he came all the way here. Then the father said that his son was practicing even at night. The son wanted to master the spear and the rod. That was exactly what he confessed to his father. Ho-jung humbly lowered his head and continued to remain silent. His face did not give away, but he knew his father was watching him as always. His father continued to ask questions, his voice growing more and more surprised and wary. Why he's not practicing with the sword. That's what should be the most important thing in their clan. Why does he train hard with a heavy iron and not? Is thinking about sword techniques. He's the eldest son, and it's his duty to be a sword master. Ho-jung replied that even if he forced himself to train with the sword, what's the point if he couldn't use it the way he needed to? He had to be honest with himself. He couldn't. To follow other people's expectations if it didn't fit his path. He felt that iron was something he could work with. It's what fit to his body. He wanted to keep improving on it, for it was his true strength. The father was silent as he listened to his son's words. His eyes were not only flashing bewilderment, but also deep thought. He listened carefully to his answers, trying to understand what moved this man, his son. After a pause, said he heard from the gatekeeper San that he wanted to learn the technique of true azure silk. The son said it's true azure technique. The silk is one of the 5 great divine techniques of the clan, and no one in their clan can learn such a technique without his consent. He wanted to understand. If he was sure and influenced that he wanted to learn this art, Ho-jung didn't answer right away. He understood the responsibility that lay upon him. Solution. The true azure silk technique was not just another martial technique, it was an ancient and powerful path. At this moment, Heo-jung immersed himself into the memories that weighed down on him like a heavy weight. He remembered the horrible events that had happened in the past when he had lost his own, of his father and brother. The flames of destruction and ruthless brutality he saw with his own eyes. They fought to protect their clan in an attempt to preserve the teachings of the elders, but their efforts were in vain. At the moment when all was lost, his father passed on to his sons the teachings of the 5 great ones, the divine arts that their father hoped would help them protect their nation and their honor in the future. Ji-peng really wanted to fight back then. Ho-jung once again saw before him these moments of his father, standing with him and his brother, showing the ancient teachings and techniques that had been passed down from generation after generation. He remembered his brother and himself sitting in horror as they watched their lives being destroyed, and his father left the room. Said that the Iron Wall Squad was the strongest force in the clan and would do anything to drive the enemies away. He was confident of victory in spite of all the destruction and of loss. He couldn't help but wonder about the same technique of true azure silk that his father was talking about now. His father asked if he had studied it, because the son, and also he went on to say that Ho-jung had told the gatekeeper San ahead of time, and that to master the technique of true azure silk and others. In words, he claimed he already knew the technique, but the son replied that it was not only the azure silk technique that he knew already at that time. The father was surprised, and added that he already knew all 5 techniques. His father thought about it, his eyes narrowing slightly as he recognized. The son remembered that his father had taught him this one himself. He felt the weight of that time, when everything was changing, and how much he had not had time to understand and learn, how he would like to tell to my father about everything, about what he'd been through in the past and what lay ahead. But he knew it wasn't time for all that. He knew it wasn't time, and even if he told him, maybe his father wouldn't believe him. He couldn't tell his father that all this knowledge had come to him, not only in this life, but from that life. And he asked if he wasn't the one who took him to the martial arts library when he was a kid, trying to find the confirmation of his words in his father's memory. He gazed at his son, trying to see if he was lying to him. But there was something in Ho-jung's gaze, inexpressible. It was not just the look of a son. It was the look of a man who had experienced something and understood something. The father felt that there was something in his son's words. Really. The father continued to look at his son, and his expression softened, though there was still a heaviness inside at some point. He asked him why he was in a hurry. Ho-jung didn't answer right away. He realized that his father wanted to understand more about what was going on and why he was in such a hurry. Is committed to the goal, and he said he'd wait for him tomorrow in his office. And his voice sounded not only concerned, but firm. He wanted to help him, to develop his technique from a flying swallow to a true azure silk. He had to walk this path. Ho Jung was already in his father's study. My father said half a month would be enough time to learn everything, to perfect my skills and develop the technique of true azure silk, because it took him the same amount of time. At that moment, he realized that this journey was not only his personal struggle, but also the struggle of his family, his clan, and his family, all those who relied on him. The father who watched his son's rapid and powerful progress was shocked. He never thought that in such a short time, his son would be able to reach such heights in a short period of time. It seemed that Ho Jung was not only absorbed in the technique, but also in something more internal, with an energy he couldn't even explain to himself. His actions were not mere bodily movement, but a deep connection to those ancient forces that his father had trained him for years. Then he told his father he was done, and was about to leave. His father marveled at his speed. It was a big moment for him to finally feel his father's energy, what he'd been putting into him all these years. It's not just words or... Father praised him again and told him he had done a good job, and told him that the succession meeting was coming up. He wished Ho Jung would go there instead of his brother. Ho Jung was surprised. This decision was unexpected, but he didn't show any surprise or displeasure. He realized that his father felt a responsibility to strengthen their position in the world, and then he had no choice but to agree with him. The father asked him if he minded and asked if he wanted to go there. Then the son said that he dared not dare to contradict his father, but he would not go there. Wanted to. Who wants to watch those braggarts with milk on their lips, he said. All they can do is talk about how great they are, how strong they are, and yet they can't even hold their own in simple situations like this. He didn't want to waste his time on that. Father had really decided to send his sons away alone, and though both were not very happy with this decision, they set off. The wagon in which they were traveling through much more than they had expected. As they moved through nature, each day a new landscape opened up before them. A month later, they arrived in Manhwa City. Ho Jung thought about what lay ahead and was unhappy to go, while his brother thought about the delicious food that was there. But in the end, he accepted it. For him, it wasn't so much an obligation as an opportunity to learn more about his enemies. He knew that among all the great clans participating in this gathering are those who hide their true intentions and powers. He was determined not to miss out. This chance clearly remembered that the White Island clan was responsible for the internal intrigues of the villainy and used the hand-to-hand technique that was at a high level. Among the 7 great clans, representatives were to be present at this meeting. The Namgung, Moyung, and Tang clan are the ones he is referring to. He had to pay special attention to, but there were still 3 more Pengmeyong and Juge clans, and they were the ones he targeted for observation. He was ready to investigate their inner workings and find out what kind of threats they pose. Meanwhile, a strange scene was taking place in a forest near Manhwa City. The little guy seemed to be in trouble. He was trying to do something and was running away when someone threw a bag in his direction. The kid. He reacted instantly and started running, confident in his speed. Soon there was a fire in the forest, smoke rising and heat in the air. Whoever was chasing said the kid was fast. Suddenly, the sister of the boy who was watching the whole situation noticed that there are a lot of old trees around that could be a fire hazard when using the fire technique. She approached the stalker and asked with a challenge if he had exhausted all his possibilities. He was stunned by her words, not knowing what to say. This was not what he had expected, and she asked again if he'd used up everything he had in his pocket. Then she used her power without wasting time. As she approached, she gave him a sharp push. The boy standing next to him came back holding the pouch the pursuer had been carrying. The boy who was standing nearby came back holding the pouch the pursuer had. He was unhappy that he was always the bait and it made him angry. However, his older sister tore open the pouch and answered with a challenge, that if he didn't like her using him, he could have been born first. Her words were full of determination and sarcasm. She went on twisting the pouch in her hands and looking back at her brother. She was hungry and ordered him to put out the fire faster, for they were late and he was hungry. In this hectic situation, time was slipping away with every step. It was Zhuge Jun and Zhuge Ah Young, the 2 people who were now ahead of him. Events. Their task is to make it to the successors' meeting, where the fate of their clan will be decided, and where they can perhaps learn more about the other clan. The music of a thorny melody resounded in the pavilion, and the atmosphere was full of merriment. The smell of food and drink was in the air, and people were lively, talking amongst themselves while enjoying the moment. In one corner of the pavilion, Yu Ge-ah Young and her brother Yu Jun were sitting, even though the atmosphere was. Ayan was still listening to the surroundings, but she wasn't happy. Suddenly, a sharp cry caught her attention, causing her to start screaming. She froze. She turned to her brother and asked if he had heard that. June didn't know what he was talking about from his expression and shrugged, and Yeon decided that she couldn't ignore the possible threat and quickly got up to leave. Her brother turned his eyes around and followed after her. Since he hadn't even finished his food yet, Ah Young was determined, and she quickly headed towards the source of the noise. Once in the forest shadows, she soon realized that the noise was coming from the fighting Heo Jong. He was saying that the trajectory was smooth and the style was refined. Despite this, Ho Jung continued to claim that the training was important and that he could only win if like in a real battle. But as she watched, she realized that it wasn't that big of an ordeal. But then something else caught her eye that Ho Jung had done. Despite his strength, he didn't lose his temper, but fought with the refined technique he displayed, and the opponent asked to try again. Ah Young came closer, hiding behind the trees, and started to peek at the fight. Jung too followed her sister and was next to her. They watched in silence. Heo Young easily beat back all of his opponent's attacks until he collapsed, unable to continue the fight. The enemy was exhausted, but he didn't seem to feel tired. There was confidence in his eyes, but at the same time something in his demeanor said he wasn't making an effort. And that's when she realized what it was. For screaming. He knew that his technique was at its peak, and soon he would advance further. True Azure Silk's technique was already stable, and it was giving. He had a tangible advantage. He was confident that he would soon be able to reach the art level of the 4 guardian gods. As soon as Ho Jung finished the fight, Shin Mo, the leader of the Blue Task Force, approached him. Ho Jung wanted to go swimming, and left his opponent in the care of his men. The one was. He stood and waited, realizing that the training battle was already over. He had to keep an eye on the guest in Ho Jung's absence. And Ho Jung, realizing that he could rely on his subordinate in his absence, quietly began to move away. Shin Mo stood there looking around. Shin Mo watched the girl peeking out from behind the trees, and said he could wait there until tonight. He had expected this to end with a few awkward moments, but her appearance stirred something more. Despite his confusion, she said her name almost defiantly, as if trying to make up for the awkwardness of what had happened. She apologized for peeking. Ho Jung looked at her and noticed she was from the Zuga clan. They just came here when they heard the scream, but then stayed to watch. The girl is a little, and her brother was in the awkward position of trying to justify his actions. She said she'd scold him, he's already studied them, and realized that their nature was different from that of criminals, and he could not draw conclusions until he had seen their martial arts, for even a monk can. Become a criminal in the world of the Muramovs. Fire flames, enemies, incessant battles, all merged into a single stream that carries the characters through. A storm of events. Fire engulfed the space, and people ran in panic, trying to find shelter. Fiery flames danced around dark corners, and everyone. The screaming, every rustle only increased the sense of uncertainty and fear. And now, standing in this chaos, he appeared, a monster like a shadow, swallowed by the darkness. He came here for a reason. That fire wasn't an accident. He came to avenge his subordinate, the same one who was Yuga Young, robbed in the woods. She knew who it was right away. She knew this fire was no accident, but her brother was confused as to what it was, is going on without realizing the danger. She said it was the boss of the guy she beat yesterday. My brother thought I should ask for help. Of the Yan clan, at that time, her sister had already soared up. She headed towards the place where the fire was. Brother realized that the sister had decided to act as usual, by herself. Soon she was hovering above the ground, looking down on everything that was happening below, and she shouted to that monster that he could to stop playing with fire because she was already in front of him. The one she had defeated yesterday recognized her and shouted that it was her, that it was the one that hurt him, and he wanted them to catch her and torture her. But the boss hid him, telling him to mind his own business and that he would handle it himself with this case, and the fact that he couldn't see her because of it. Then he looked up at her again and told her to come downstairs so they could have a conversation. What's it worth to stand face to face to introduce yourself? She realized he was using a shadow palm, and she asked if she would refuse to come down. Well, he refused to accept her unwillingness to come down, and they started throwing little bags, and they seemed to have poison in them. A multitude of pouches flew in her direction, and he glared at her with his evil gaze and his snide smile. She didn't realize what they were, flying in her direction. The situation was becoming more and more tense. Brother Ah Young, despite his agility and mastery of the heavenly foot technique, felt his strength draining away. He tried to collect the bags of poison, but something went wrong. Every step he took made him feel worse. He swayed. He barely kept his balance, and his face turned pale. Ah Young instantly ran up to him, her eyes filled with anxiety. She was trying to figure out what was happening to his body that was causing his torment. As soon as the smell of poison reached her nose, she realized it was the poison that had entered his system. The monster stood to the side, watching. His evil, snide gaze did not hide his satisfaction at the way his opponents were suffering. But seeing that, Brother Ah Young was overcome not only by rage, but also by physical weakness. He relaxed. He said coldly that there was an antidote to this poison, no matter who. He's keeping them alive to sell. His words weren't just threats. It was his philosophy that everything had to be profitable. It was Ma Ban. He called himself the Lord of Fire. A fire of rage and anger erupted inside her. She couldn't just let her brother go to his fate. She demanded to give the antidote. Meanwhile, in another place, Ho Jung continued to stand watching. He realized that the situation was out of control. Jae Pen ran up to him, his face troubled. He asked if he should tell the Blue Task Force to concentrate on putting out the fire. Even though the fire wasn't immediately threatening to spread further, the wind was blowing the other way. Ann told my brother to calm down and not to panic. His mind was not only on the fire, but Jipang asked for help because the Zhuge clan had asked for help, and it was becoming important, and Heo Jung was quicker. He's already decided what he's going to do. The fight between Ah Young and Ma Ban continued, and it became more and more intense. Despite her power and deadly techniques, he continued to laugh, as if this whole fight was just a game to him. He wanted to see more of the Zhuge clan's techniques, but Ho Jung thought that if they were the ones who destroyed it, their clan. It was the Zhuge clan. He was ready to turn the entire Habuk region into a sea of fire, starting with them. Revenge wasn't just a goal, it became his need. The fight continued, and Ah Young was full of confidence in her abilities. She had almost reached her goal and was only one step away from Ma Bana. She was already by his side. He was saying that here she was, the great technique of the Zhuge clan's divine black birch, divine clan. But she understood what was needed, in a hurry that, at this rate, he might hurt her. Every moment while she fought him, her brother was suffering from the poison, and she knew that, if she didn't defeat him quickly, the consequences could be catastrophic. She couldn't afford to be wrong. He laughed and said how cold-blooded she was. Sister. She only used her secret technique after her brother fell, said he'd cut short her short life, which would be nice. The fire of determination burned in her heart, and though she felt tired, her determination to save her brother gave her strength. She knew what she had to do, to act decisively and without delay. He kept laughing, his taunts trying to throw her off balance, but she wouldn't let him. Her inner calmness was a mask behind which lurked a rage ready to burst out at any moment. There was confidence inside her at the same time, in victory and the realization that every moment counted. She couldn't let this opponent continue to bully her brother, so she used the technique of the Heavenly Foot. But she continued to fight him. Trying to defeat him, he responded with his poison blades too. But those blades were fortunate, were flying past her, and she hit him and thought she could defeat him. Ma Ban, despite his pain and fatigue, still retained his viciousness. Determination. When Ah Young used her powerful technique, she felt her attack hit his defenses, but he didn't fall. He was exhausted, but his spirit was unwavering. He took a step back to give himself time to breathe, but it was only to launch a stronger counterattack. He admitted it. It hurt, but he wanted to end her once and for all, and again thrusting his blades she tried to dodge them with all the strength she had. She could and did start again. The fight continued with unbearable fury, like two fighters willing to do anything to win, each of them giving their all. Without noticing the pain of fatigue and wounds, Ah Young and Ma Bang were gripped by a complete madness, their bodies and souls overflowing with a thirst for revenge and victory. Ah Young, in spite of her extreme fatigue, she would not let herself give up. There was fire in her eyes despite all the threats. She knew that if she didn't win now, her brother would die, and she would lose her only chance to get him back. She gritted her teeth, and her movements became even faster and more determined. Despite on weakness, she used every drop of her strength and skill to attack him. Ma Ban was watching the fight intently with his cold gaze. He didn't miss a single move. He could see that every time he hit Ah Young, she was getting harder and harder, and her movements were becoming slower and more exhausting. He realized her secret technique, which she'd only decided to do after her brother was in danger, had clearly cost her too much. His laughter was like a whirlwind filled with anger and pleasure at his opponent's suffering. Her strength was gone. Those were glad that at last she was powerless. After all that dancing, he was confident of his victory, but he still saw Ah Young as a worthy opponent who wouldn't give up even in the worst of circumstances. Under difficult circumstances, he ordered his men to capture her. When she tried to use her small technique again, she failed. Ji Piang stood to the side and watched the battle anxiously. He saw how exhausted Ah Young was, how her strength was running out, and how her opponent Ma Bang was literally dying, finding every breach in her defenses. He realized that if he didn't intervene, her fate could be decided at any moment. Inner tension. The pain he felt was becoming more and more unbearable with each passing moment. Without thinking, he took a step forward and headed toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ho Jong, who was watching, stood still and thought. He felt the need to intervene, but something in him was holding him back. He was on the spot. However, seeing Ah Young fighting for her life and her strength fading, he realized that he couldn't stand by and decided to do what he could. Without wasting a second, Ho Jong grabbed his spear and threw it towards the battle without hesitation. The metal weapon pierced the air with extraordinary power and with precision, flashing in the light like lightning. This sudden intervention drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Her power was gone. Ma Ban's men, watching as Ah Young, exhausted after an intense struggle, finally fell into their hands, began to laugh and exchange quietly, with glances. Just then, a spear flew and stabbed into one of Ma Ban's men. He didn't even have time to finish his speech about how he wanted to mock above her. When Heo Jung came closer, his presence was immediately felt by everyone. The silence that covered the battlefield was tense and heavy. The very ground held its breath. Ma Ban's men and his minions began to exchange puzzled glances, trying to figure out who this man was, who dared to come so close. And Ma Ban himself asked who it was. Ma Ban saw the new opponent and frowned. His eyes narrowed, and he scrutinized the figure of that person. They realized that it was the young lord of the Green Mountain Yong clan. At the same time, Ah Young he understood that he wasn't really going to help her. Heo Jung gave him a look. He stepped forward calmly, and his confidence in every movement was evident. His eyes, staring straight ahead, with no expression of fear or doubt. But she didn't understand why he was looking that way. He wasn't loud or intimidating, but his presence spoke for itself. He was ready to fight, and one of those men ordered him to answer because Ma Ban asked him who he was. And then Ho Jong hit him, and he fell to the ground. Ma Ban felt threatened and instantly gave a command to his men. He couldn't let this stranger ruin his plans, especially at such a crucial moment. His voice was cold and hard as a steel blade as he told them to stop him. The fight went on, with unrelenting fury. Ma Ban's soldiers tried to encircle Ho Jung, hoping for numerical superiority and coherence in their attacks. But each time, they tried to attack him, and Ho Jung seemed to have anticipated their actions. He moved with incredible speed, dodging and counterattacking, with such force that even the most experienced fighters could not resist its onslaught. One by one, they fell to the ground, unable to resist. His skill. Ho Jong's every punch was precise and decisive. He used not only his physical strength, but also his incredible speed to confuse his enemies. It seemed that his movements were almost inaudible, and this confused those who tried to stop him even more. After a while, the time when the last of Ma Ban's soldiers were defeated, Ho Jung stood in the midst of a battlefield covered in mist and ash. His breathing was even. Despite the intensity of the battle, he was tired, but he felt the strength and confidence of victory. Ma Ban realized that everyone was dead, also realized that Ho Jong was aiming at the right spots. He drew his blades and wanted to find out who was in front of him. He was ready for battle. She was very grateful to be rescued and helped. He grabbed her hand and lifted her from her seat, and she didn't realize what was happening. He wanted her to, was silent. He wanted her to show him her true ki and continue to examine her chi. Ho Jung stood there as if he didn't notice the tension around him. He was focused, and his expression remained neutral, thinking whether she was his enemy or not. But no matter how the other person tried, Ho Jong was sure that no one can understand the true power until they see it in action. Then he let go of her hand and wanted her to take her brother and go. But she didn't understand, and she said the guy's main weapon was daggers, and she was sure he was hiding something else. Every blade was coated with poison, and she didn't want him to get hurt. But he didn't want to listen to her. He just wanted her to leave, and for her to leave him. She was surprised and staring at him. He shouted at her to leave quickly because she was in his way. Ho Jung saw that Ah Young decided to back off, remained standing there watching her action. She was gripped with worry about her brother, and now that she realized she couldn't win without, with full concentration, she decided to retreat to save her brother. He walked towards Ma Ban with a confident face. He thought he was only being brave in front of a girl with such abilities. Ho Jung said that this isn't the way of Silent White Frost, maybe it's the way of Scarlet Flame. Ma Ban didn't understand how he knew his technique, about his martial art, but Ho Jung at this time, though he had already started twirling his staff. He also asked if he knew what technique Ho Jung would show him. Ah Young flew with her brother. I was thinking how annoying Ho Jung is to her, and next time, you don't have to owe her. That's when they arrived. Their squad leader, Shimo, and he was waiting for Ho Jung's instructions. They had dealt with the flames at the west gate. I wondered if I should help Ho Jung. Ji-Peng stood silent and couldn't take his eyes off his senior brother. But then he turned to Shin-Mo and asked, doubting whether it was really worth it to help his brother. After all, he was doing fine on his own. He's already completely knocked out Ma Ban. The fight between Ho Jong and Ma Ban continued with incredible strength and fury. Ma Ban, in spite of his confidence and high status, began to feel his strength dwindling under the onslaught of Ho Jung. His every strike, every maneuver, seemed to be. It was as if he was hitting an invisible barrier that was holding him back without giving him the slightest chance to win. Heo-jung easily dodged the attacks. Ma Ban's poison blades never reached their target. Every time Ma Ban tried to throw his poison blades or get close to him, Heo-jung was ready. He easily parried the attacks with a precision and skill that left Ma Ban more and more vulnerable with each passing moment. Ma Ban, breathing heavily and feeling his strength leaving him, was beginning to realize that he couldn't win this battle. He was strong, but Ho-jung was more than that. Stronger, but also more skillful, and most importantly, gave him no time for respite. Every move he made was calculated, every blow precise and devastating. He used his martial arts skills to demonstrate his strength and control. Each of Ma Ban's attacks was met with only weak resistance, until finally Ma Ban was in a threatening position, his arms trembling with fatigue. Ma Ban, although he was a great master, felt that his strength was weak. Airi was gone, and he could no longer resist. His body was exhausted and his spirit was broken. He looked into Ho-jung's eyes and said it was time to end this fight. Ho-jung, with his characteristic cold and confident gaze, stood in front of Ma Ban, pondering every move. The fight had already dragged on, and he was getting tired. Boring, said he was using the path of the scarlet flame of the silent god, so he was looking forward to it. Well, apparently he is. Just uses it to reinforce his twin daggers. And asked him if he was ashamed, and how can he even call himself a Fire Lord? And there wasn't even a speck of fire chi in those attacks. And Heo-jung felt that he was not worthy of his name and wanted him to be honest and true. Learned this technique from the silent god, and it was asked whether or not he had even seen the true path of the silent scarlet flame in action. The fight between Ho-jung and Ma Ban had reached a critical point. The Four God Guardian technique took its origin from the northern divine energy. Water is the most stable of the entire four guardian gods, and the water god is neat in his peak. He can block even battering rams and weapons. He recalled the words of the elder who had taught him this ancient technique of the silent scarlet flame path. Those words were full of wisdom passed on from generation to generation, but they were also burdened with deep meaning and gravity. At that time, Ho-jung couldn't fully understand what the elder meant, but now standing in front of Ma Ban, he felt those words. He used fire as a weapon, but Ho-jung didn't let him overwhelm him with his technique. I was reminded of the elder's words that one can delicately hone one's martial arts. The path of fire is not a path to self-destruction if one learns it, to be in harmony with him, the god of the north of the 60th year, and if he wanted to awaken the guardian gods, he had to do something. And then Ho-jung asked the elder what he had to do to awaken that power. But the elder who told him about it said that he wasn't at that level, so he needed to use the intent to destroy the enemy's fighting spirit, and the infernal rage would spew out the water god's energy. Ma Ban stood, his eyes burning with a bright, hard light, and the fire around his body began to flare up with renewed vigor. Despite his defeat, he understood that at this moment, he was facing not just a challenge, but a chance. He was ready to prove to Ho-jung, and if Ho-jung wanted to know the true power of the Scarlet Path, Ma Ban would show him the way. He was determined to burn everything in his path, but every time he tried to strike Ho-jung, just avoided his attacks with such skill that it only served to raise Ma Ban's anger. His fire seemed powerless against such determination and calmness of his. Of the enemy, Ma Ban felt his rage overwhelming him. The fire in his soul flared up with renewed vigor, and he was hurt by Ho's words. Jung. He said he was a weakling. He was a fire master, and there was nothing more humiliating than being called a weakling, even at the moment he was. He continued to fight without letting himself lose face. With that kind of fire, not even an ant horde could be stopped, said Ho-jung, and wanted to see if he had any other talents. Ma Ban, seized by anger, rushed forward again, his body pulsing with fire, his strength already, but still he wouldn't back down, and he shouted that he would burn Ho-jung. At that moment, his technique went to a new level. He's bigger. Didn't just use fire, he became fire. Ma Ban's body began to burn in a bright scarlet flame, and his arms, his legs, his eyes shone with the brightness of the present, of the fire god. This was the moment when he was throwing everything on the altar of his rage. He directed his fire whirlwinds towards Ho-jung, and this time, the flames was not just fire. Ho-jung waited for it to show its fury even more. It was becoming a living, striving forward like an unrelenting force of destruction, ready to consume everything in its path. The one didn't use the usual fire attacks, now his flames had been adapted to become a part of himself. This was the path of scarlet flame that he had studied for years. Heo-jung thought for a moment. Ma Ban had shown him more than just destruction for the first time in the entire battle, but a transformation. He threatened Ho-jung with death, and he was expecting some more moves from him, but he just got angry and tried to get hit and burn him. Laughing, and suddenly their hands touched, and Ma Ban felt water vapor. Ma Ban was dumbfounded. His fierce flames were surging. Into the sky, But suddenly something strange happened. Water began to gather around him. At first it was drops that began to fall imperceptibly from the air, but then they began to accumulate, forming streams that filled the space around him. The water began to surround him from all sides, as if he were a man, a living thing without letting its fire spread. Ma Ban didn't realize what was wrong with his art, but Ho Jung realized that his art had awakened the aquatic, the god ruler of the north, manifested in him. And now, the ability that had once been Xuanwu had returned to him. Ma Ban stopped feeling the water. He even felt the fire in his body begin to fade as it was consumed by the incomprehensible force. At this moment, Ma Ban realized that something had changed in the balance. He could feel his fiery energy that he had cultivated for so long was now used up. He tried to use his technique, but the flames couldn't break through that water barrier. He was once again wanting to attack Ho Jung, and he asked what he did to his inner chi. But Heo Jung only pushed him away, and he flew off to the side and fell down. He was unconscious. He couldn't fight back. And Ho Jung thanked him for being able to summon Xuanwu so easily. He was already in need of rescue himself. He was screaming to be rescued, and in gratitude, Ho Jung wanted to give him something in return, and he let him play with the fire he loves as much as he liked, at will. He pushed the enemy to the side where there was a fire that he had created, and he flew there with great speed and hit the center of the fire. Ma Ban, consumed by rage and an uncontrollable lust for power, completely gave himself over to his fire, relying on his own strength, but it was his own creation. Turned out to be his enemy. The fiery tongues that he had once controlled with such power now coiled around his body like snakes, and with each passing second, their grip was tightening. He tried to escape, but the fire was too strong, too persistent, and without giving him a chance to escape, it consumed him. The action continued at the construction site, and one of the men asked how the exterior walls were doing, if they were badly burned, to rebuild that particular burned area. And the workers replied that it was not that bad, and it was a miracle that people were not so badly hurt, and that he heard the young lord of the Green Mountain clan had personally caught the arsonist. But the one standing next to him wanted to know more about it, and the other one began to say that he had heard that he had not only caught the arsonist, but had burned him to the ground. The other said it was nonsense, and that young master, from a respected clan in the White Isles faction, would do such a thing. But the one who told it said it was true, and they went on with theirs. You work. Then a man ran up and asked the one who was interested in all these events how he had come all the way here. They held hands, said hello, and he said that if he'd given them advance notice, they would have cleared the schedule for him. But he said it was no big deal. Beggar can dare to take time away from the Lord of the Pavilion, Thorny Melody, and he came to see if the repairs are going well. Lord of the Pavilion, to a Thorny Tune, replied that all was well, that things were going well thanks to the poor people's community. And the man replied that if he had any problems, trouble to address him at any time. That Lord of the Pavilion bowed, and the poor man went his way. The workers asked who this one was. The man at the Lord of the Pavilion, and he replied that it was he who had hired them. And they were astonished and opened their mouth. It was the successor to the poor man's community of the White Island faction's information organization. And he was now thinking about the fact that Ho Jung had easily defeated Ma Ban's enemy, one of the 30 strongest in the Black Island faction. Interested to find out what happened there, and he was eager to see for himself, like who? This young master from the Green Mountain Yong clan. And he ran off muttering to himself that the next place to beg was the successor meeting, while Ho Jong was in the forest practicing again. Guarding Xuanwu is an art specialized in defense, using force directing. On defense can be turned into a great offensive art. Guarding blue has also been effective since ancient times. Guardian. Xuanwu is highly efficient, and so there wouldn't be much turbid chi in his body. Then, the squad leader Shin Mo walked over and wanted to know if he had finished the tinting. And he said he had finished and asked about his brother Ji Peng. He said he wanted to be alone, and that was the commander's reply, and he could see that Ji Peng was upset about something. But Ho Jung was surprised that his brother responded like that. After Ma Ban fell, Ji Peng didn't feel joy or relief. He stood to the side silent, with a heavy expression on his face, as if he couldn't find a place in the midst of this chaos. He turned around and saw Ah Young standing in front of him, and said it was her again. Despite the ordeal she had endured the day before, her gaze was firm and determined. She seemed to have recovered from yesterday's battle. His footsteps were stopped by a sharp grip, and you could see the determination in her eyes, as if she wasn't going to dwell on what had happened. She wanted to ask something. Ho Jung felt her grip on him tighter than he'd expected, and her eyes sparkled with the questions he was about to ask, to give answers. Ji Ping sat in a tall tree looking at everything that was going on around him. The shade of the branches hid his face, but his thoughts were bright and vivid, restless. He couldn't understand what exactly had happened. The inside of his head was all mixed up. His brother, Ho Jong, who always seemed so calm. He thought he knew his brother well, and now he was afraid he was wrong. Heo Jung walked forward without looking back, but but he could feel her gaze on him, and Yeon kept up. There was determination in her step, and persistence in her eyes. He tried, but she was still behind him, following him steadily, saying she wouldn't leave until he answered. Ji-pung had two questions, whether or not to overhear their conversation. Still, he jumped down from the tree and apologized to his father, who had taught him not to eavesdrop on other people's conversation, and followed his brother. Ho-jung asked what she wanted. She showed the orb on her hand and said about the divine black birch technique. She struck a blow filled with this technique, and said she hit Ma Ban's stomach, was surprised why he was not hurt, and why with him. Nothing happened. She truly believed that this blow was to break her opponent and give her an advantage over him in their fight, because she was confident in the power of her art, and she was surprised in how he was able to do it so easily. Ho-jung assumed her chi was woody. I looked at her and thought about it, and was about to answer and said her chi was soft. The light, soft, refreshing scent of her chi smells like birch, he thought. That it didn't seem to be enough to overcome this danger that was there. On the other hand, he also thought about the fact that the martial arts of the day. Ma Ban's path of silent scarlet flame is a fiery shi. It is like a blazing fire, and he was now thinking how the fire would go out if you throw it in. Firewood. And he knew that Ma Ban wasn't the best match for her, and she realized that now. But she was still angry that he was stronger than her in technique. She couldn't even imagine. The chi she had could be related to that, and he was pleased enough that he'd explained it to her lucidly. But she wanted to ask another question that she was curious about, and she thought it was very cruel, and she asked if he thought so, but he didn't. But she was talking about Ma Ban, whom he burned to the ground, the one who called himself the Lord of Fire and Lightning. But to Ho-jung, he was. And he didn't understand what was so cruel about it, but she kept saying that a normal person would find it cruel, and that was it. Who saw that scene must have been shocked. At that moment, Ho-jung realized why his brother wanted to hang around, and why there was such an atmosphere earlier. This was the entire territory of the White Island faction, and he acted here like a black emperor, as he used to act as he always did, for years. Justified his actions by the fact that that monster Ma Ban almost killed her and her brother. He was a villain, and his crimes were not. Had justification. He started a fire that endangered the lives of countless people, and his atrocities could not go unanswered, and believed that. Did the right thing, and had no regrets. I realized that death would befall everyone equally, regardless of whether they were good or bad people. There was no room for special exceptions in this world, but only he truly believed that the manner of death had to be different for everyone, should be different depending on whether one was good or evil. In his eyes, evil deserved to be tormented, and the doom should be cruel for those who acted unjustly, who brought pain and destruction. But her inner world was full of contradictions. She was struck by his words and his gaze, and wondered how old he was to be thinking like that. He looked her age, but he spoke as if he'd already lived a life of pain, of disappointment. And she told him his aura was that of an old man, but he said he was 18. He was young, but the life he'd lived had aged him. It was like he'd lived more than one life, and she asked him not to be like that, and not to act like he had lived every day of his life. Of life, at least once already. He knew that one day Ji-pung would realize that he was getting strength and help from that person he remembered now. Young wanted to pay him back. He didn't mind paying it back. She told him she was a year older than him, and wanted him to call her sister. When they finally arrived in Manhwa, the city greeted them with calmness, as if nothing could disturb its measured life. It was as if the place was. There was silence, and at the same time the heavy atmosphere that prevailed on the eve of an important event. We approached an old stone building, which stood in the very center of the city. They knocked on the door, and the sound of the knock echoed through the narrow streets, raising dust in the air. As if on cue, the door opened and men appeared on the threshold. They were the ones who had been waiting for their arrival, and one of them asked if they had come from the clan of the Green Mountain Yong, and the commander said hello, and said that it was all correct, and he, Shin Mo, was in charge of the escort. The man nodded without showing much of surprise, as if he was ready for them. He replied that he was Han Ho Myung from Sacheon. He was honored to meet those from the Yon clan. It was the steel whip of the poison dragon. That was its name. And then Ho-jung looked up and wondered who was behind Han Ho Myung. Heo-jung continued to watch carefully, his gaze sliding over the faces of those present, trying to understand what was behind them, by external images. But more and more his attention was drawn to the man standing behind him. His face was serene, as if he were unburdened, nor any of the cares of this world. Heo-jung felt that the guy was looking at him with some strange, inexpressible interest, and he realized that he was from the Tang clan. Heo-jung decided that he should take revenge on Tang Guan. At that very second, images from the past flashed before him. It was that person, who was from the clan that killed him. He was the son of the man who killed him. Meanwhile, Shin Mo introduced him, saying that he was the son of the clan. and Han Ho-myung asked which of the two of them the other gentleman couldn't tell if it was this one or that one. He went on to say that one of them was amazingly talented. He stood there looking at him and didn't understand what he meant. The commander also stood there with his eyebrows drawn together and was angry and understood what he meant. It looked very rude and ugly, but Ho Jung did even worse than that. He walked past him and didn't even answer the question and just wanted to go, to eat because he was hungry, and he wasn't going to answer to him. Who was older, who was younger, and the whole entourage passed him by. And the one who asked the question only remained looking at them. He was also very angry. The guy from the Tang clan noticed that they ignored him. Noticed that Ho Jung had courage despite his sissy exterior, and that was Tang Yang Song. He said that they were rude to each other. He was looking forward to the successor meeting. Peng Man Ho of the Peng clan was complimenting some girl at this time. Heo Jung noticed that the Peng clan was a family with power in the Habug region. Ho Jung looked around trying to absorb every element of his surroundings, to catch not only the words but also the hidden meaning. They were now standing there, showing off their muscles. They were the two twins he had met 2 days ago, studied their inner and during the handshake, but she was different from the villain, and the one who talked to them was the daughter of the Moen clan. Her name was Yaon Hua. He felt a chill run down his spine when the face of his father, Yaon Hua, from the Moyong clan came to mind. That moment was not only painful, but defining in his life. These memories, which he often tried to drown out, resurfaced in his mind like an inexorable. The flood made his heart clench. But he realized he shouldn't be distracted by them right now, and he realized there was only one clan left that he needed to analyze. And that was the Myung clan. Heo Jong felt his thoughts focusing on something important that had been bothering him for a long time. He wondered where their successor was. Ho Jung continued to ponder his thoughts, his gaze still glancing around the surroundings, trying to figure out where the successor would be, to build a map of hidden intrigues and hidden agendas. And Yeon spotted him in the crowd and found him, and didn't know what he was going to do there. She was discreet, but she moved confidently through the crowd, ignoring the conversations and stares as if everything around her had disappeared. Nam Gung Hyun thought she was looking for him. Hyun Nam-gung stood in the center, his gaze fixed on her. He noticed her looking back in his direction several times, and left his own. Friends, his footsteps became more and more confident as he headed toward her. She called out to Ho Jung, and he said they hadn't seen her in a long time. Ho Jung was standing a little aside, and when she saw him, her eyes instantly filled with joy. But he wasn't happy that she was out in front again. Heo Young seemed a little puzzled by this behavior of hers. He wasn't happy about her attention despite her joyful encounter. He wanted to pull away, wasn't prepared for her constant pursuit, but it seemed like she didn't want to let him go. On the other hand, Hyung Nam-gung was watching. He couldn't understand why. Ho Jong is next to her. They sat at the table and discussed his strength, and she said he was modest, and he didn't want to show off his skills. But she wouldn't stop. It was as if she didn't notice his displeasure. Her face lit up with joy, and she asked him what he wanted to be the strongest in the world. She was genuinely interested in understanding him, to establish communication between them. I thought it was better to strive for perfection than to be perfect, to be content with the immediacy and his position. Hyung Nam-gung sat a little aside and watched all of this. He thought their clan was the closest, in the ranks of the strongest. Ho Jung was sure that no one could be absolutely invincible. That was his philosophy, that a person could do it forever, to improve. But there is no such thing as absolute power, only the path that leads to building it up. He was right, but deep down, she knew. Because there was one man who wanted to be the strongest. The Emperor of the Four Martial Arts is a legendary warrior whose story was covered in blood and destruction about 300 years ago. Ho Jung thought his name was ridiculous and even childishly naive. He had studied 4 martial arts that allowed attack, defense, and evasion to be maximized. As far as Heo Jung remembered, the Emperor had even subdued a golden dragon. 4. It was just a play on words and another myth. She stared at him, wondering if the Emperor of the 4 Directions had really mastered it. The art of the 4 guardian gods, he would probably be absolutely invincible. She looked at him thinking that it was a bit exaggerated. Attack, defense, evasion, and 4 different martial arts is the same description of the techniques of the 4 guardian gods after that. And the golden dragon is... Moreover, the golden dragon chi is the highest form of the 4 dragon gods' technique. Perhaps the Emperor of the 4 martial directions had inherited the technique. The 4 guardian gods. Ho Jung decided to find out more about it, and asked Ah Young who was more knowledgeable in history. This one. The Tang clan's heir approached them. He was surprised to see them having a good time together, and had a sly smile on his face. He sat down at the table trying to get attention. His question about whether it was okay to join him went unanswered. He was sort of ignored. She looked at him, but didn't speak to him, only replied that she could. She wasn't ready to talk to him. His behavior made her uneasy. She sat there, and didn't say anything. Then there were 3 of them sitting around the table enjoying tea, and she went on and said that she wanted to make an introduction. Ho Jung. But the heir to the Tang clan already knew him and told her about it. The heir to the Tang clan started flirting with her, saying he came to meet her, which only made her feel disgusted. He made no secret of his interest in trying to win her attention and flatter her. It really annoyed her. The heir to the Tang clan, despite her cold gaze and apparent unwillingness to communicate, continued to insist on his own. He smiled with the appearance of a human, confident in her right to attention, and quietly told her to pour the tea. But she wasn't going to. Her face remained calm, but her eyes said it all. She wasn't going to please him, and finally she pushed the cup back in his direction, telling him he could pour his own. He couldn't understand why she wouldn't agree. He was sure her behavior was just an act, so he said she poured for Ho Jung. She replied that he was her friend, but she wouldn't give in. He thought she was stubborn and difficult to talk to, but he added that he could be her friend too. But she thought he was rude. But it was normal behavior for her not to want to comply with the wishes of a man who didn't understand boundaries. She was ready to respond to him with rudeness. He kept insisting that she was different from other girls, that she was very pretty, and in general told her everything he thought should have made her feel comfortable. When Hyun Namgung approached, the atmosphere immediately changed. His presence was palpable and all the confidence of a clan heir. Tang began to disappear. Hyun Namgung didn't hide his displeasure and looked at the heir with a cold gaze and ordered him to stop disturbing people and stand up. However, the Tang clan's heir was not willing to give in so easily despite the order. He turned to Hyun Namgung and mockingly said that it was not worth it to stand behind a man from the Tang clan if his life is dear to him. He replied that even if the Namgung clan was the strongest among the sword clans, the King of Swords is no match for the world's strongest heavenly king. He continued with a sneer. Then Jung answered who this king was. The strongest in the world, and he replied that the Tang clan. Heo Jung just sighed heavily. It was starting to feel like a childish quarrel where everyone was trying to make a point about his superiority. There was silence, as if everyone stood still waiting for the next event, and another man came forward to say that no one dared to call himself strong under the Myong clan. It was Myong Ho Rim, the third son of the Myong clan. Everyone looked at the person who said those words, and they had eyes wide open, and they froze at the sight of him. He asked again who it was that was the strongest in this world, and went on saying what he could. The Namgung clan, or the Moyen clan. The situation was becoming more and more tense. The heir of the Tang clan continued to look at Myong Ho with fury. His eyes were literally burning with anger. He continued to chuckle, more and more developing in his head the idea of how ridiculous and ridiculous things could be, that kind of outburst. His words seemed to add fuel to the fire. The heir of the Tang clan, already irritated, became even more angry, his rage only, and he bared his teeth again. The Myong clan heir replied that he should not be so thoughtless as to say such a word. The strongest man in the world, Murimov, said he was showing his weakness with those moves. It doesn't look strong, on the contrary, he just shows his vulnerability. These words were like a red rag to a bull. The heir to the Tang clan couldn't contain his anger. He was so angry that he almost didn't notice of everything else around him. His eyes were filled not only with anger, but also with contempt for anyone who dared to speak to him like that, and look down on him. Heo Jung, who was watching, wanted to intervene as he felt that the situation might get out of control. He could see that the heir of the Tang clan was furious. And if this continues, it could turn into a real massacre. The tension in the air was so thick that it seemed every glance could be a glare, a spark that could ignite the situation. The heir of the Myung clan only knocked back a cup. All eyes were fixed on what was happening. Heir of the Tang clan. He continued to stare at Heo Jun without hiding his anger. When the cup flew into the air, and everyone realized that it was not the heir of the Tang clan, and Ho Jung immediately felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, he said his mistake. It was an unexpected but restrained confession that only added to it. More strangeness to this already strange conflict. The heir of the Ming clan watching this couldn't help but smirk, and asked him whose he was. Heir. Hojon still calmly poured himself another cup of tea, and calmly replied that he should concentrate on the man he was with. The conflict now, not on him. It was the person from the Tang clan who was angry at Hojung. He only made the atmosphere even more heated. He was saying, how could he interfere? He wasn't just threatening Ho Jung, he was ready for a physical confrontation, and his rage was ready to come out. He asked him if he was ready to die. Heo Jung felt no fear or anger, only a calm confidence that this young man's words could not hurt him. Ignoring him didn't mean weakness. It was his strength in not reacting to provocation and preserving his dignity. And then he threw the cup in his face. This young man, Ho Jung, was not what he expected to see. He was like a stone, and despite the threats, he kept his dignity, and added that he was in the way. Hyun Namgung saw Ho Jung continue to walk forward without listening to him, and sighed in despair. He knew that Ho Jung was only making things more difficult and despised it. but Ho Jung didn't even seem to notice his words. His gaze was focused and his step sure. He ignored the warnings and continued moving toward. There was not the slightest fear or doubt in his eyes. He studied his face like a tracker looking for footprints on the ground. In his eyes, a cold shrewdness. A comparison with enemies he had met in the past came to Ho Jong's mind, but he quickly realized that it was not. The exact feeling he got when he met the real enemy. This man in front of him wasn't like that, but there was something wrong with him. He needed to check everything. The heir of the Meng clan felt that he was being studied. He didn't understand why Ho Jung was doing this, why he was watching so intently, as if analyzing his every movement and chi. Confusion and discontent became clear in his eyes. At this time, Ji Peng, standing beside him, instinctively ran, trying to stop his brother. But Ah Young stopped him. She realized that the situation was escalating, and if he interfered, something terrible could happen. But despite his desire to intervene, she could do nothing. She was well aware that in this conflict, he could not influence the decision. Ho Jong, who couldn't be stopped by anything or anyone. Interfering here would not only be useless, but also dangerous. Heir to the Tang clan, who had recently been defeated by Ho Jong and fainted from the blow from the cup, finally came to his senses. He was asked if he was okay. He couldn't. To understand what had happened and held his head. But he couldn't understand what had happened or why he was in that position. He couldn't believe how he could lose to the cup. He could not allow himself to be humiliated in such a way. He was a member of one of the most powerful clans and lose in such a humiliating clash. With a simple cup was unbearable for him. Deciding he couldn't afford to lose and forgetting the consequences, he ran towards Heo Jung. His footsteps were swift and decisive. Everyone around him held their breath as they watched his actions. He was muttering to himself as he walked. He was ready for another attack. The heir of the Tang clan shouted at Ho Jong in an attempt to reach him, but his words sounded more and more desperate and angry. He wished for his enemy's death. The situation was getting hotter by the moment. Ho Jong, as if he didn't notice all the threats around him, confidently approached the Tang clan's heir and grabbed his hand. He felt his bones nearly break from the force with which Ho Jong yanked him toward him. A cry of pain escaped from his chest, and despite it, for all his pride, he had to admit that his shoulder was indeed injured. Ho Jung stood in front of the Tang clan's heir, feeling how the tension in the air was building. Despite his injured shoulder, he wouldn't give up, his face contorted with pain and tears coming out of his eyes. He tried, find the strength to continue fighting, but his movements were becoming more and more uncertain and weak. The techniques of the 12 northern heavenly walls. Instead of reacting to his opponent's weaknesses, he delved deeper into analyzing the situation, watching every move, with every change of energy in the enemy's body. It wasn't just a fight, it was a clash of worldviews and energies. It was a way of breaking down defenses. But despite all this, Ho Jung realized that this was not the time to fight further and stopped. Heo Jung thought and suddenly realized that this moment, this whole situation now, was not the time, because this person was now becoming the center of his attention. Realized that this wasn't what he needed to think about now, or the petty skirmishes. His energy, his determination, his whole thought force now had to go where he was going. Felt truly threatened. He wanted to know the identity of the villain. After finishing his inner work, Ho Jung stepped to the side as if expecting fate would lead him to the place where he could find the answers. Ho Jung, seeing that all eyes were on him, approached the Gujumyung clan's clan master and offered him a challenge. It was not just a challenge, it was a real clash of ambition and power, and everyone knew that the outcome of this confrontation will not be easy. The Gujumyung clan master of course realized who he was dealing with, and smiled in response. Ho Jung was full of energy and confidence. He asked if he was the receiver of the Green Mountain clan, while trying to lighten the atmosphere a bit. He expressed his gratitude. That Ho Jung had caught a mad dog, as he put it, that was spoiling the atmosphere. Apparently, he was trying to calm things down, but it was too far away from the situation of this game. Mr. Myung added that he would like to draw a line under this conflict and end it and possibly play with it later. Because, as he said, it wasn't just the two of them. However, Ho Jung wasn't ready to accept his rejection and said that he talked a lot. This revelation caused the clan, heir Meng, to be surprised, not expecting such straightforwardness from Heo Jun. However, despite his attempts, keeping calm, Ho Jung didn't stop and said that if Mr. Guju Myung clan's clan master didn't make a step towards him, he would make one himself. With these words, he began to move towards him, actively using his static singularity technique. The heir of the Meng clan didn't realize what. He could feel the tension. Meanwhile, Ho Jung was slowly approaching, his energy increasing, and his opponent's nervous tension growing obvious. When they came face to face, the atmosphere became even more tense, and everyone's gaze was full of determination. Ho Jung smiled at that, while his opponent only clenched his fists in preparation to attack. The heir of the Tang clan was the first to start striking. Heo Jung used his punching technique with a steel chain. He defended himself with such ease that even a sneer flickered in his eyes. The response was swift and that instantaneous. Felt the power of the technique that made him retreat. The sequential attack of steel blows is now as impressive as rumored, but he didn't know what martial art Heo Jung was using. Not expecting such a quick reaction, the Tang clan heir felt pain in his arm. Everyone was watching with astonishment. He then applied the 13 fist technique of the Yang clan. It was a basic fist martial art, and he performed it with ease. The enemy was not prepared for this. Then, a cross kick. The fight was not just a fight, but a work of art. Every punch, every movement was executed with amazing grace and precision. Heo Jung and his opponent, the heir of the Tang clan, both showed their outstanding skills. The Myung clan's heir realized that something had happened to his hand and he looked at it. Heo Jung thought he could have avoided this if he had been a little more careful, but instead he became even angrier, and Ho Jung asked if he would, to continue playing as well. Meanwhile, Ho Jung wondered what his opponent would do now. He was obviously up to something, and Ho Jung knew it. To win, he has to be ready for any turn of events, and fight as if Ho Jung wants to send him to the other side, because that's the only way. We'll feel his power, and see his skills. The heir of the Tang clan, feeling his pride, was already preparing to continue the fight no matter how arrogant. And cocky was his opponent. He was ready to go all the way. But suddenly the situation changed dramatically. Event security ran into the arena shouting for everyone to stop. Their daggers were ready and they clearly intended to use force if the fighters did not want to stop voluntarily. Everyone in the assembly, including Ho Jong and his opponent, froze. Hyun Nam-gung started shouting that this was not appropriate behavior in a sacred assembly. Hyung, watching the situation, couldn't hide his displeasure. He knew that Myung was the eldest, and as the eldest he wanted to teach Ho Jung a lesson. In his opinion, was acting like a rude man, disturbing the peace and boundaries. But what was happening now was clearly out of bounds, but it was already. 2. Hyun observed the situation and said that Ho Jung, with his defiant behavior and aggressive actions, really made an impression. An insolent and criminal. He was not only disrupting the usual order, but he was picking a fight in the very center of a meeting where diplomacy and respect usually reign. This was something completely new to Hyung. In his years of attending such meetings, he'd never had to deal with something like this, and he demanded respect to the Nam-gung clan. And then he heard someone behind him say that he should refrain from speaking like that. He turned around and said Young's name, naming him a baby. When he called her babe, he didn't expect it to cause such an uproar. To her, it wasn't just disrespectful, it was a gross insult, especially in an environment like this, where everyone expected respect and discretion. She said that Tang Yang interrupted the meeting first. He opened his mouth not knowing how to answer, and added that he wanted to blame it all on Ho Jung. He was so focused on his insolence, trying to regain at least some of his dignity. He began to justify his words were full of attempts to justify that Ho Jung instead, to stop the conflict, but instead, it ignited it. She added that didn't Ho Jung explain himself by saying it was a mistake, and she thought that Mr. Myong should have forgiven Ho Jung honorably, believed that she was right. There was a flicker of realization in his eyes that this might be his only chance to show that he was capable of more than mere audacity. As far as she knew, the Green Mountain Yang clan didn't use any secret techniques, and that he just missed trying to stop Mr. Tang. But still, she had to agree in the end that Ho Jung was to blame, and she wanted him to tell everyone what really happened. Ho Jung stood puzzled by her words, and his mind flashed, scrolling through his options. He realized this wasn't just a fight, it was a serious situation that needed to be fixed. His gaze shifted. Ji Peng and Young were watching him curiously, trying to figure out what he would do next. After a few moments of silence, Ho Jung finally did. He sighed as he gathered his thoughts. Heo Jung stood still, deeply realizing his mistake. His outburst of anger and attempt to intervene and speed up the development of events without thinking of the consequences was wrong. He wanted to find a clue. He said the rumors weren't false about the Myung clan's martial arts, and he was ready to reconcile. And he softened and realized that he had overreacted and apologized to the one who was the heir to the Myung clan and said he just wanted to learn something from him. And he apologized again. Then the Myung clan's heir softened and even smiled. His eyes widened and he said that he understood him. Then he went on to say that the whole atmosphere was spoiled because of him, that his father was always telling him to think before he did things. He forgot about this instruction again, and he will make him fast again for 3 days if he hears about what happened today and punishes him again. Young started laughing and realized that the situation was finally diffused, and he kept saying that he hoped none of them would know his father, because he wanted to show how strict his father was with his sons. Said he felt obliged to give everyone a cup of liquor, to take turns at tomorrow's banquet to apologize for the trouble he caused today. Hyo-jung felt like his desire to control the situation didn't waver. Said he'd be happy if everyone could forgive his rudeness. He'd be happy if everyone could forgive his rudeness. Peng Daiho pounded his chest and told Ho-jung to look at his body and that one cup wouldn't be enough, and he offered to drink till he fell down. If the Lord could hold out till everyone fell down, he would then think of forgiving him. Everyone started shouting and talking, that they had no idea that the young gentleman had such a manly character, and were looking forward to the banquet tomorrow, and seemed to have forgiven all. Is already his. Namegung Hyun looked at everyone, and his eyes narrowed with contempt for everything that was going on, and he was angry because he couldn't exhibit. To blame Ho-jong, and Ho-jong realized that he still had plenty of time. He had to act differently with more restraint and wisdom. One of the brothers, Han Ho-myung, asked the man if he had a steel dragon whip. The next day, the situation in the restaurant became more and more tense. Ho-jong was sitting at the table trying to digest what had happened at the previous meeting, but suddenly a man approached them with a confident gait, heading towards the table. He introduced himself as Chu Sung, the captain of the guard. Everyone present was slightly wary when he began to speak, and Hyo-jung felt a chill from him, ran down his back. Chu Sung seemed to be determined. His words left no room for doubt, as he directly stated that he wanted Hyo-jung. This place before the banquet. This statement threw everyone into confusion. Ji-peng didn't understand what was going on, but Chu San continued to insist, without yielding an inch. He repeated his demand with a slight smirk, as if he hadn't heard the questions and thoughts. He repeated his demand with a slight smirk, as if he hadn't heard the questions and thoughts that the others were having. Ho-jung felt that the situation was starting to get out of control. He asked if he really wanted them to leave. He suspected there was more behind the demands, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it, and told him why he wanted it so badly. But he said that he was the one who caused a stir at the successors meeting, and that he had a very rich past, that he'd behaved badly. Chu Song felt that he had no right to participate in the meeting, and that he had decided that his presence there was impossible. Ji-peng couldn't contain his anger, jumped up from his seat and shouted loudly that Chu Song was talking nonsense. He reminded everyone that they had already dealt with this matter the previous day. He also emphasized that his brother Ho-jung is going to apologize at today's banquet, and that they have already done everything to correct their mistakes. But Chu Sung didn't seem like he was going to stop. It looks like Ho-jung doesn't realize his mistake, Chu Sung said. What is sitting at the table? As if nothing had happened, he continued to eat and enjoy his meal. He didn't hide his contempt. His words were not only furious, but they were full of rage. I'm sure of my righteousness. Ji-peng replied that he was just a guard of one of the clans and would not limit the rights of his brother and other clan successors of the other clans. His words were full of contempt and confidence that he was right. He thought he was on top of his game and said that Ji-peng and his brother were ignorant and that they had no right to attend the event. The meeting was called by the Namgung clan, which meant that they had the right to get rid of the rabble, and that might interfere with the meeting. He thought himself exceptionally right, that their young master was kind enough to keep it quiet. All yesterday, however, he felt that he wasn't like that, and that he didn't intend to leave the source of the problems unattended. So, he told them to go away, and it would be better. But everything changed when Ho-jung calmly called his brother to him. He continued to eat, as if everything around him didn't matter. A piece of food was put in my brother's mouth. Said it was time to sit down and continue eating. It was a shame to miss a meal because of some barking dogs. Those words were like a blow to Chu Song's face. After hearing such a thing, he felt his face turn red with rage. His eyes narrowed, and all of his muscles tightened, tensed up, when he sharply asked who it was said to. Without averting his gaze, Ho-jung met his eyes and asked if he could heat up some food. He asked again who it was said to. Ho-jung, as if he didn't see the problem in the situation, replied easily that there was a lot of noise, and that he seems to be barking so loudly because he's hungry. Apparently he needs his owner to come and get him. That humiliating remark was the last one, a drop. Chu Song was ready to explode. This whole conflict, like a cinematic scene, had reached its climax. But the best part is yet to come, for Ho-jung sat in front of him with the same serene expression. He turned around to rush at Ho-jung with his sword, but at this moment, as before, Hyung intervened, unable to watch the situation get out of control any longer, forcing him to put that sword back into its scabbard. Chu Sung lightly, shocked by the interference, stopped. Ga-duk-san sat at his desk, watching the scene unfold around him. He saw that. A problem was brewing. He continued chewing, savoring every bite of food, and glad that no one was paying attention to him, and he saw what Ho-jung was like. Hyun watched with a cold gaze. He saw how Ho-jung not only rudely provoked the situation, but also humiliated one of his subordinates. I knew that in any other case there would be repercussion, but Ho-jung said he was the one who was humiliated, not Chu Sung. Speech. Ho-jung watched Hyung with a cold, penetrating gaze, but in his mind, the thought that Hyung might feel threatened if he sent it. Chu Sung. It was obvious to him that Hyung was not as confident in his strength as he might have thought. After all, if Hyung didn't feel threatened, he would have approached. He said that if it was for his sister, he could have challenged him to a duel bravely, like a warrior. Heo Jung was confident in his abilities, and it added to the confidence in his action. And then Hyung was angry that he'd brought up the situation with his sister now. But Hyung justified to him that he'd never let the Namgung clan do such a thing and give such orders. And that Ho Jung did, humiliates him. Then Heo Jung asked if he really gave the order, and if that's the case, then Hyung probably wouldn't mind if Heo Jung did. Taught his employee Chu Sung a lesson, who himself took the initiative to humiliate another clan. That's when Hyung realized that Ho Jung had caught him. Looking at Hyung, Ho Jung smiled inwardly and said whether he should teach him a lesson or whether Hyun would teach his man a lesson himself. Everything was under his control. Chu Song stood in front of Heo Jun and felt the weight of his own action. He was ready to take responsibility for his deed because he had said so. It was his desire to do so. Despite his confidence, he knew that this time his actions might cost him more than just a mere punishment. Then Ho Jung suggested a duel and he could teach him a lesson, and then everyone could continue to have a training session between the others, strengthening the friendship. He was ready to take full responsibility for the audacity and mistakes made at that moment, and then he agreed. Ho Jung knew that. Now he can't take it back. Ji Ping and Ah Young wanted to prevent the fight. She was alarmed knowing the danger she was in. For Ho Jung to fight Chu Sung, she realized that Chu Song was a powerful warrior, and his reputation was so great that the very thought of fighting him was alarming. He was rumored to have subdued a third of all the bandits in Kabuki and Anhui by himself, and she thought Ji No should have stopped his brother and not to let him fight Chu Sung. Heo Jung was persistent, and Ji Peng realized that it was impossible to stop him. After all, he had tried so hard to do it before, and now that it came to a fight, he realized that his brother couldn't back down from changing his mind, and he couldn't influence the decision either. If he refuses, his brother's honor will be ruined. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, the brother and Ah Young were hurrying along toward the battlefield. They couldn't just watch it. Brother Ah Young brought her clothes for her to put on. She was already ready. But despite his inner turmoil, he realized she was right. They couldn't just stand by. So he shouted that they'd see each other there and ran. And now the two brothers were comforting each other, realizing how hard it was for them to be with their brother and sister. With each step, the brother realized more and more that it wasn't just a battle. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Heo Jung and Chu Song stood ready to fight. There was a silent tension in the air, as if the entire air was tense. The world froze waiting for the first strike. Chu Song, always confident in his strength, looked at his opponent trying to assess his weaknesses, Heo Jung. As an experienced warrior, he was determined not to make the slightest mistake. Ho Jung nodded silently, and at this moment, time slowed down. Everything before. It was like it was gone. He was ready to begin. All eyes were fixed on the battlefield, but Chu Song stopped him and said that he was giving him a head start of 3, a punch. It was natural for him that he conceded 3 strokes to the opponent, so he looked at him carefully and intently saying that, after all, the leader of the Namgung clan sword squad. Ho Jung was calm. He was ready for battle, but he was also ready to control the course of events without letting Chu Song get out of frame. Respect. Chu Song stood in front of Heo Jun, but he could feel the tension inside. He knew that he was not just an ordinary opponent and waited. The beginning of the fight. Heo Jung with his spear on his shoulder seemed calm, confident, and ready for any development. And Chu Song asked when that one will attack. He said that he changed his mind and offered himself. If Chu Song raised his sword before he struck 3 blows, then he would pay for his own. Words in his head would fly off his shoulders. Chu Song felt his insides tighten. This move of Ho Jung's was unexpected, but no less dangerous. He knew that his escalation of the situation might cost him more than just the battle. His restraint and self-confidence were slowly beginning to crack. Everything around him seemed to freeze. Chu Song continued to stare at his opponent, trying to understand. The heir of the Myong clan was surprised by Heo Jun's technique still existed, but he also knew that it was no longer possible for him to retreat. Hyung shouted about what Chu Sung was going to do. He didn't expect this from him. Time was running out and the duel was about to begin. Heo Jung held the spear on his shoulder, ready for any move he might make. His opponent. When Chu Song said his words and prepared himself, Heo Jun did not hesitate. He seemed to know that his opponent would be waiting, but he didn't intend to give him such a chance. Quickly and deftly, like a whirlwind, Heo Jung took the first step and his spear soared through the air, heading towards Chu. Sonu, It wasn't just a strike, it was a movement full of power and precision, as if every movement of the spear had been planned beforehand. Chu Song didn't. He had no time to even react properly when Heojong's spear was already beside him, and the air around him was vibrating with tension. The impact was so strong, it was so fast that there didn't even seem to be time to raise his defenses. Chu Song stood with clenched teeth trying to contain his fear. He was ready but it was too much. He couldn't just dodge or parry, and he wondered if he was going to die right now. But he was an experienced warrior, and despite the initial shock, his body reacted automatically. He swung his sword trying to repel the attack, but the feeling of tension in the air was so strong that his own punch barely reflected some of the force. He realized that Hojung was not just an enemy who can be fought like a normal opponent. It was an experienced master who was making the first move to embarrass him. But Chu Sung wasn't one to give up easily. He realized that it was dangerous. The battle was just beginning, and Chu Song knew that he had to block now. His attack, otherwise he would have died already. And Ho Jung reminded him that he had warned him. Meanwhile, Heo Jung could already taste victory in the air, and said again that he couldn't take the 3 blows, and now he would send him to the other world. Chu Song stood in full readiness, but his body was still trembling. And Ho Jong said he'd make him answer for his long tongue. He realized that the battle was not only a physical test, but also a test, endurance and honor. Ho Jong stood in front of him coldly and confidently, and his gaze pierced with determination did not leave Chu Song's side. He knew that Chu Seong, despite his strength, was now in a vulnerable position. It was hard for the enemy to get away with breaking the terms. And one of the twins realized that would be now. He knew that by the rules of battle, his failure would have serious consequences. In this world, where honor was paramount, even a small offense could result in severe punishment. His gaze met with Ho Jong's and a fire burned in him. Even though he had been there before, was ready now, the courage was gone. Chu Song, sensing the approaching strike, quickly reacted and tried to use his technique to get out of the situation. He remembered the lazy donkey spin technique, one of the old and very unusual techniques he had learned in his youth. This technique was known for its unique maneuverability, allowing you to dodge while reducing the physical strain on the user. He abruptly turned his back to Heo Jung and instantly twisted his body, pushing his feet off the ground as if he was becoming a whirlwind that could hardly be caught. This movement was so unexpected that even Heo Jung was confused for a moment, not expecting such a thing. The turn of events. Chu Song continued to rapidly rotate in an effort to get out of Heo Jun's reach. It wasn't just an evasion, but a strategic maneuver that should have saved his life. And he started begging Ho Jung for mercy, asking for forgiveness, and that he had shown his unsightliness to the side. He said he shouldn't have done that, and he'll be different from now on. But Ho Jung wouldn't listen to him and forgive him. And then Su Jong. He got angry and started trying to attack again and used the 3 chasing swords technique. He knew that now he had to use this chance too, to maneuver to keep Heo Jung at a distance and give himself time to counterattack. However, Ho Jung also realized that this fight was far from over, and his resolve only grew stronger. Every movement, every blow became a test, not only of physical strength, but also of will. And at that moment, both fighters realized that the outcome of this battle would be decided not only by skill, but also by who could maintain their courage to the end. Ji Peng shouted to his brother too. He was sharp. The situation on the battlefield was heated to the max. Heo Jung, despite all his rage and confidence, felt that he was in the right place. As his body began to react to Chu Song's technique, using his static singularity technique, slowly and steadily moved towards his opponent, unleashing their attacks on him. With each step, Heo Jung felt his movement becoming slower and slower, and his ability to control. The situation was getting stronger and stronger. Then when Heo Jung performed the 12 Northern Heavenly Walls technique, Chu Song felt his arm ache harder. It was a pain that was becoming unbearable, and his sword almost fell out of his hands. His mind was at a loss, and instead of to concentrate on his strikes, he began to panic. In rage and desperation, he swung his sword, hoping for a random blow that might change the course. But Ho Jung was ready, and his punch was repelled again, and his arm seemed to be broken now, and he screamed in unbearable pain. Chu Song, barely holding back his rage, he was ready for action. His eyes burned with the fire of vengeance, and his whole being was bent on avenging Ho Jung's humiliation. His steps were quick and sure, and an overwhelming anger flared in his heart. He was determined to get even with the one who dared to win. He's in a fight. He rushed towards Heo Jun without paying attention to warnings or interference. Chu Song was only focused on one thing, on vengeance. His sword was ready, and his movements resembled the storm that was about to descend upon his opponent. His body was tense and his mind focused. Ho Jung concentrated all his energy and applied the Wild Beast Spear art technique that was his signature style. It was powerful and aggressive. A style in which each attack was like a beast striving for its prey. His movements were swift and precise, and the spear in his hands became an extension of it. His body like an animal unleashing its full force on an enemy. He wasn't using the spear as a weapon. The brothers realized he would win. His movement was precise. Heo-jung knew that his opponent would not be able to withstand such a powerful onslaught despite everything. He was ready to break the defense. Chu-sung broke through all his counterattacks and reached his weaknesses. The first attack was a fierce spear throw that moved like lightning. Heo-jung was going to stop. He took another stance and targeted his opponent's weak spot. Each of his movements became faster and faster. When Ho-jung's spear was already on its way to Chu-song and his death seemed imminent, someone suddenly stood in front of him. It was Gadik-sang leader, Poor Man's Unification. He didn't hesitate to put himself under Ho-jung's weapon and stopped him by catching the spear on the fly. With this action, he not only saved Chu-sung, but also showed his power and determination. Gadik-san, standing in front of Heo-jun, did not show any fear. His hand held the spear tightly, and he did not, allowed him to continue on his way. Ho-jung, who was in full battle mood, stopped looking at Gadik with surprise and displeasure. He didn't understand that it was him at first. When Gadik-san stood in front of Heo-jung, it was as if he had become a living barrier between him and his enemy, his confidence and calmness. At this moment, they gave the impression of invincible strength. He didn't hesitate as he deftly caught Ho-jung's spear, stopping its movement at the last moment. Heo-jung recognized him and called him by his nickname as the leader of the Dragonhead Association, and the latter was happy to hear such a nickname towards himself. But also, he added that Ho-jung should tell his master that he should retire. After all, he's only his successor for now. Gadik-sang watched carefully, behind Ho-jung, assessing his strength and determination. His hand still holding the spear, and he asked him to stop and talk quietly. His hand was aching. Gadik-san knew that Ho-jung wasn't just a strong warrior, he was calculating. And Ho-jung said, why did he do that? He could have lost his arm. And then Gadik said he would just become an even more pathetic beggar. But he also remembered that he didn't go in the direction of the Green Mountain Yong clan, and didn't understand how he knew him. But Ho-jung said he just heard gossip. Gadik-sang's intervention wasn't accidental. He remembered that Gadik-san was the same as before, because they had often had a drink in the past, but he had only met him after he had become one, by the Black Emperor. And this was going to happen much later than the current time. Gadik-san saw how this battle would affect the clans. Gadik-san added that saving someone's life was a very small price to pay if a hand was wounded for it. And Ho-jung knew that Gadik-san wasn't past here, and he realized that all events were changing because of his action, and that if he hadn't come to the Thorny Melody Pavilion, Zhuge would die at the hand of Ma Ban. Ho-jung slowly turned to the crowd. His eyes remained cold, but his gaze was full of determination. He could feel the tension building up around him. The people standing in front of him were silent, their eyes unable to hide their surprise. And then Gadik-san said that he was expected. In their minds, they had not yet formed all the parts of the picture of what had happened, and they did not understand how they should feel about this man's action. They said it was too violent and that Chu-sung could have died. They realized that it wasn't just a training match, but it was a fight. A real fight for life. Ho-jung's courage was obvious, but his brutality and strength made one question his motives. It wasn't easy. Training. Ho-jung didn't feel any regret. They were confused because he had planned to ruin him. His actions were not an accident to him. Then one of the twin brothers raised his hand and with a stern face asked if Heo-jung had gone too far, because they all thought he had. The usual conflict of opinions, but Mr. Ho-jung fought to the end, and whether it was necessary or not. His words hung in the air. The crowd was still as silent as before, not knowing how to react. He lowered his eyes, looked down and exhaled. He seemed upset, but then he replied that he wouldn't want that, to hide, that it happened in the morning and that he was having breakfast. When he came up and spoke, he told about what Chu-sung had done. He couldn't allow it, to be weak. He said that Chu-san had humiliated him in the morning and wanted to kick him out without allowing him to join the meeting. Everyone listened, attentive. At this time, Hyun appeared in front of everyone and was also standing there with a venomous, evil face and hatred in his eyes towards Ho-jung. The Myung clan heir blamed Hyung. He said he should have treated his subordinates better. He knew that this moment was critical. Suddenly realized that the leader wasn't just doing it for victory or power. He was trying to prove something to Hyung and impress him as his master and mentor. And now the successor of the Myung clan wanted him to apologize to everyone for not knowing how to manage his men and being bad at it. He knew that what had happened was not Ho-jung's fault, as some might think, but rather Hyung's. He always tried to stay in the shadows. But now it's clear it was his choice that led to the current conflict, and he just wanted to blame it on Ho-jung and stay innocent. Then Ho-jung said that the successor of the Myung clan cared about Hyun, and that he would do the same if his brother made a mistake. He was also sure that his brother wouldn't make such a mistake because he's not like the others. Hyung created the conditions for everything to happen. It was his actions that allowed it to unfold as it did. But the Myung clan's successor didn't know what he meant. Hyung knew the moment had come when he had to take responsibility for what had happened. The only right thing to do was to admit his own mistakes, and he apologized. He had to admit that he gave the order to humiliate him through Chu Sung, and it was his idea and his decision to do so. The Yong clan's successor didn't understand why Hyung did that. Since he had turned the situation in his favor, Hyung admitted that he wanted to vent his anger. He made a mistake, and as a master, he had to be fair to everyone. And he apologized to everyone to witness his remorse. Ho Young listened to Hyun's apology, and although his face remained calm, a slight anger could be seen in his eyes that didn't immediately disappear. Too much had been said, too much had been done to just turn a blind eye to what had happened. But despite it all, he was ready to accept an apology. But he wanted him to realize one thing. He didn't want to discuss the conflict anymore. Everything that had happened between them, and the conflict with his sister. Sanwoy, too. Hyun stood in his room, his breathing as heavy as a caged beast. He pounded his fist on the wall, each blow reverberating. A great pain in his body. He hated Ho Jong for daring to humiliate him in front of Ah Young, a woman he really liked. It was unbearable. His face was flushed with rage, his eyes wide, and his teeth clenched, as if he were trying to keep himself from going, to explode. Each blow to the wall was like another reminder of his humiliation, and he screamed like a beast unable to contain his rage. He wanted payback for this. Looking up, he ordered his subordinate to immediately find out which hospital Chu Song was currently in. He wanted to know everything about his condition. His subordinate readily accepted the task and hurried to carry out the order, while Hyun remained in the room, muttering furiously to himself. He threatened to destroy Ho Jong. He swore that he would find a way to take revenge on Ho Jong. His mind was racing with thoughts of revenge. The battlefield was filled with tension as everyone gathered around. Ho Jong walked over to Ping Dai Ho. He was already thinking about who he wanted to fight. He stood there answering his question, and he couldn't understand why Ho Jung had called him. Ho Jung stood in front of Peng Dai Ho with a serious expression on his face. He knew that his request might cause surprise, but he was confident in his decision. His brother Ji Byung was young, but his talents couldn't stay unnoticed. Although Peng Dai Ho was known for his strict discipline and challenging demands on his students, Ho Jong was willing to offer him trust, and said that Ji Ping had never met a strong opponent before. Peng Dai Ho looked surprised. He knew that Heo Jung was a demanding man and rarely asked for such things. The duel of honor was over, and there was an unusual silence in the air, the gazes of the participants. The fight and the audience were as focused on what was happening next. It was time to fight to strengthen friendships. Ji Pong asked him for guidance. He was glad, and said that the people from the Yang clan wouldn't help him with this. He looked at his opponent. The others wanted to join too. Their bodies were itching to train too, and they always wanted to fight the young mistress from the Zhug clan and find out if the martial art had changed in the meantime. That twin was sure to answer Yunhua that his art had changed, of course. Then one of those present approached God Iksanu and asked him for guidance. He smiled, and of course wanted to help whoever wanted to help, to learn skills. Was happy to spend time with him and teach him all the things he could do on his own. He didn't mind having fun. The Myung clan's clan master also stood and watched. After the previous duel was interrupted, Ho Jung stated that he now intended to continue. Despite his fatigue, he wanted a second try. He was determined to show that his strength had not run out and that he was ready to fight to the end. The heir of the Myung clan stood to the side watching. He couldn't hide his surprise at how Heo Jung seemed to be regaining his strength with each new one. With a punch, his ability to continue the fight with the same fury as he had at the beginning was impressive. He remembered perfectly well that it was the same man who had just faced a tough opponent, and how was he able to mobilize all his energy again for a second attack? Mr. Myung Klon. Despite his confidence and strength, he couldn't understand how Heo Jung managed to deal with his punches. Each of his punches didn't have the same effect that he expected. He felt more and more that this man in front of him was not just an opponent, but something more. Heo Jung was incredibly strong, and his fighting spirit didn't seem to be running out. Even though the Myung clan's clan master was sure that he himself was the strongest, he couldn't escape of defeat. His punches, although powerful, couldn't stop Heo Jun. He couldn't even block his punches. With each new exchange of blows, he kept on. Was more aware that his opponent possessed something special. It wasn't just physical strength, it was spirit, energy of purpose, of perseverance. But the most important thing he realized now was that not everything in combat depended on body strength. Willpower and fighting spirit were much more decisive. Ho Jong is this. demonstrated, and the Myung clan lord couldn't agree more, and Ho Jung realized something at that moment. Ho Jung was standing in the middle of the battlefield. He took a deep breath, stopping just as his strength seemed to peak. With each exchange of blows, each maneuver, he grew more and more, realized that this fight wasn't really just a fight to win. It was more than just an opportunity for him to realize what he was looking for. He had made up his mind that it would be wise to end the battle there, said he'd learned a lot, and said he was leaving. At that moment, Ho Jung realized that he had figured out the key. Ho Jung knew that now, with this knowledge, he could move on. Walking slowly down the path, his footsteps sounded muffled in the silence. His thoughts ranged from the intense sensations of the fight to the realization he had just gained. His mind was full, and he was in no hurry. But each step felt heavy, as if he was carrying the weight of thoughts and memories himself. His eyes were fixed. He thought of his brother, Ji Peng, who was the brother of his brother Ji Peng, who had been so careful to forget. He thought of his brother Ji Peng, who died in his past life, and how it all happened. All this time, Ho Jung was searching for answers and couldn't figure out exactly who the culprit was of tragedy. But now, standing in the middle of this path, after all the battles and reflections, his heart clenched. Suddenly, like a flash of insight, everything became clear. He remembered those last days when everything seemed a foregone conclusion, and the culprit was hidden in the shadows of the Myung clan. That clan, with its powerful, by masters and cunning strategies, was not only responsible for the downfall of his own family, but also for the death of his brother. Ho Jung was sitting on his grass. His body was tired, but his mind rested in silence. He closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to let go of all thoughts and cloudy chi, and he was completely rid of it. He suddenly realized that the clan that had destroyed his own clan was right in front of him. What he had seen once in battle, the energy control method matched, with the one used by those who wiped his family off the face of the earth. The only difference was the breathing technique, which was so unique that each family used it differently. It also explained why the heads of the family guarded the secrets of their methods carefully. But he didn't know then that his brother had died because of this very blade technique, not the spear, and that's why he couldn't recognize him at the time. His thoughts returned to his brother. The night he witnessed the ruthless massacre, remembered his brother's punch. Ho Jung remembered how his brother probably knew what he had to do, but was willing to accept death so that his older brother could survive. He didn't look back even when the enemy was at hand. He realized it would be useless if they knew where Ho Jung was. The enemies would catch up with him. He wanted his brother to escape, so he turned his back, and there was no way he could turn around. He was afraid for his brother, and not to be found by his enemies and killed like he was. Only when the danger had passed was he able to get his terror-paralyzed legs to move. He remembered running into the dark night as tears rolled down his eyes, and how he sobbed for 3 days and 3 nights. He remembered everything he had experienced those nights, full of pain and fear. Those moments when he didn't know how to go on living, when he lost loved ones and felt the weight of hopelessness. But those moments were now part of his past, part of his strength. He wasn't going to. His eyes flickered back to the sky, where the moon was shining, and at that moment it seemed to him as if the night itself were his, smiling. A light breeze touched his face, as if to reassure him that he was on the right path. He was ready to face anything, ordeal. When he finally came to his senses, there was only one feeling in his heart, vowing to never regret the past. No more weaknesses, no more self-pity. In that moment, he realized that his life would never be the same again. And in that moment, as he sat in the middle of the forest, forgetting everything, to everyone around him, his musings were interrupted by a new person. It was Gadik San, he said as the plants around him began to wilt from his mood. And as always, his old acquaintance came up to him. He wiped away his tears, got up from his seat, and looked at the new visitor and said what had brought him here. Gadik San handed him a sack and said that he hadn't brought anything special, but that he had brought something for the party. He offered some drinks, as they often did in their company. Whatever the reason, but Ho Jung didn't come. Strangely enough, Ho Jung felt grateful for that. A simple proposition. He accepted the pouch, and Gadik said he had brought him food and drink, and asked how he liked his comrade's idea. Moonlight? The atmosphere of the evening gave it a special atmosphere. They sat down on the grass with the mat spread out beneath them, poured drinks into cups, and started slowly. Enjoy the moment. During their conversation, Ho Jung noticed that his companion was trying to dispel his sad thoughts. He talked about how his brother was such an innocent and kind person who attracted people with his charisma. Heo Jung couldn't help but agree that he and his brother were perfect. Gadik Sang also said that he walks around sullen, unlike Ji Peng. The interviewer suggested to him that if Ho Jung smiled more often, it would probably make his life a little easier. After a few minutes of silence, when the conversation died down a bit, Ho Jung came back to the matter at hand. He said that he had one request, and it wasn't something simple, and Gadik San understood that their earnings and was willing to find out whatever he asked and said to. He told me, and he began to speak. He didn't know what to expect from the upcoming conversation, but realized that his path now would not be easy. The mission, the story he was about to tell, was not just a request, it was an opportunity to reveal the secrets he sought to learn, perhaps even more than he was willing to accept. The interlocutor clarified that his requests would not be so complicated, but the third request was that to reveal secrets within the other clan. It was already a serious matter, and Ho Jung realized that if he didn't do it and hesitated, he might give up. He rose from his seat, determined to accept any challenge this man put before him. Ho Jung had only 3 requests for God San, and if he accomplishes them, he'll get the knowledge he wanted to learn from Ho Jung. And then, if all goes well, Ho Jung will tell him why he did it is needed. The situation was heating up when the Namgung clan's successor began his manipulations again. He was known for his cunning and fierce desire to get his way no matter what means he had to use. Now his goal was clear. He wanted to incite the successor of the Tang clan to attack on Ho Jung. Even though successor Tang was not inclined to such methods, he had to listen to Hyun's suggestion and didn't understand why he had a crush on Ho Jung. The successor of the Tang clan frowned, realizing that Hyun was trying to manipulate him. He realized that he was trying to use him in his games, not believing that he didn't hate Ho Jung because Hyung denied it, and Hyung thought he should take this opportunity while he still could, his honor. But the successor of the Tang clan couldn't let the situation go so easily. He said that even if he hadn't asked for it, he would have done it anyway. He told him to look and see that he wouldn't return to Sashon until he had gotten his hands dirty with Ho Jung's blood. He was more confident than ever. After the successors' meeting came to an end, Ho Jung felt that time was of the essence and everything had to be done quickly. There was much to do, and he could not afford to waste time on idle talk or inaction. He was determined to act, especially after learning the identity of those behind the destruction of his clan. Now that his goal was clear, he had more work to do than just that. To improve his fighting skills, but also to reorganize his clan's forces. He knew that not only did he need to strengthen the clan's position, but also to launch intelligence activities to stay one step ahead of their enemies. Ho Jung was counting on the successor of the poor community, could get the information he was waiting for. He had faith in the man's ability to accomplish the task at hand. He believed to strike while the iron is hot. He already knew he had a chance to fulfill Ho Jung's request and contact the poor people to investigate. Ho Jung was willing to pay for the services of the poor. Instead, he asked that they prepare plenty of good food for him when he returned with the information. Heo Jung was a little surprised by such a demand, but still he didn't mind. He knew he could handle it, and he believed in him a lot. Knew that every man has his own peculiarities, and at that moment, it was important for him to think only about the main thing to fulfill what he had promised. And the brothers came, asking if they were leaving already. Ho Jung hoped that fate would bring them together again. Turning to his brothers with a smile, Pyung was serving liquor instead of liquor yesterday. And now he had a hangover. He seemed to have overdone it. Heo Jung smiled, but quickly returned to his thoughts, and he was already far away from these places. He was ready for the next step and couldn't afford to be distracted by small things. Meanwhile, in the midst of the parting words, Ah Young appeared and was sad that he was leaving. She asked why they didn't eat with them before they left, but Ho Jung said they were going the other way anyway, so he said no. Ho Jung only nodded and replied to her brother that of course he could come to visit them if he wanted and he would show him the city, and she was angry that he didn't call her. He said she could come too. She handed him a small carved plaque. He asked what it was. She said it was from the Zhuge clan. They've recently entered the arms business. This company is located southeast of Anhui. By inserting a map here, he hoped he'd find time to visit the place. Ho Jung took the sign, but he didn't quite understand what it gave him. He looked at it with gratitude. He asked why she had given it to him, not quite knowing what was going on. It was a surprise to him. She said it was just a gift. Spear and staff were not the best battle companions for him, and she didn't know what his primary weapon was. Weapons, however, that's coming to this town this summer should be of high quality. Perhaps this will help him. Ho Jung felt grateful. He knew that they were from different clans, but the gesture was sincere, seemed pleased with his answer. She hugged her brother and said it was nothing, and that was a token of her gratitude for saving her daughter and son from the Zhuge clan. She knew that even her father would be proud of this act, and it was a favorable one. A bargain for their clan. Everyone around them continued to wave goodbye, but Ho Jung didn't turn around and continued on his way. His face remained, and there was no room in his heart for regret. He walked forward without letting himself look back, knowing that his journey was just beginning, and he wasn't ready to stand still. Younghwa was surprised by his action. She expected him to look back at least a little, but he didn't. He walked without thinking about what he's leaving behind. She asked Ah Young that he was amazing. She, who had been watching him for a short time, but already understood why the Green Mountain clan became one of the 7 greats in such a short time. He's really impressive, and each had hoped their paths would cross again. But now there was. It was unclear whether they would be on the same side together, or be enemies. Hyen stood at the window and watched the figure of Ho Jong and his brother walk away, who were heading away confident and calm in their step. However, his heart was full of rage, and every step they took caused more and more annoyance. His hand clenched into a fist, and he felt the blood rush to his cheek. He hated them both, Ho Jong and his brother. He ordered the servant to hand it over to the successor of the Thane clan. Their target is leaving right now. These two people became a personal grudge for him to symbolize that he had not yet reached that. What he was striving for. Ho Jong's father sat in his office immersed in papers and business records. Outside the window, evening and soft light slowly descended, lit up the wooden furniture. Suddenly, the office door opened, and the general manager entered. The man was habitually collected, his face reflected the gravity of the situation. Ho Jung's father looked up, although the news of the children's return was expected, and he was looking forward to them, and missed them. The mention of the letter from the Moyung clan caught his attention. He knew that the Moyung and Yong clans weren't partners, and he wasn't surprised that they weren't leading trade affairs. He opened it, scrutinizing the lines written by the Moyong clan elder. Everything seemed to be within normal limits until he looked at it. Stopped at one phrase that suddenly made him freeze. They were suggesting that the two clans join forces. They said the time had come to become one and rise together to power. It was a serious proposition and perhaps an implicit threat. He didn't know what the move was, but his gut told him he had no choice but to respond. There was too much at stake. The letter was falling back, and Ho Jong's father got up and started pacing around the room, his thoughts raging. He was going over the options in his head, thinking over every word, every move he could make. The elder of the Moyung clan was known for his cruelty and ruthlessness. His name was repeatedly mentioned in conversation as a symbol of strength and fear, and his reputation was so strong that no one dared question his decisions. His gaze was always cold, and his manners cold, restrained and stern. Every word he spoke was like a hammer blow. Every decision he made was like an order. Ho Jong's father sat in his study thinking about an unusual letter I'd just received. For over 300 years ago, after a bloody uprising, the Moyong clan was forced to relocate from Liaoning province to central Hunan, where they began to re-establish their influence through maritime trade. At that moment, the Moyong clan ceased all trade ties, concentrating on building a foothold in the new region rather than expanding trade. But now that I've received the letter, Ho Jong's father thought about it. He thought it wouldn't work. He gave him paper and ink and wanted to write a letter back. They immediately brought him everything he needed, all needed. He was wary, for any offer from such a clan always carried hidden threats. It was necessary to prepare a response so that to understand Moyon's intentions, but he wasn't sure if this cooperation would be beneficial. Meanwhile, the weather outside was cool, but the father couldn't help but worry about his children. He hoped that they would not suffer from the changeable weather conditions they encountered on their journey. He knew that the journey was not easy for them, and at that moment, thoughts of family began to dominate his mind. At that time, Ho Jung and his group, when they left this piece of land, the heat was unbearable. They couldn't concentrate and quickly began to lose strength, so Ho Jong asked Ji Peng if he's doing well. His brother, meanwhile, was suffering from a hangover, which made the situation more complicated. Despite the heat, Ho Jung kept his cool and tried to keep up the morale of their group, and they also ran all the way there from Hefei. All tired, they almost fell to the ground, trying to find shelter from the blazing sun. When the squad leader saw how relaxed the guards were, he couldn't stand it. He raised his voice and began to shout at his subordinates, pointing out their mistakes and weaknesses. After all, the system had broken down. Ho Jung saw that they were weak and whether they would be worthy of membership in a blue task force if they can't even stand up to such a challenge. The task force had to be alert and prepared, and had to constantly maintain his stamina and readiness for any hardship. Ho Jong made the decision to go to the nearest house, to find something to eat as their strength was dwindling, and the commander argued that it was his job. He went and opened the door and found himself in an empty room. He went in and asked if anyone was there. He looked around and saw that it was empty. Then he saw some man and asked if they were open. Looking for some food, he asked the owner, who looked a little embarrassed. For food, 30 people. But then someone came up saying they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Ho Jung turned around when he heard a familiar voice, and as soon as his gaze fell on the heir to the Tang clan, in front of him stood the same man who 2 days ago was sure that everything was over for Heo Jung. In the heir's hand, had a cast on, and his movements were a little stiff, but it didn't stop him from exuding confidence. He said he'd seen him 2 days ago. Heo Jung squinted slightly, trying to understand how he could be so calm in such a situation. Seeing his confidence, he couldn't hide it. Of surprise, Heo Jung didn't think he would be so confident after losing his arm. He thought he'd be afraid of him forever after that. Tang grinned as he felt a strange sense of victory fill him from the inside, and said that Ho Jung wouldn't yap anymore, but Ho Jung. Surprised, Heo Jung couldn't help but notice how cocky and almost contemptuous his words sounded. He saw a man in front of him who, in spite of his loss, didn't just get over it, asked if he had heard of shadow poison. He asked with a mocking look, as Ho Jung tried to hide the anxiety that maybe flashed in his eyes. Then he said that how could he know it, for it was impossible to even notice it, not to smell or color it. Heo Jung felt his breathing slow down for a moment, but he was an experienced fighter, and his intuition immediately told him that something was wrong. Like this, with every passing moment, Heo Jung was getting stronger. Suddenly he rushed forward, and the Tang clan's heir didn't have time to react to his attacks that should. Ho Jung made a decisive blow, and Heir Tang fell to his knees in shock. At the moment when the Crown Prince's hand of the Tang clan closed his mouth, and he couldn't understand how this was possible, because he definitely used poisonous yang energies, and 3 poisons were enough to activate the shadow poison. But who shouted out? Ho Jung stopped. He jumped down from above to meet him. The assistant saw that the situation was getting out of control and couldn't hold back any longer. His face reddened with rage and fear. His eyes burned with menace as he shouted for him to stop his actions, and said that, if he didn't stop, things would be bad for him. But Ho Jung only tilted his head slightly towards the assistant and looked at him with such cold confidence and asked, "What happens if he doesn't stop?" The deputy didn't expect such an answer. He shut up abruptly, clearly unprepared for such pressure, and was surprised that he took it. To take his master hostage. Ho Jung ordered him to step forward unless he wanted his master to be with a broken neck. Deputy felt his knees buckle slightly. At that moment, he realized that this man could not be dealt with by mere threats. But even so, in the face of fear, he was still trying to maintain a semblance of determination. The assistant's understanding of the situation was distorted by his pride and arrogance. He had no intention of retreating, despite Ho Jung's clear warning. There was fury and determination in his eyes. He pulled out his whip and held it confidently. In his hands, he showed that he was not going to obey this man, who in his opinion was overconfident. With a confident movement, he approached to the deputy and, without giving him time to react, slapped him across the face and told him not to take any shortcuts, that it wouldn't work. And he ordered me to give him the whip. The assistant felt the change in the atmosphere and clutched the whip in his hands, but realized that it would be useless to resist, and still stepped on the guy's foot and broke his leg. He realized that he couldn't defeat him by force and at least tried to save his own pride. He finally handed it over and said it was a steel whip. Heo Jung took the whip, examining it as if he was testing it in his hands, feeling its power and strength, potential danger. When a red squad of warriors, not heeding the aid's warnings, launched an attack, the situation became dramatic. Turnover. They lined up in battle formation, ready to attack, confident that their numerical superiority and military training could prevail. But Ho Jung wasn't going to give up without a fight. He knew that every mistake he made could be fatal, but he also realized that only a strong will and a strong will. His tenacity would help him win this battle. The only plan in his mind was to not give these warriors the slightest chance. As they approached, Heo Jung took one quick step forward. His movements were impeccably precise and fast. He didn't just block attacks. He used his speed and strength to make his enemies lose coordination. Each of the attackers who tried to come at him soon realized that, could not break through a defense that was as tough as his intention. The last of the Red Warriors collapsed to the ground. Heo Jung stood among them, was looking at the battlefield with a nonchalant expression on his face. The aide didn't realize what he had just seen, but Heo Jung realized that he had overdone it. Thought it would be a good idea to attach another chain. The deputy, who was still feeling the growing tension and anger, pulled himself together again, his nerves. And despite all the warnings and his inner insecurity, he decided to act. He was angry that he was treating him this way, and disrespects him. The assistant, frustrated and annoyed that his attack did not produce the desired result, tried again to recover. Control. He was too proud and vindictive to just give up. Trying to get around Ho Jung from the other side, he lashed out and tore to the side, intending to hit the target with one decisive blow. The moment he intended to hit Heo Jung, his strike failed. In order to hit the target, his fist suddenly slammed into the back of the Tang clan heir who was nearby at that moment. The aide was stunned, quickly rushed to the Tang clan's heir. He ran up to his master, shocked at how things had turned out. His eyes were filled with despair and confusion. He started to check the heir's pulse and tried to see how he was feeling. Ho Jung asked if he knew how the elder would react. Of the clan, if he knew that his son had been wounded by his own aide. The aide was becoming more and more aware by the minute that his actions had led to disaster. At this moment, Ho Jung was watching with quiet curiosity and asked if he wanted to live and for him to listen to him. He was calm, too calm not to make the deputy even more anxious. He asked him something, but he was silent. Heojong slowly came closer, and his gaze was cold but penetrating. He asked why he was silent, asked him what he couldn't do for such a thing to happen. He went on to say that this place was far from Hefei, and they got there after a 2-day continuous journey, and still got here by one of the many rugged roads, and it was strange to him, and he was silent, not knowing what to say. Hojung went on to say that that man was from Sichuan, and how did they know they would go that way and stop there? He contorted his face in surprise. Ji Peng, exhausted by the heat and physical condition, did not understand what was going on inside the building. The situation got out of control. When the commander saw Ho Jung, who was coming out of the building with bloody sleeves, he couldn't help but wonder what. Something terrible had happened. The bag in his hands and the blood on his clothes were all alarming. Ho Jung asked if they had waited long. And although Ho Jung didn't explain what was happening, his collected and reserved demeanor suggested that he was dealing with something serious. Shin Mo asked what had happened because there was blood on his sleeves. All the warriors also looked at each other, not knowing what it meant. Everyone was silent. Ho Jung tried to pour water into his brother's mouth, sensing the tense atmosphere around him. He said it was okay, and that it wasn't his blood on his clothes. Shin Mo could only guess that Ho Jung had decided to arrange something, but he wasn't sure what exactly was the reason for what was happening, and he thought he had already punished them. Ho Jung replied that he hadn't done anything wrong, but had just turned them into vegetable, and had to take some extra measures to keep them from continuing on their journey. Said that sometimes unfounded rumors are stronger. Sword. When Hyun returned home, the atmosphere was tense and full of anticipation. When he entered his father's study, he felt a stare. The people who were watching him. Hyun walked slowly down the hallway, his footsteps echoing in the void as if each step was heavier than the last. His heart was beating anxiously in his chest, and his mind was racing with thoughts. His footsteps became more and more confident as he approached the door of the office. He said he was back. He realized that meeting his father was more than just a conversation. It was a collision of two worlds. As soon as he entered the study, his father looked at him. His face was calm, but there was a sternness in his eyes hidden behind the thickness of years and experience. Father painted orchids. That was his. A way to calm down and find inner balance. But there was obviously no time for calm now. He immediately brought up the important issue that worried everyone, asked if what he'd heard was true, and the son asked what it was. But there was obviously no time for calm now. All asked if it was true that he had used another man's blade to kill a man. His gaze was stern and his voice cold. Hyung stood in front of him, not knowing how to answer. Father continued to emphasize the importance of what was happening, about whether it was true that he had ordered the eldest son of the Tang clan to be killed, the young master of the Yong clan. There was not only a threat hidden in those words, but also a denunciation that was weighing on him. Father thought that he would at least take care of it. About concealing his identity. His silence and hesitation in answering made the situation even worse. His father asked again if it was true. He realized that he had wronged his son, who looked down and did not know what to say. Then he began to apologize to his father. Places and said that even when Sanwa was injured, he did not waver and yet allowed himself to make such a stupid mistake. He did not realize what the reason was. It was only one possibility that something had shaken his self-control, or the second possibility that Ho Jung was better than he'd imagined, and father understood that it's two options at once. Hyung lowered his head, not knowing what to say. His father had always been his rock, but now this judgment was weighing heavily on him. He tried to make excuses for his actions, but realized there was no room for excuses. He was wrong. He knew it. Hyung couldn't meet with his father's eyes. Father realized that the eldest daughter of the Juge clan liked his son. Father was right. He didn't know how to contradict him, and he was ashamed. Looked at his son with a little understanding and a little contempt. He went on to say that this was the only case in which a man is weak, is when he falls in love with someone and immediately loses control of his temper. The son was silent and couldn't answer. He should have thought before he acted, but instead, he let his emotions and aspirations cloud his judgment. The son knew he didn't. Excuses. Father said he sent a hawk to the Juge clan. Hyung's eyes widened in surprise, and he didn't understand why his father did it. But his father replied that he was the son of the head of a great clan, on more than good for the daughter of the Zhuge clan. But he thought it was his father who was being deceived. Wasn't sure. In himself. The father continued that he was trying to say that he needed to see her, not as a wife, but as a sharpening stone for his self-control. Son thanked him. Jung realized that he had lost once to Ho Jung, but now he would never make the same mistake again. The father recognized his son then and now. He wanted his son to go and rest after the road. Father was going to settle the matter with the head of the Green Mountain Yong clan. He was thinking about what to do. It had been almost 20 days since Ho Jung had been on the road. They were happy to see their father again, who met them with the same, with joy as always. He hugged them and said he was glad they were back, and immediately told Ji-pan to rest and sent him to his quarters. And Ho Jung stayed with his father to talk. His father put him at the table where they had a cup of tea together. His father also offered him something stronger to drink, and Ho-jung didn't mind, so he picked up the cup and drank the whole thing in one gulp. His actions were swift and decisive, and when he put the cup down, the manager standing nearby watching was surprised. He remarked how confidently Ho-jung drank without showing the slightest concern. During the conversation, my father noticed that Ho-jung looked tired, but Ho-jung just waved it off. The mall didn't do anything special. He just keeps practicing. However, the father was a little surprised that his son had organized a training session on the road, just running. Every day I'd increase my jogging time by 8 minutes. It helps keep you in shape without letting your body get used to the exertion. This was a good workout for me and the squad. Dad asked if he'd done it with his brother. He said he hadn't. My father was shocked, not expecting such persistence. Ho-young replied that the entire squad had been running with him for 20 days, including Shin Mo. Everyone did it together. Father thought about it and was very amazed. Then he heard from his son. It was inconceivable to him that they had run all 20 days with the group. The father asked if he had overworked himself, and he replied that this is just the beginning of reaching the peak of martial arts, dedicating his whole life to it. He wants to be confident in his abilities, and he was. In this, looking at his son, the father realized that he had changed. He saw his son become more mature and confident as he took over responsibility for his people, for the clan, and how he strived to be better than he was. And he realized that his son had changed that very day before his punishment. He realized that he was now an adult and a man he could seem to rely on. Ho-jung nodded silently. He didn't need to, because he knew his father was proud of him. So his father said he had heard rumors of clashes with the Namgung clan, but he interrupted him and said that they were the ones who initially started fighting with him, and told him everything that had happened. And that's when my father found out that the second young lord of the clan had entered. Just like that. He looked at his father after his story, and realized that it was the first time he had ever seen his father with that look, with that stern face. He didn't understand why his face changed so quickly. And then finally he answered and said that head Namgung apologized and sent him a letter. Sanghwa confessed that she was the one who caused the conflict at the tavern. And Ho-jung was also surprised at that behavior of that Namgung Kalan family. Father asked, understood, if he knew what had happened. And now he understood why the head of the Namgung clan had sent him a letter of apology, which meant that he had abandoned his. So that the son wouldn't lose face, the daughter wrote off her attempt to ruin Ho-jung as a personal grudge that had nothing to do with the clan's affairs. Clan head. Namgung was not stupid, and was as cunning as a snake. Ho-jung's father confirmed his words. Their manner always amazed him, and since his father thought that since he was the head, the clan had noticed it, so his insight wasn't dormant. He wondered if he should accept their apology and asked Hyo-jun about it. He thought about it, and said that a martial artist's life would always be in danger, and he was fine with it, that it would be good for their reputation. He was satisfied. The father understood his son's wish. He didn't want to keep him any longer and wanted him to go and have a rest. The son didn't mind. He got up from the table. When the son came to the door and was about to leave, his father stopped him and he turned around. She looked at him questioningly, expecting some kind of question. And the father looked at him and said, with pride in his eyes, that his son had done well. He was proud of his son and what he had done. He saw in him a strong warrior. He smiled and told his father that he had no trouble at all, and he was glad to hear his father say that. The praise was worth a lot. At dawn the next day, Ho-jung left his dwelling and once again immersed himself in grueling physical exercise. A sense of harmony and contentment overflowed his soul, creating the perfect conditions for constant self-improvement. And so it went on for a long time. He was constantly exhausting himself with intense training, month after month, 2 months after 3 months, and then for 6 months. He clearly felt that the physical condition of his body was close to perfection at the moment, every day in spite of. He continued to work on himself without any hint of rest or slackening of pace. He never stopped, always continuing his training. After almost a year, the moment came when he achieved what he wanted. His discipline was ironclad, and he would not allow himself to relax even for a moment. And, although physically his body was subjected to severe tests, the inner sense of satisfaction from progress and self-development became paramount to him, a source of power. Now he knew he was ready to face this evil that had once threatened his life and the lives of his loved ones, and now was ready to face the enemy head-on. Godok-san completed investigations on all 3 of his requests, and found that the situation turned out to be a lot more complicated than he expected. Accepting the request without time to think about it, he almost lost all the money he had, earned it by begging. I had to get something as a commission at least. He was also planning to come back in a month or so. In 2 weeks, and Ho Jung needed to prepare a lot of delicious food. If he didn't like it, he would make a scene. Specified that it was Ho Jong he was going to visit, and that it would be a long journey. It meant that the information he was going to pass on was so important that it couldn't be sent by letter, because if it leaked, there would be serious problems. After receiving the information, he realized that soon it would be his time to act. At that moment, his father appeared behind him, watching intently. Behind him, he looked at him with interest, questioning his gaze. Today was outdoor training, and now he had finished it. Father asked if he had finished training. Heo Jung replied that the training was over. Ho Jung looked at his father, and it was as if he felt it. His gaze gestured for him to follow him. Immediately, without words, Heo Jung followed him, confidently stepping beside him, ready to trust him. Example in decisions. His father declared that he needed to go with him and led him along. Ho Jung didn't immediately understand why it was necessary, just now after the training, and started to worry that maybe he had done something wrong. However, he realized that he had been practicing all along and hardly broke any rules. What could he be guilty of? His father led him into the woods and showed him one thing, a place. It was a forest where the true natural Azure key was hidden. Father walked over to the weapons that were placed in large numbers. It was attached to a board, and although Ho Jong didn't quite understand why he needed a weapon, he could guess. Then his father told him to choose. It was a precursor to some serious training with him. He was both surprised and a little scared that he was going to fight his father. He was a little freaked out about having to train with his dad, and he asked his father if they were going to have a fight, and the father asked if it would be a serious fight. He said it would be a serious fight. His father explained that otherwise there would be no point in bringing him here, if everything was just a game. That meant it was serious. Ho Jung chose the spear from a variety of weapons, which surprised his father. The choice was unexpected because he didn't expect his son to choose it, this particular weapon. However, despite his surprise, he did not object. My father chose the sword himself, deciding it was the most suitable instrument for this kind of combat. He was ready to use all his loyalty, a sword technique he had been taught since childhood. His father was serious in his intentions, and his expectations for the upcoming fight became more and more colorful. Ho Jong realized it was the sword and technique of the 8 children of the king. But before they started practicing, their father turned to them with a question for his son. He wanted to find out if he knew why he came here today to observe his fighting technique. Heo Jung replied that he did, of course, to see him grow and improve. My father agreed with this, but added that there was another equally important. The reason, though, it may not be so obvious. He would say it after their shadowing, and he had to wait for that moment. Heo Jung understood, and then they began to prepare for the fight. The father couldn't help but notice how high his son's level of preparation and confidence was, with which he approached the upcoming action. Heo Jung, on the other hand, did not waste any time either. He continued to improve his skills, technique honing every move to the point of automaticity. Again and again, he tested his reactions carefully, watching each step to be completely ready to fight. It was very easy for him to do. His father watched his son use everything he had learned, and with each movement, he became more and more determined and confident. Heo Jung, on the other hand, didn't stand still. He used the new tactics he had been studying for the past few days. Their actions became no less spectacular and technically perfect. Their bout was filled with grace and skill. Every step they took, every movement they made, seemed almost part of a dance where every gesture was thought out and executed with the utmost precision. The fighters demonstrated not only strength and speed, but also incredible harmony in their actions, as if every attack and defense were part of a carefully planned performance. Ho Jung and his opponent moved with amazing synchronization, deftly dodging attacks and lightning-fast counterattacks. They even used the flying swallow technique. Their actions had no unnecessary effort, no sudden inept lunges. Everything was perfectly calibrated, and his father then stopped and looked at him, and he was impressed with the son's strength, and the son too by his father's techniques. For a moment it seemed that they were not just fighting, but participating in something great, an almost mystical ritual. Then the father said he would show him something else, and began to act. He started the fight again, challenging his son once more, but now with new intentions. Heo Jung was amazed by his posture. Father used a technique he called the Sword of Greatness. This style was different from anything Ho Jong had seen before. It combined incredible strength and impeccable precision. Every strike, every defense seemed perfect and in. Every step he took was thought out to the smallest detail. Every movement was admirable, as if he were a man of the world. My father used the sword not to do damage, but to express his skill. The Sword of Greatness was not just a weapon, but an extension of his will. And Ho Jong felt it with all his soul. They fought like true masters with grace and skill, turning every movement into a vivid and powerful one. Action. Their fight was a spectacle that captured the imagination. Every clash of their weapons was in perfect harmony, Lightning-fast attacks and defenses looked like something amazing, almost supernatural. However, despite all the admiration, he was not going to give up. Ho Jung, feeling his father's incredible power, continued to fight with full persistence. He didn't allow himself any doubt or fear, his confidence only. And even with the full force of his father's attack, he did not retreat, ready to respond to his every move. The duel continued, and every minute was soaked with tension, that the air around them shook with energy. They fought with such finesse that even each one, the smallest movement, became part of something much larger. The son was surprised that his father had thrown himself thereby, reducing the power of the sword. Staring at him was the onslaught, defense hitting offense, and then more offense. Ho Jung kept moving forward despite the odds. He knew that this battle with his father, is an important step in his journey, and he couldn't afford to back down. In other words, it was a tactic for the present, of combat. With each step, with each new movement, he felt his own technique and skill becoming more and more refined. Father on the other side. He saw that Ho Jung was capable of more, and it awakened his son to new heights of skill. He saw that Ho Jung was capable of more, and it awakened him. He wanted to show his son the true limits of strength and skill. The son swung his sword, and his father closed even the loopholes he managed to pierce. It reminded him of a stone wall with no flaws. His father was already almost at his peak and was approaching perfection in the martial art, and that's why Ho Jung could afford to keep fighting him. His movements were so polished that they seemed perfect, and his every move spoke volumes of years of hard work. He was at the top of his form and ready to show everything he had accumulated over the years of training. However, Ho Jung didn't feel any fear or anxiety. His father told him to attack. As he looked at his father, he realized that despite this degree, he could still continue to fight him. He wasn't going to give up because he was on his own path of development, and with every fight, grew stronger. It was at times like this, when his opponent was so experienced and powerful, that he felt he had room to grow. Fighting someone like that by his opponent was an invaluable lesson for him. The fight then came to its conclusion. Even though the fight was over, Ho Jung could feel it. It's still burning inside him to keep going. Still, he realized that getting the tiger's energy was hard, unless it was a matter of life. But despite his desire to continue, he knew the fight was over, and the end was inevitable. All he could do at that moment was thank his father. His father's eyes were full of anticipation, and he couldn't help but feel curious as to how Ho Jung perceived his technique. It wasn't just a desire to know his son's opinion, but also a sincere desire to understand how deeply he appreciated the art he had mastered. The son replied that it was close to it. Perfection. He said there wasn't a single flaw. It was important for my father to hear how his methods were perceived by someone who had not yet reached that level. The son said that the technique of encompassing it all at once was his father's martial art. He also realized that he had identified his technique from the first. A look. The father asked if it was true what the son had said, but he was certainly sincere in his words and said that it was absolutely true. His father confessed that he would like him to follow in his footsteps. His words sounded sincere, and one could feel not only pride, but also pride and hope. Even though he was the head of the family, he was first and foremost a father. So, he wanted his sons to follow in his footsteps. He didn't impose his will, but still wanted Ho Jung to take that path. But he also realized that his son had already taken a different path, and he realized exactly where the son was going. The father, who was watching his son, soon realized that Ho Jung did not share his aspiration. He realized that his son had no desire to become the head of the family, and that he had no desire to be the head of the family. The path is not what he seeks. He is convinced today that his destiny is not in the mountains, and his eyes are fixed on the world. His decision was not due to weakness or unpreparedness, but rather because Ho Jung had his own way, his own calling, and he was sure that chooses. The father wanted to see if his son had any desire to become the head of the family. To do so, he decided to organize a fight in the hope that it would reveal Ho's true intention. Jung. And at some point, the father said that even parents can't fully influence the future of their children, that their fate is always left in their hand. The children themselves. Ho Jung noticed that his father was a little worried. The fight was undoubtedly good and intense, but his father was clearly up to something, and suggested that sometimes we do something like this. And maybe I wanted my son to get stronger, faster, and make important other decisions, but it didn't work out. The father turned around to leave, but suddenly his son called out to him. He turned around and Ho Jung said a few words that were surprising. He said that even if his path was different from the one his father had chosen, his heart would always remain in his native land, in the place where he had been born. He said that even if he was called a demon, he would continue to protect his clan and people. He was willing to fight for them and send his own. A sword against the entire outside world if necessary. Father was shocked by such words. He was sure of one thing if anyone dared to call his son that. the demon would be immediately struck by his sword. He turned around and walked away again, suggesting that his son rest and not think about today's fight. Ho-jung returned home and lay on his bed, thinking about the words his father had said. He was still thinking about what his father would have wanted him to do. He became the head of the family to carry on his work and reinforce their family tradition. He used to think that his father wanted to make his youngest son the head. It turned out that his father was counting on him, but at the same time, Ho-jung realized that he had his own path to follow. He mentally apologized to his father for not being able to fulfill his wishes. He had his own duty to fulfill. He knew that if the villain's clan wasn't stopped, there would be no future for the species. An alliance that was trying to take over completely threatened to destroy everything. Heo-jung remembered how the Black Island was covered in blood. He knew he had to destroy this alliance, or the evil they carried would consume everything around them. His head was splitting with these thoughts. At this time, Ho-jung's father was in his office with his assistant, thinking about what his son had said. He was still thinking about Ho-jung's words when he said that his heart would stay in this place forever. The father realized that for his son, it would be a difficult journey, and his words left a deep mark on his soul. The aide, noticing that the general was silent, decided to ask if the tea was to his liking. He continued that he had recently received a reply to a letter from the Moyung clan. The elder took the letter in his hands, unfolded it, and began to read it. His gaze grew, increasingly focused as he realized how persistent and determined the people of this clan were. They again proposed a renewal. The general said thoughtfully that it looked like they were not giving up hope and would continue to insist. The general said thoughtfully that it looked like they had not given up hope and would continue to insist on his proposals. The elder asked what the general thought about it. He was surprised that he asked for his opinion on the matter. As he pondered the contents of the letter, he noted that the Moyung clan was quite capable, and if things went well, it would bring a lot of profit. It could eventually help him fill the needs of those people who were affected by the summer floods and have fallen on hard times. General. He was still unsure of the clan's intentions, but he saw it as an opportunity to improve the situation in the region. After thinking about it, the elder said that there was something to it. The general continued talking to the aide, saying that if the Moyung clan was up to something else, they would be ready for it. The general also mentioned that his son could play an important role in resolving the issue. He thought about the possibility of arranging a marriage between Ho-jung and the daughter of the Moyung clan to strengthen ties and ensure a long-term relationship. Father was shocked by the general's words. He did not take his eyes off the general. He went on to say that Yonghua is not only intelligent, but also has an excellent character, which makes her suitable not only for her personal life, but also and as a worthy consort for the future head of the family. If his son was to become the head of the family, he would need an ally to support him. My father thought about the proposal, sensing the importance of choice in such a matter. He realized that it could play a key role in the future, the development of their family. 10 days later, Godek-san came to the house. He had not appeared for a long time, and now he came with a desire to eat. Said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Heo-jung said hello and asked him if he had finally come to see them. He was looking forward to seeing him. He asked if the food was ready for him, since he hadn't eaten in 3 days. Ho-jung had already set the table, and there was a lot of food on it. Ho-jung added that if he left any rice, he wouldn't get any soup. The servant set up a large table, and Godek wasted no time in eating. Everything on the table was eaten instantly. Ji-pung, who was watching this, thought that Godek was a real monster, but he realized that he had underestimated him. Ability. Godek's youth was such that he could eat as much as 12 pounds of pork without fatigue. Godek's youth was impressive. His appetite seemed almost bottomless, which caused others not only admiration, but also some concern. Every time he would sit down at the table, and the food would seem to disappear in the blink of an eye, all thanks to his young age and incredible energy. When he was offered a cup, he refused the tea, making no secret of the fact that he'd prefer something stronger. That wasn't surprising, but Ho-jung didn't want it. Still, he turned to his brother, brought him a drink, and he quickly complied with his request. After Godek had finally quenched his hunger and thirst, they could get down to business. He began the conversation to discuss the situation in Murama. He said he had not noticed anything unusual, except that the Shaolin monks had begun to leave their monasteries. Ho-jung asked if there's a religious group that harms people, and Godek asked something like a demonic cult. Ho-jung realized that the Seumga cult had not started to act on the cult. Heo-jung realized that the Seumga cult had not begun to take effect at this stage. Then he went on about Moyung-gung's younger brother, about where and what he was doing. Godek replied that the details were given in the letter. Ho-jung took the letter in his hands and carefully unfolded it. He concentrated on the lines, feeling the words gradually, crashing into his mind. He absorbed every word, and with each paragraph he read, his gaze grew more intense. Godek didn't understand why, to him. Then he asked about maritime trade. Each phrase carried not only information, but also hidden meanings. Gadik said he was doing business in Zhejiang province, and that the profit from that business was 1/10 of the clan's income, and he was impressed with him. With his abilities, Hojong recognized his uniqueness and ingenuity. He knew that these were his undeniable qualities, that he could solve any problem if he could. And Gadik also said that his character was different from everyone in the clan he was in. Heojung knew he was like that. Recalled how he once stood before him and was grateful as he bowed before him, asking him to take care of his brother who had betrayed him. It was a tough moment when he felt helpless, but still remained true to his principle. Heojung knew that. A humble man, Hojong knew he should use his help if he wanted to unite the Muram. After all, force won't work, like he did in Hukdo. Gadik-san started regarding the last request, but he had one question to ask Hojong first. Hojong wasn't. Against. The one asked how he knew about what he was about to tell him, but Hojong asked what exactly he knew about. He was someone who rarely was revealing his feelings. He knew that this question was not just curiosity, and then Gadik-san added that those he would tell about had power. About how Hojung knew that the Miyung clan was secretly training the Sword of Doom. Hojung nodded, processing this information, and he seemed very amazed at what he heard. The head of Colin Myung stood up, looking at his subordinates as if assessing them from his position. He asked how the work was progressing. The subordinate replied that it would be finished in 5 days, would be neutralized. It wasn't a matter of discussion. Everyone knew that no one would dare to go against his will. Chung looked worried. The martial art of his ancestors would soon be in his hands, and it was normal for him to be excited. Cheon was anticipating the taste of victory he felt, as his heart beat in time with the growing excitement. 300 years ago, his ancestors, along with the Four Directions Emperor, had defeated a blood cult and adopted some of his art. He thought the rest of it was gone until he discovered this place. He knew the effort was all. A sacrifice and planning will finally yield the long-awaited result. There was an emperor's technique that was unrivaled, and if he mastered it, will acquire skills superior to the 30 strongest clan. He asked if there was any news from the Moyung clan. He replied that there was none, and that they were silent and postponed the answer. He thought Gongmyeon was too soft. He thought that if they refused, it was worth ending their clan and himself. Thought that if they didn't work together, it would be easier for him to destroy them. The subordinate asked if he was sure of his decision. He looked off into the distance and thought about it. Cheon was excited and his thoughts were racing. He knew that there was an important moment ahead to restore the battle techniques. So he asked him. The subordinate wasn't curious and wanted to see how many days the Yong clan would be able to hold out against his technique that he would soon recover. Heo Jung became furious after realizing all of the Miyung clan's intentions. It was like a sudden and unexpected thunderclap. He couldn't believe it was going on. He knew this clan was ruthless, but he didn't realize it would go this far. His face grew tense and his eyes flashed. A real rage. His hands clenched into fists, and a rage he couldn't contain any longer flared up inside him. He realized they weren't just. They became a threat, and that threat demanded immediate action. Gadik-san was so frightened that his heart nearly gave out. He stood, paralyzed, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Everything around him seemed unreal. Hojong is usually calm and reserved, and that rage wasn't just an emotional outburst. It was something much more dangerous. There was an aura from Heojung that was so strong, didn't pierce him. He even assumed that he had feuded with the Myung Kalin in his past life. His breathing became heavy, and his hands began to shake slightly. He knew at that moment he couldn't hide anything. His whole body, all his instincts were screaming. He wouldn't calm down. Everything inside him was burning. He was angry that those dared to destroy his father, bury his brother, and destroy the clan. Everything around him froze, and the sound seemed to disappear. There was only deafness in Hojong's ears. The sound of his own heart. His silence was far more intimidating than any shout or threat. Heo Jung was relentless, and his fury was unrelenting. Hojong's father came in, his face a look of care and concern. He immediately sensed the tension in the air when he noticed that his son looked. As if he wasn't just practicing, there was something else that was bothering Hojong. The father knew his son well and could understand him asking about it. That something was bothering him. He replied that it was only his slow progress and training. His father replied that his strength could match the head of the family, and that he's in a hurry. He agreed, and then his father gave him the manuscript and told him that his son's technique was designed to attack, and so far, he's been holding his own physical strength. But now the drain on his strength could be considerable, and he thought there might be vulnerabilities now, and the answer to dragon power is the answer, with counterattacks. And this manuscript could help him develop his fighting skills. Ho Jung accepted the manuscript, feeling the burden not only materially, but also emotional. He had his own techniques, and if he wished to awaken the blue dragon, he would have no problem with a counterattack, he thought. Ho-jung stood in silence, still holding the manuscript in his hand. He realized that nothing could be more precious than this moment when his father handed it over. His experience and wisdom put into these lines. The manual his father had written many years ago was now the key to his inner understanding, and he was grateful to him. There was nothing more meaningful than this act of his father, not just passing on knowledge to him. He was passing on a part of himself, and then walking out. He asked when his son would be leaving the forest. He said he would be leaving tomorrow. Looking at the manuscript in his hands, Ho-jung realized that this gift from his father was priceless. He realized that being in the clan would make it difficult for him to assess the enemy. He needed to assess the enemy personally, and his father then said he understood him. His father called him to follow him. His father's words were brief, but there was so much strength and confidence in them that Ho-jung couldn't help it to follow. He had a gift for his son. They walked down an old familiar street past the houses where Ho-jung used to play as a child. It was midnight. As his father led him towards the blacksmith's house, Ho-jung felt his heart racing. His father wanted to give him a present before he left. When they arrived at the forge, Ho-jung noticed that the blacksmith Pyong was already waiting for them. He asked if he was there and if they had disturbed him. The blacksmith was already in his usual clothes, a greasy leather apron, his hands covered with scars from years of work. His face was wrinkled, but his eyes still shone with the same determination and focus that Ho-jung remembered from his childhood. And he was already waiting for them there, and he said so. He was a man who gave his all to every endeavor, no matter what it was. And now he added that the goods were just about ready. And then Ho-jung's father asked if it was difficult. He came closer, and Ho-jung, uncertainly following him, also noticed how the blacksmith Pyong, proudly showing off his finished work. He was a master, and 2 weeks was enough time for him to do it, since it wasn't the first time. Ho-jung stood in front of blacksmith Pyong. His hands trembled slightly. He couldn't believe his eyes. He marveled at how perfectly it was made. His father told him to get his gun. He looked up at his father, who was standing nearby, watching, and he said he would. Had a strong shaft with 6 bindings, and he felt the weight and power. His hands immediately felt the large blade. Ho-jung ran his fingers over it once more. The sword blade felt the cold hardness of the metal, and a sudden sense of pride was awakened in his chest. His father asked if he liked it. He said he did. It's heavy, but he loved it. He knew that this weapon was not just a symbol of power, but a symbol of all the work that had gone into making it, of all the history that had gone into it, that he and his father had lived together, and the road ahead of them. It was just what he needed. Then they went out, and Ho-jung thanked the blacksmith, and then looked back at his father. This wasn't just a gift. It was the beginning of a new stage of his journey in, where there would be no room for doubts or mistakes. The father on the way asked if his son had thought about getting married yet. Ho-jung stopped and was surprised at this. A question, and he said he hadn't thought about it yet, and asked if there was a party. Father said about the daughter of the Mo-young clan, and said that she has different powers, with his abilities. But the son answered why this particular clan, because there are many others, where there are also good options for his future marriage. But the father replied that this clan had offered him a trade, and that's why he had talked about the daughter of that clan. And the father knew that many clans were consolidating, a union through the bonds of matrimony. Then the father told his son to think he'd heard nothing from him, and that he himself was against marriage without love between couples. It was very strange to Ho-jung that the Mo-young clan was trying to establish a relationship with their clan, but he couldn't understand the real reason for this behavior. And suddenly, Ho-jung remembered that after the fall of their clan in his previous life, the strongest clan was called the Mayong clan instead of the Mayong clan. It was at that moment the Mayong clan began to lose its strength gradually, and he was thinking about the fall of the Mayong clan, and he thought about the Mayong clan and their sea trade with groceries, then about the Myung clan invasion, but he couldn't make the connection and couldn't understand what really happened there. So he asked his father a question. He wanted to know who told him to marry him, because he wouldn't have done it himself. So his father said it was Tae-gyun, the manager. He was very modest. He was the one who handled the clan's financial affairs. And his father told him to take it personally, because he'd recommended it for their family. Ho-jung stood holding his new weapon, but his thoughts were far away. He had always known there was a traitor in the clan, and now there was a suspect. After returning to his room, the manager leisurely threw off his outer garments, his gaze falling on the window where it was cold. At this time, a quiet but confident voice suddenly sounded out. The manager turned around, and his gaze met with Ho-jung's eyes, who seemed to appear completely silently and unnoticed. A warm light instantly rushed into the manager's face, and Ho-jung wanted to discuss something. But even in the firelight, the manager's expression was surprised. He wasn't ready to welcome Ho-jung into his house, so he asked if he could find time for him. The same man recovered a little from his surprise and offered tea to his guest, his manner calm, and Ho Jung asked about what he was doing, offered to marry him. These words spoken by Ho Jung immediately made the manager feel slightly uneasy, and he apologized for it. Impertinence. A feeling of uneasiness arose inside him, and he wasn't ready for such a conversation. And then, Ho Jung said that he didn't mind marrying a beautiful woman. He noticed the expression on the manager's face change slightly when he said that his taste had only let the manager down a little. Said that Younghwa is really beautiful, she's dignified and noble, but such a perfect girl would be a burden to him, and he felt that she was more of a burden. Will keep her husband in her hands instead of trying to please him. He clearly felt the tension when Ho Jung said that. It seemed like Ho Jung was trying to convey more than just talking about marriage and what kind of girl was really right for him. Ho Jung added that that's why he had one request for him, and he asked what it was, and so he told the manager to give his father a hint. To be set up with another daughter of the Moyung clan. He was surprised, not expecting such a turn of events, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. He said that he was going to get married anyway, and would like to choose a wife as beautiful as Yeonhwa, but that's the only way he could, to get one step closer to being the head of the Yeon family. Ho Jung continued speaking, without even the slightest hint of irritation. The manager asked what he meant. Ho Jung said he was the grandson who would become the head of the family in the future. He told the manager, "I was being honest. Everyone knows that the father prepares the ground so that the end result will be what it should be." Ho Jung told him that he wouldn't forget his effort, so let the manager take on this important role in rebuilding the future. Of the clan, he couldn't contradict him. He said he would trust the Lord and do as he asked. The manager was a little wary, but he nodded, and Ho Jung told him to trust him and only him and walked out the door. The manager stood there thinking about what happened. The next morning, as promised, the manager came to Ho Jung's father's house. He approached him with a little excitement. "I had an important and possibly difficult matter to discuss. I brought several documents with me, among which was a list that needed to be checked." Ho Jung's father greeted him with a respectful nod and said he had done a great job. The words were pleasant, but to the manager himself, it was not so easy. He felt that not everything was easy, and his thoughts were troubling him. After a slight hesitation, he said that he would like to talk to her about it, of the young master's marriage, and he added that it might be worth considering another bride. Didn't say she was worse, just that maybe she should. To consider another option. Ho Jung's father listened carefully to the manager, and then asked what the reason for such a proposal he was. Somewhat puzzled, he explained that in his opinion, the young gentleman was too distinguished a man of considerable ability. I didn't mean to say that the young man wasn't worthy of a bride, but rather that it occurred to him that it would be better for him to choose someone other than her. Would be such a colorful person, but one with whom he would be at ease. It would be much more harmonious to his character than society. A girl with too many talents and merits. He also added that there was a possibility that the Moyung clan might refuse the marriage, because the head of the Moyung clan cares a lot about his daughter Younghwa. Father asked him if it was important to do business with their clan. He said it's all about money. Is strength. If thanks to this alliance can strengthen the clan, and if the profit from their alliances will improve the living conditions of people, and it will be, in the interest of all. The manager's words sounded logical, and the head thought about the fate of his people. He had always been a man who was concerned for the welfare of his people. He realized that he might need to adjust his views a little and agreed with the manager, ordered a letter to be sent to set a date. But it wasn't necessary for Younghwa to become his son, Ho Jung's wife now. The manager nodded his thanks with relief and turned around, heading for the exit. However, when he was about to leave the room, he was stopped. The head and told him he was working hard. The latter was glad to try. Satisfied with the results of their conversation, he gladly handed the letter to the messenger. He remarked, as he confidently took over the task, and felt that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking around at what was going on around him, the steward couldn't help but think about how long he had worked. He had given many years to this clan, and now he felt he had come to a turning point, the point at which the fate of both clans depended. He was thinking about his next move. He was sure that now, under the pretext of trade, the head of Moyung will be able to take over the territories of the Green Mountain Younghwa clan. He thought about how skillfully Younghwa used his power and strategy to confuse him, the people who evaluated her, and he was confident that he would be able to take the Moyung clan to new heights. The guards greeted the manager when they met him. With him, he nodded back and walked on, thinking that the head of the clan was one step closer to the rank of the strongest it was so good for him to be, and see the strongest of the Moyung clan. With satisfaction on his face, the manager headed to his office where he could immerse himself again into his business. At night of the same day, Ho-jung came to the manager's house again. He greeted him as usual and poured a cup of fragrant Lunjin tea flavor. This tea was so pleasant that Ho-jung couldn't help but express his surprise. He immediately noticed that the manager was a very unusual person and wondered where the manager had gotten such an exquisite treat. He had originally intended to give this tea to the head of the clan as a token, respect and appreciation. When he heard the praise, the manager was a little embarrassed, thinking that Ho-jung might be exaggerating his merits too much. However, Ko-jan continued his speech, emphasizing that in order to manage the affairs of an entire clan, you need to be a person with certain qualities and that. The manager has these qualities without a doubt. The manager frowned a little, but without hiding his gratitude said that he was always ready to fulfill important tasks and will continue to work side by side. Ho-jung said he made a decision. Ho-jung moved on to the main issue. He talked about the light, the future of the clan, and he asked if he was ready to tell him and did not hide his intention to figure out who of those who work next to him could, to be involved in some dark business. He wanted to know where those who were in league with him were hiding. He wanted to find out who besides the manager might be a threat, as a kind of rat. The manager tried to pretend he didn't know what his master was talking about, but Ho-jung was angry, couldn't help himself, and in a fit of rage he even broke a cup. He kept saying that the manager was a spy and that he knew all about him. The manager. Despite the accusations, he continued to defend himself. He argued that such a weak man could be a spy. Ho-jung didn't calm down. He reminded us that when a spy is to be sent, there are usually 3 conditions. Did not suspect him of being a spy. However, the manager behaved quite differently, too confident, almost defiantly, his position next to the head of the family was too obvious. Ho-jung was sure that the manager was not just a spy, but a special spy who had an important role to play. In the clan structure, the manager tried to justify himself by saying that the Lord had misunderstood him, but he was relentless. He was firmly convinced of suspicion and would not back down. He was annoyed by the manager's attempt to convince him that none of this was true. At that moment, into the room, Gadik-san entered. He was ready to avoid interfering in family disputes, but seeing the tense atmosphere, he decided to intervene. He got it. A letter. It was not just a letter, but a report for the Moyeong clan. And not just any report, but a report written in characters that needed to be deciphered. The vagabonds who were deciphering the signs spent days unraveling them to make sense of what was written. The manager couldn't understand how he got his hands on that letter. Ho-jung was on the verge of getting annoyed that he kept pretending. He wanted him to leave, or he wanted him to leave, taken away by force. The manager in this situation did not know what to say. He felt that his position was getting worse by the minute, increasingly hopeless. Soon he was taken into custody and led to the dungeon. As he walked down the corridor with a dejected look, he found himself in his cell. The guards were shocked that he turned out to be a spy. They didn't think this particular man could be such a traitor. They didn't realize how they could have made such a mistake in their judgment. After all, he had worked in this clan for so many years and was close to the head of the clan. And how could they now believe that he was really a spy? How could he look at them with such an insolent stare that caused bewilderment and irritation without hearing a word from him? The guards turned around. One of the guards left and said that the spies should have been prepared, that his death would not be quick or easy. The superintendent was silent. He didn't say a word as he continued to stand in his cell and examine it. Then he sat down on the floor and began to think about what he should do now. Drugan heard someone talking to him. The voice was unfamiliar, and it was. Strangely enough, he wasn't surprised. He said something to him, but the meaning of it was hidden. The manager began to follow the instructions that had been given to him. A key appeared in front of him. He took it in his hands and realized that it was the key to the very hatch through which he was to escape. This key had to be inserted at the bottom left point, then at the top right, and at the 3rd position from the top. Only then did the hatch open, and the manager took advantage of the moment to escape from the cell. Someone helped the steward escape from the dungeon, and he wasn't even in there an hour. Soon one of the guards met with another and asked if everything was all right. The other one replied that everything was fine. However, he was not sure what going on. He didn't know what was going on in this part of the palace because he wasn't in charge of this area. But the other guards said what he wanted, to switch places with him. He complained of hunger, saying he hadn't eaten anything all day, and his stomach was stuck to his back. He was surprised at his calmness. Colleagues given the current events, because the situation around him was not particularly calm. He didn't know what was going on around him. He noticed that his colleague was reacting too calmly to what was going on, even though the whole situation was tense. The other guard told him that the manager had already been caught. Soon the guard handed over the food and told them to go eat. He thought, however, that the one who left was a naive simpleton. Then he went into the room and found it empty. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Even though he knew that at least 4 of the 10 guards must have been in the room and sleeping, he now realized that he was suspicious. At that time, Ho-jung entered the room and curiously asked the guard if his food was cold and if he wanted a treat for dinner. Ho-jung mentioned that There's a good inn nearby. However, if he didn't want to, Ho Jung didn't insist. He asked if he wanted to eat the memorial meal, food. The guard took the hint and angrily glared and threw the plate of food towards Heo Jun, but he dodged it easily. The plate flew past him and out of the room, and then he punched through the ceiling and out into the street. He seized the moment and jumped to the roof. However, even on the roof there were guards waiting for him. He was at a loss to understand how he could have been tracked down. Ho Jung, on the other hand, remained calm. Walking over, he calmly said that his buddy had already been neutralized in the stables. He was surprised to hear that, and he went on to say that that's why he had to come down. Ho Jung's father was in his office, preoccupied with preparations for a possible meeting. He was carefully wiping the blade of his sword, gazing at it, its gleam that mirrored the dark shape of his own face. With each movement, he felt the weapon take on new life in his hand, as if every millimeter of the blade became an integral part of him. The sword was not only a symbol of strength, but also a sign of respect as his own. The blade was ready. He swung it a few times in the air, feeling its weight and precision. When the blade was ready, he swung it in the air a few times, feeling its weight and precision. Everything was to be perfect. Then his gaze stopped at the window. The moon, as the bright guardian of the night, brightly illuminated the dark sky. Meanwhile, in the other, at the end of the fortress, events were unfolding that would change many things. The prisoner, feeling anxious and uneasy, could not understand who this man was. Then Ho Jung replied that he didn't even know his master. From his point of view, Ho Jung couldn't be who he said he was. He was just that, a puppy who grew up in a safe environment and didn't know the hardships of real life. Ho Jung calmly replied that he should have seen the greenhouse. He didn't want to hear his pathetic excuses that made no sense. He raised his hand to show his strength and told him to kneel. The prisoner tried to understand what was happening, but the next second he felt a power he hadn't expected. This was not just a physical fight, but a clash of inner strength and knowledge that Ho Jung embodied in every movement. It was difficult to resist Ho Jung. Useless. Heo Jung deftly and confidently fended off all the blows, knowing that his opponent had poison on his fingernails. He knew how to exploit his weaknesses, to turn them to his advantage, and the traitor knew that if he had touched him, he would have been killed by the poison on his fingernails. He couldn't do it. Heo Jung saw the prisoner trying to use his latent powers to force the poison to take effect, but it wasn't. Useless. And then when he stripped at one of his hands, he said that the traitor didn't even know how to take his own life. His body was racked with the pain of power, and he realized he was defeated. Heo Jung thought he was overconfident. Standing over him, he didn't rush to make a decisive strike. He just looked at his opponent with a slight expression on his face. The prisoner, covered in sweat and pain, realized that this time he would not get out. All his efforts, his self-confidence, his anger, it was all meaningless compared to the man he fought, and he died at the hands of his master. Ho Jung completed all the necessary things and told his father. He had already told his father that everything had been finalized, the traitors had captured their plan, had been destroyed, and now we could breathe a sigh of relief. At this time in the forest, the manager was running desperately trying to escape and save himself, but fate was not on his side. Suddenly, Ho Jung's father appeared in front of him. He said he cheated him. He said that's all he was worth, is capable. He asked me to let him go. His voice trembled, but there was still hope in it. However, the clan leader only said something surprised and still. Dares to call him master. He tried to threaten, realizing he had no other choice, and he said that if his master found out, there would be trouble. But the clan leader didn't hesitate. His gaze was clear and cold as ice, and said that such a thing would not happen. The spies had all been caught. The manager couldn't believe his ears. He still hoped that his threat would have some effect on the head. He said that all his assistants were now gone to the afterlife, and would not be able to report back to his master, and his fear only grew. When the clan leader went on to say that he had underestimated his son, he'd seen everything he'd done, and all those years had lost all meaning. The head was silent, giving the manager time to realize that his deception had been exposed, and said what were his last words before his death. The head was calm, as if he knew that everything had been decided, and nothing could change the course of events. He started to scold Ho Jung, and at that very moment, the head didn't wait for him to make his final move. He drew his sword and calmly approached him, and his head flew off his shoulders. His movements were quick, and the manager didn't even have time to react before it was over, and the head said that his words were his last words. But he listened to them. 5 days after everything seemed calm and serene, things began to change. All of life in the palace flowed in the usual order, and there was no sign of alarm. Everyone was in their places. The warriors were practicing. The maids were doing theirs. Duties. My father, who was always attentive to the smallest details, sat in his chair by the window. His eyes were staring into the distance. Was certain of one thing. The Hmong clan that was known for its masterful sword technique was in cahoots with the Moyong clan. This thought did not leave his mind, especially after Ho Jung told him about the possible threat. Haojong cautiously hinted that there were spies in the Moyan clan who were eavesdropping, watching their people's every move. Knew that if that was true, they would have to be very careful. But no matter how much he tried to reassure them, the realization that his enemies were preparing a serious attack never left. Clan.Men was skilled in martial arts, especially the use of the sword. Now, Hojong knew it was the Mayon clan's turn to answer for everything, for sending spies and for ruining his clan in the past. The Moyung clan, on the other hand, was known for their cunning and ability to manipulate other clans. They knew how to hide their intention. It was these two clans that now threatened the security of their clan. Haojong was just preparing for the decisive step. He was young, but he had enough. An experienced warrior to realize the dangers of the situation. His body was tough and strong, his skills impeccable, and his will ironclad. They set out on the road with God Iksan. God Iksan's eyes were as sharp as a trapper's, and he felt that they seemed to be under attack. He looked up at the sky. It was Hojung's younger brother, and he and his younger brother started training wrestling. God Iksan didn't understand what was going on, and why Ji Peng ended up there. He had a lot of questions, but at this point he just focused on the training. Both sides showed each other their strengths and opportunities to compete. They exchanged punches and blocks, practicing their stamina and agility. This was an important test for Ji Peng. Fighting my brother meant more than just training. Gadik-san couldn't understand where Ji Peng was coming from. This was an important test moment that could change a lot of things in everyone's life. Ji Peng and him. The older brother engaged in a fight that was not just a training exercise, but a true test of their strength, endurance, and determination. Their fight was exquisite, filled with grace and power, like a true dance where every movement was deliberate and every touch of the weapon skillful and precise. The younger brother rushed into the fight with courage and fire in his eyes. Even though he realized that his older brother was much stronger and more experienced, he fought beautifully with his punches. Were precise, his movements smooth and confident, despite his age and recent experience. Soon the younger brother realized that he would not be able to defeat his older brother in this fight, despite his best efforts and desire to win. The difference in their strength and experience was obvious. However, the older brother was quite favorable and said that Haojong had good skills, especially in combat, with a sword. He assured him that in time his younger brother might well catch up to him in skill if he kept practicing. Little brother retorted, said he risked missing him if he wasn't nimble. Then he asked if his brother was leaving. He wanted Hojong to say a word to him before he left, but he felt that such requests were unnecessary. After all, he planned to return soon. He knew that there were trials ahead, and he didn't want the younger one to go. The brother was going through all these difficulties again. However, the younger brother could not get rid of the feeling of anxiety and told them to be careful. Stood staring at his back as he walked away, and maybe there was a whole range of feelings in his gaze. He said he would follow his brother everywhere. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gong Muyung, the head of the Muyung clan, was sitting in the lotus position. There was nothing unusual about his position, except that he was in a lotus position, was deep in thought. His daughter approached him with concern, reminding him that if he continued to train in this position, he would be at risk to catch a cold. However, the clan leader replied that it had been a long time since there had been such good days, and he felt that the weather was quite favorable for thinking. His daughter, seeing his determination, did not argue, but brought him the report. It was about spies operating within the Meng clan. As it turned out, the head of the Meng clan was able to find the ancestral battle equipment, which for Gong Moyong was quite a significant event. However, despite that, he couldn't help but wonder why the head of the Meng clan immediately fought hundreds of people. The method he used seemed dirty and not entirely honest to Gong Muyung. The head of the Moyung clan asked if the Yan clan had responded to the cooperation proposal. The daughter said that they haven't given any response yet. Apparently, the head of the Yan clan took it seriously. Father thought that head Yan was cowardly, and from the spy. Hadn't heard from them in 5 days. The daughter expressed doubt as to whether something unexpected had happened to them, but Gongmyeon was confident despite her worries. Said there was no such thing. He was sure that there were 3 of them and that they could not be easily identified. At that moment, a servant came up to them and said that the Yang clan in Jiangsu province is strictly controlling information. He said that the Information Guild of Huang Funzhong might try to prevent them from contacting their people. Gong Muyung thought for a moment. His daughter had said that it was impossible for their clan, and that meant only one thing. Someone was helping the spies, and that someone was a master of information management. The daughter began to wonder who that might be. A master. She thought of Gadik-san. Gong Muyung began to feel a wave of irritation. His energy changed, and it was evident from his movement. He was curious. He started walking back and forth, thinking about what to do next. Gongmyeon was deep in thought when a look appeared on his face. An expression that was rarely seen on his face was distorted by a menacing shadow of anger. He was angry, and it wasn't just in his gestures. His body became tense as a taut string, and even the air seemed tighter as he rose from his seat and paced nervously nervously back and forth, each one of his. The movement was quick and sharp, as if he was trying to solve a difficult problem, but the answers to the questions that plagued him were not coming. He said this clan might have to be dealt with much sooner than he'd planned. He had a feeling the situation was developing quite a bit, not what he expected. 5 days later, Ho-jung arrived at the port of Zuru in Hanam province. God Iksan sat at the table and ate with appetite. Views. Everyone around him was fixated on him, and they marveled at his ability to absorb food. He looked around the room, seeing everyone trying to avoid of his gaze. Next to it was a huge axe with which Hyo-jung looked almost menacing, but was still quite young and attractive. It was against his reputation. Ho-jung noticed the people's attention and told him not to worry, that no one would take away his food and to eat in peace. Said he ran all the way while he was riding a horse, but he refused to ride the horse even though Ho-jung offered him. God Iksan thought it was strange, for no one had ever seen the tramp riding a horse. Ho-jung was willing to say anything to this man, to offer him any help or treat for it. The man was grateful. God Iksan was pretty sure that this man was hiding something important, and said when he would tell him about it. But Ho-jung asked about what. That's right. The Myeong clan was far away. It wasn't close to the Myeong clan either, but curiosity still ate at God Iksan. He tried to find a reason why they were there, and then Ho-jung replied that there was a very simple reason. At that time, a man came to the main residence of the Moyung clan and immediately approached Gun Moyung, the head of the clan, with an important message. He brought it. News that made the old master hold his breath. He was told that Ho-jung had arrived in Hanam. He didn't understand why Ho-jung had gone there. God Iksan kept saying that he still didn't understand. After all the spies are caught, and the information is under control. But Ho-jung said what exactly? Because of this. He didn't even give them time to realize what's going on, and now they feel bad about it, so they'll want to get in touch with Ho-jung. Goon's daughter also intervened in the conversation. She suggested that they needed to find a way to contact the opponents and find out all the details about what was going on. But despite her reasonable suggestion, Gongmyeon felt that something was wrong. His anxiety was growing, and he thought that Ho-jung had realized that they were in on it. Even if his assumptions were correct, the manager never mentioned the clan name directly. Now, Ho-jung was waiting for the man from the Moyung clan, but then retracted his words. He realized that the head of the Moyung clan wouldn't do anything by himself. He felt that something was wrong. His anxiety was growing. He remembered that he was such a man, and how important it was for him to always be at least 70% sure of the correctness of his decisions before doing anything. Ho-jung was sure of that. He's going to write to the Myeong clan to make a decision before Ho-jung does something stupid. And although Ho-jung didn't know who was behind this game, he was sure that someone like Gongmyeon would definitely act through the Myeonggi clan. O's will send him to find out everything. This situation required care and patience. 6 days later, an unknown man approached Ho-jung. Ho-jung immediately sensed that this man was not just a random encounter. He said that he came from the Myeong clan and that someone wanted him to meet him. Ho-jung didn't ask too many questions. He was willing to meet whoever wanted to talk to him, even if he didn't have time, which meant that he was to attend some important meeting. He followed the stranger who led him toward the woods, showed him the one who was waiting for him. He wanted Cho-jung to lower his weapon, but the man didn't listen to him. Hyo-jung was cautious even though he realized that the meeting was in advance, organized, but she told the guard to leave him alone. The girl looked at his axe in surprise. She had heard that the main weapon of his clan was the axe. A sword. The axe was too big to carry. Asked if it was too heavy for him to carry. That was Myung-on-ji, the head of the warrior squad. But the girl didn't stop there. She kept looking at him, as if trying to figure out who he really was, and if he was a threat to her. He replied that he didn't have much trouble with the axe. He knew those words weren't just questions, they were tests. He sensed that this meeting was random, and his participation in it was not random either. The girl looked at him carefully and said he was cocky for coming here. But Ho-jung wanted to know what she wanted from him. She asked where Hu-gai was and that she couldn't find him anywhere. Ho-jung said he didn't know. The girl in front of Hyo-jun was looking at him with a look that was a combination of calmness and hidden strength, and she was saying that there was no need to hurry, and that the whole night is ahead of them, and they could talk in peace. Ho-jung, however, wasn't in the mood to wait, and said that she didn't seem to understand. Ho-jung is at ease. With disappointment in his voice, said he would explain. There's been a spy hiding in his clan for the last 10 years. A spy who'd been playing them, and he'd had a hard time of it so far. He handled the case, and his father, and he had to personally find and deal with them. She pretended not to understand, and he knew about the Reds, the wolves who conspired to destroy the Yan clan. She continued to pretend that she didn't understand what he was trying to tell her. And it's quite amusing to him, because right now, it's the people from the Moyung clan who urgently need to solve this problem, and so it appeared as if to her, asked to grab him. She thought he was using himself as bait, and he was saying that he wouldn't let them go, and that she should respond. The girl continued to look at him without showing much interest, and as if she didn't realize the importance of what was happening. He asked if they were red, the wolves. She thought he was right, and their squad had orders to meet him and find out his plan and even if necessary use force on him. She didn't want to be rude, but if he knew everything, there was no point in deceiving him, and suddenly people came out and started fighting him. When her squad tried to bring Ho Jong to his knees, they didn't expect to be so helpless. He seemed prepared for this moment, and didn't even take the time to think about it. With every movement, his axe became not just a weapon, but a part of himself. Just strength, but an art he mastered. It wasn't just a fight. It was a demonstration that he was capable of standing up to any situation, depending on the strength of the enemy. When they approached trying to surround him, Ho Jung, without saying a word with equanimity, threw back their attacks. His axe, huge and heavy, as if it became light in his hands. He fought their growing onslaught as if they were mere shadows. He moved, with lightning speed, instantly blocking blows and counterattacks. His opponent's eyes were panicked, and they didn't understand how he could do that, confidently and deftly dodging their attacks. When she was the only one who tried to catch him engaged in combat with him, the situation didn't change. She was an experienced fighter. She knew how to fight strong opponents, but with every new maneuver Ho Jong made, she felt herself losing control. His technique is one of the best. A complex pear blossom manifested in front of them. Confusion flashed in her eyes. Why her blows, which seemed infallible, were not reaching their target. Why her precise and quick movements weren't working. She didn't realize what it was. How could he move so fast with such ease and agility despite his heavy weaponry? Her opponent was able to move so fast that her attacks just didn't have time to hit their target. Every step she took, every move she made, became a part of it. Games for Ho Jong. Then she saw him, but he disappeared, and she didn't realize where he went, and then he appeared a little farther away. And they saw him and ran. To catch him. They ran towards the north side. As they coherently and determinedly ran towards Ho Jong, their hearts beat in unison, full, determined to catch him. They thought that now that they had him surrounded, they could do no more wrong. But their efforts failed. Something was wrong. She didn't understand what it was. It was as if the very air around him was becoming a mist of some illusory kind. They didn't understand what was happening. It was something supernatural that couldn't be simply explained. It was Xuanwu. She didn't know if it was ghost chi energy or divine, the creature. Then he said that if they tried to escape, he would take their legs off. It was obvious that Ho Jung was using something more than just physical, strength or fighting skills. It was something else mystical. She felt a sense of fear. Then Ho Jung ordered them all to kneel down. Ho Jung's pursuers continued to search for him, without ceasing their efforts. At one point, when they were at the edge of the forest, they noticed a strange thing. The silence around them. This sudden absence of sounds alerted them, and the group decided to go back and stop. However, one of them felt something disturbing their peace. He turned and saw the two companions suddenly fall silently and quickly to the ground, as if struck by an invisible force. It was the strange vagabond God Iksan and his assistants. As if without any surprise, he uttered a few words, thus raising the alarm among them. The pursuers. He said that everything happened exactly as Ho Jung had predicted, with a precision that surprised him. He even admitted that. Honestly doubted his prediction. He explained that it was about a man who was known to belong to the White Island, and engaged in negotiations between the clans. His goal was to unite two strong clans in order to destroy the third. It was all too much. Sounds like the kind of low-grade, dirty maneuvers that would only be characteristic of people from the Black Isles. Gaedic San asked those people if they were people from the White Islands, and even though he characterized them as such, these people still went on, and a short but fierce conflict broke out. Soon there was what's called a real confrontation between them, and Gaedic San wanted them to stop calling themselves the strongest. He despised them with all his soul. Meanwhile, Ho Jung continued to fight those who were still trying to chase him. No matter how hard the opponents tried, they couldn't win. To win, or even give him any serious trouble. Every time they tried to attack, he repelled their blows confidently, and with minimal effort. The losers were forced to admit their utter helplessness. Suddenly there was a girl who was deeply shocked that her allies were defeated. The face of Myongdo, who was beside her, turned red with rage, and her gaze became full of anger. He was not only angry at those who had been defeated, but also at Ho Jong. He couldn't bear to give in to his emotions and rushed into the attack. She tried to stop him, but he didn't listen at all. His determination was so great that his body trembled with rage. But despite his desperate attempts, he was easily defeated. Ho Jung met him. The attack wave was so powerful that his opponent was defeated instantly. Seeing her allies fall one by one, the girl literally cried out with horror. Her face was a mixture of fear and shock. She couldn't believe that they had lost. The unbearably heavy feeling made her fists clench of pain. At that moment, she made a decision she had to act. Though her boys were shattered, she knew she couldn't afford to back down. It was time to use the secret weapon. We needed to find the 5 scouts and head back. She ordered her remaining men. She followed her instructions and went to Ho Jung's place. On her way to him, she couldn't help but think about the fact that she was going to take him away. Ho Jung noticed her approach. He was waiting for her approach and was in very good spirits. And holding back a chuckle, she noted that in these woods, long weapons were not the best choice. It was a subtle sneer that hid her complete superiority, and he told her she wasn't bad at all and smiled. Meanwhile, one of the men she had sent to look for the scouts soon returned. He was at a loss to see his 5 companions, tied up and suspended from trees. He couldn't figure out who could have done it or how they were in this situation. One of the scouts was trying to. I couldn't get a word in edgewise. At that time, another unexpected face appeared from behind the trees. It was the same man, Godik San, and he said it was the cleaner. His appearance was just as sudden. His gaze was cold, his actions quick and precise. The task he had set himself was clear, and he ordered the deputy to tie them all up. He had to capture these men alive in order to provide evidence against someone who might be related to the Myung clan. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. Even the slightest omission could lead to, with disastrous consequences. So he waited for Ho Jung to capture everyone else. That's when he decided to think about what to do next. But before he could make up his mind, his attention was drawn to something coming toward him. It was something he could recognize as a force, coming from Ho Jung. He was impressed but not confused. He knew that Ho Jung could deal with enemies, but he also remembered that he had asked him not to kill them. He knew perfectly well that his task was not yet complete, and that he had to catch the enemy alive. In the forest, Heo Jung watched his opponent's actions carefully. She tried to hide behind the trees, looking for an opportunity to attack. Maybe she was cooking up some plan or using her technique to keep him from getting a chance. At some point, when she heard strange noises, she thought that Ho Jung could be connected to some monster so great was his strength. However, she didn't give up, deciding that his strength and power wouldn't be for him, an obstacle for her. She saw that the force of the rebound was incredible, and even suspected that its power was as great as that of their clan. Watched him. Sneakily. Heo Jung, on the other hand, had already realized where she was hiding. He slowly approached her hiding place. She decided that the moment had come, jumped out from behind a tree, and the fight started. Ho Jung calmly said that she shouldn't stop, but you could see the determination in her eyes, read the fear. She knew she was facing a man who had the power to literally blow her off her feet, her confidence. She realized that his strength, despite her own efforts, was incomparable. She decided there was no point in smiling at him, because her only chance was to use her secret technique. Heo Jung watched her actions with interest, waiting for her to try to fight him. She shouted that she too had her own powers and techniques against him, and he stood looking at her without saying a word, as if sizing up her chances and his future actions against her and her techniques. The battle continued with tremendous force and passion, as if the two rivals did not want to retreat a single step. She didn't hold back and used everything, his best techniques to gain the upper hand. In return, he too had no intention of giving in, repelling every attack and movement with incredible precision. Their battle was not just a clash of strength. It was a true mastery where every move was carefully calibrated and every blow could be decisive. For a moment, the two opponents were so absorbed in the fight that time seemed to stop for them. The air was filled with tension, and the spectacle of their fight was astonishingly powerful. He suddenly noticed that she was using one of her favorite techniques. Thinking back, he realized it was the exact technique he was using. I've seen it once before. The technique that destroyed the Plaques and the Myung clan when they attacked him and his kin used it. He remembered taking it upon himself, of all sword strikes with no choice but to stand. It was a famous fighting technique of the great master that was used only by the very best, experienced fighters. And now she seemed to be using it against him. At that moment, memories of his past, of his own clan, of his father and brother who had gone through the same pain and suffering flashed through his mind. That he is now. He felt that pain engulf him again, clutching his heart and causing a storm of emotions. An intense anger and rage froze in him, and he felt again the power of this technique that his loved ones had once gone through. He knew that now, her determination to win was so strong. Great that she's willing to continue the battle to the end. She asked that it looked like he was ready to fight together. He thought again that the same pain his father and his brother Ji Peng were feeling right now. She threatened to break his legs and arms. She ran up to him again, and there was determination in her movements. Her steps were quick, but confident. The fire of determination burned in her eyes, and her body was ready to re-enter the fray, despite everything that had happened before. Her movements were, each the result of years of training, each the consequence of her determination to win. When she'd had enough. Close, she swung her hand, preparing to use one of the techniques, hoping it would be enough to strike a decisive blow. Ho Jung, however, didn't hesitate, but this time he stopped her simply by raising his hand. She fell to the ground, defeated, and he stood over her, waving his axe. She was convinced that he was incapable of defeating her. She believed that his technique had no power since she was stronger than him. She was sure of herself, said it was an occult technique unique to her clan. But despite her confidence, she couldn't figure out how he used his power. He became furious again and rushed towards her with the axe in his hands. His anger was so great that he was no longer conscious of his actions. It was like madness, and she felt his rage literally tearing the atmosphere around her. She was frightened. She couldn't understand what was happening. His rage was so fierce that the thought flashed through her mind that he would stop at nothing now, and she asked him to stop. Fear settled in her heart, and she tried to stop him, screaming that it wasn't worth going on, but he wouldn't listen, and he said they didn't. Stopped. With each new movement, his rage only increased. Just when it seemed all was lost, and his actions suddenly stopped, I had someone from behind. It was Gadik-san. He ran up and couldn't understand what was wrong with the girl, and asked if she was dead. He intervened thinking that Ho-jung didn't, to continue his fierce attack, and then Ho-jung replied that she was alive. Gadik-san realized that Ho-jung had only broken a couple of her ribs, and she was fine. With fright. She was lying on the ground with her face in the soil, her body trembling with fear. However, Ho-jung, still filled with rage, decided that he should leave. And despite everything, Gadik-san could not help but appreciate his persistence. He sat deep in thought, and he understood his clan were attempted. His aide offered to call in the vagrants to bolster their ranks, but Gadik wanted the healer called in. They needed proof of the 4 swords, and Ho-jung apologized for doing that. Then Gadik showed all the spies he caught and thought it was good evidence, and asked how. They were for him. But he continued that it wasn't enough, and the 4 swords weren't accurate either. Even if they were interrogated, if they said they didn't know, they wouldn't know anything, would be able to get further. But the issue was that it would take more time to figure out how far his enemies had gone. He thought that. There's a similar group hiding in Jiangsu. Ho-jung asked how long it would take to investigate, to said at least a month. And even if they do, will help as much. Ho-jung couldn't afford to wait that long. He wondered if there was a faster way. Ho-jung then asked how hard it would be to destroy the Gujimyung and Moyung clans, and which one would be harder to destroy out of them. Gadik didn't understand why he was asks about that. He said it's like asking who's harder to fight, a lion or a tiger. Both are strong and both are dangerous. Ho-jung thought for a moment, capturing the depth of Gadik's words, and Gadik-san replied that it would be more difficult with the Moyung clan. Heo-jung didn't understand why, but he said it was history and opinion of the people. The Gujumyeon clan was old and powerful, but their power had been around for about 100 years. The Moyung clan couldn't match that. Their desire to expand. The territories were causing discontent among the people. He had not yet met Gongmyeon and would need him to fight the 3 by the clans. And now it's to his disadvantage to go against 2 clans at once. It's long been said that the enemy of the enemy is a friend, so he's decided that he should. Maybe we should pretend to be crazy and make friends with the lion. Gadik-san was silent as he listened to him. He knew that Ho-jung was right, and they walked on talking. The action continued in the house of the head of the Moyong clan. In a cozy room that smelled of herbs and freshly brewed tea, Gong sat at the table in company to his daughter. They were enjoying the peace and quiet when a servant entered holding a letter. He approached and respectfully handed over the folded parchment. A letter came from Kiban, and he realized that the Yan clan was being helped. And something happened to a friend. At first it seemed like an ordinary message, but to his eyes, encountered something strange, almost supernatural. A tangible spirit of thunder came out of it. The daughter wanted to know what the letter said. He handed the letter to her, feeling how hard this task was for him. He asked her to read it, because Ho-jung had sent it to him personally. She took it in her hand, with interest. Gongmyeon was simply speechless, and was surprised when the head of the Yong clan was the only one who had managed to raise such a monster as Ho-jung's son. She started reading, and soon her face changed as she read that Ho-jung had called them to come to Hanam to bury the Myung clan together. The letter said that Ho-jung appreciated their moves. He noted that they had managed to send a spy, and that their clan would be able to capture the enemy's main force. Moreover, they had recently sent scouts whose work Ho-jung found very useful. Thanks to these scouts, he was relieved. He was well aware that his allies also wanted to know what he thought about the current situation, and was willing to share it with them. But he gave them one condition. First, they had to answer an important question. The head of Miram is like him. Gong thought he was aiming for power, and trying to establish his hegemony. Gong Moyeon had long aspired to that position. He understood and respected his ambition. He was going to destroy the Myung clan, and this spy is a nice spy who was sent away, but the real ones. Wields a sword of a completely different level. He realized that Gong also had a secret weapon against the Myung clan, and now he was proposing to unite them and deal with this clan. Of course, a letter alone couldn't gain their trust, so Ho-jung suggested a meeting. After all, the more they thought, the worse it was for them, and he was happy to wait for them. And the daughter asked if it was a trap. The father thought it wasn't. He scrutinized the letter. and in his eyes it reflected the character of the one who had written it. He realized at once that the author of the letter, in spite of his own. He wasn't a simple boy at a young age. He didn't think that Ho Jung was one of those people who dug deep and he possessed ability. Thanks to them, he always finds ways to achieve his goals. He felt that the person who wrote this letter relied only on his own abilities and his decision. Doesn't have Gun understood that Ho Jung is unusual. In one letter he was able to praise and humiliate and express respect and criticized him. He did not think that. Some letter could surprise him so much. He really thought it would be more beautiful to destroy the Hmong clan. He asked his daughter's opinion, but she already knew that he made the decision on his own. I knew he already had one foot in Hanam. Then he stood up and went to the window and said that this was the right place for it all. Meanwhile, Ho Jung was walking down the street with his axe in his hand as usual. His companion Gaedik Sang was walking beside him, leisurely as usual. He was hungry and went to one of the stalls and bought food for 2 coins without taking change. The vendor, seeing his behavior, thought that he would probably grumble that it was expensive, but he remained calm and left without saying anything. The man was surprised at his calmness. Gaedik San, unlike his comrade, was worried about what was happening. He thought that now was not the time to just walk around the marketplace, to spend money on food. He was worried that the Meng clan would probably send stronger warriors to deal with Ho Jung, and not those who were there that time. He was worried that fighting Ho Jung would have big consequences for everyone, because now he had also hurt the Mo Young clan's son, which could cause serious problems. Gaedik San realized that if he didn't take action, everything would be over, could get out of hand, and that there might be trouble with Kiban if those villains come here. Gaedik San told him that there seems to be trouble. He was the only one who didn't care. Heo Jung realized that worrying wouldn't solve his problems, and Ho Jung was even willing to deal with it alone, even liked it better. His fighting skills were just in a transitional stage. He thought it was time for a change. Gaedik San didn't know what he was talking about, what a transitional stage this was. And the more chances to test his strength with the masters, the better for the development of their skills, he thought to Ho Jung. It was time for the next step. And as always, Ho Jung was ready for action. He couldn't afford to linger. But here was Gaedik San, his companion. I couldn't understand what he was saying. There was a glint of confusion in his eyes, as if the words were spoken in a completely unfamiliar language. Gaedik San continued to wonder how he could be so brave and determined to act alone. This courage seemed to be... It embodied all of Ho Jung's philosophy, but its meaning was vague and elusive to him. Ho Jung once again sank into his memories, his thoughts, where he saw images of people he once knew and shared his life with. He realized that there was Ji Peng, and also his father, who can always be counted on. In the days of the Black Emperor, he had comrades but no family to return to, and he wasn't in the mood. And then he answered that he was not alone. Now, in the shadow of his past, he knew there was no turning back. He went on to say that he has Gaedik San now, and that naturally they had a purely business relationship, but the latter was not happy that he forced him to feel sorry for him, and now he's refusing, continuing that when it's over, he should give him a proper treat and that it wasn't enough that time. Ho Jung wanted him to keep a better eye on the squad that might be following them, but he said not to worry, and he knew his business. At the very minute, said that there were 6 of them, that there would be more, and that he should be careful. And Gaedik San wanted his friend to be careful, so they went on down the street. When he passed through the noisy crowd, he came to a quieter area, where he was already being watched. Heo Jung unwrapped his small supply of food. He was in the mood to eat, but as soon as he sat down and got ready for his first meal of the day, his thoughts returned to reality. It was the only one, an opportunity before he set off again. But as soon as he started to eat, it became clear to him that no one would be waiting for him, and as always soon. There were those who came after him. Once again, as often happens in life, swords were to decide everything, before he had even taken his first bite. As the enemy forces appeared on the horizon, Ho Jung was forced to stand up again and take the fight before he could enjoy a peaceful moment. He grumbled cursing his fate for not letting him eat in peace as usual. But the enemies did not retreat and asked him if he was the same Ho Jung. And he answered confidently without wasting time that he was the eldest son of the Yong clan, the one they were looking for. At that moment, the opponents realized that, when they encountered the one they were looking for, they began to move forward with determination. It was a surprise to the one who had come after him to see the man in front of him, wielded with such power and confidence. He had spent his entire life dedicated to the sword, training his strength and skills to the point of automaticity, but he had never faced it. With someone like Ho Jung, he wasn't just a warrior. He was a blob of energy, like a living embodiment of a fierce element. Myung Chisan was happy to meet him. He was a warrior of Qingbai's value, but Ho Jung didn't know such was another faction that was somehow different from that squad, and he was surprised that the one. Squad said the name of the band. Ho Jung replied that, of course she had said it. He ruthlessly started waving his weapon like that, and she told. That one was surprised. But this was not something that Ho-jong could not understand, and he nodded silently, accepting the challenge. He nodded silently and accepted the challenge to act. Everyone around him looked at him in amazement, and soon the opponent said that he apologized, but Ho-jung didn't understand why. He said he sent his inexperienced niece and made her fight. Ho-jung replied that it was nothing, that it was an equal fight, and then he realized that the one he was going to fight was different. Because he assumed that after saying that, he'd lose his mind and lunge at him, and he knew they weren't red wolves, but well-trained. The pack. And the one had one question, that his niece had used a secret weapon or not against Ho-jung. He wanted to find out. Ho-jung was silent at first, but then he replied that she had used it, and he was surprised that he still defeated her, and he replied that it was a fight. Not for life, but for death, and the result before him. It was clear to him. He didn't hope for such tricks. He stood looking at Ho-jung thoughtfully, and although he revered the clan head, the martial art of a true warrior could not be measured by a few techniques, he thought, and his skills did not depend on his bloodline or secret technique. He achieved this through diligent training and honing his skills, however. Since Hyo-jung had already seen the secret technique, he couldn't leave him so easily now and let him go, and he wanted Ho-jung to understand him. Looking at him threateningly and ready for action, Ho-jung saw that he is quite strong and stronger than all those opponents he had to face, and so he asks of his understanding because he's going to use it for his own growth. He expressed that he liked Ho-jung's way of thinking, and he decided to start a fight. The enemy began to realize more and more who he was dealing with. Ho-jung, despite his calm appearance, was the one who knew exactly what to do in any situation. He noticed how the enemy tried to analyze his every move, as each movement caused him to. New questions and suspicions. The fight began with lightning speed. The opposing Ho-jung warrior, long accustomed to fighting, immediately struck a blow. He put all his strength into that first lunge, the sword whistling through the air, in an attempt to crush his enemy. The blow was so strong that even the air around him shook, and a few dust particles flew into the air. But Ho-jung dodged the blow with apparent ease, as if his body was connected to himself. By the movement of time, his feet moved like a shadow, without touching the ground. And the moment the opponent's sword passed by, the opponent didn't want people to interfere. Hyo-jung knew that with such an enemy, he couldn't just dodge and wait for his opponent to make a mistake. In this fight, he had to take action, at the same pace as the opponent, or you can't win. The opponent didn't expect such a reaction. His eyes flashed with surprise, but he reacted immediately. His next strike was more cunning. He used one of his techniques to deceive Hyo-jung. He abruptly changed the trajectory of his punch, sending it flying. The blade didn't hit Ho-jung's body, but Ho-jung's legs. But Ho-jung, even though he was one step away from being hit, was able to bounce back in time as he felt the onslaught and sensed it. What was going on? He didn't rely on mechanical evasion, but trusted his instincts and combat experience that had been honed over the years. His movements weren't just reactions to blows, they were part of something bigger that was inside him, in his subconscious. They both stood at the epicenter of this duel, as two beasts each trying to prove their superiority. Swords whistled through the air, leaving trails of light and shadow behind them. Each blow was. And their bodies were covered in sweat. Fatigue was beginning to set in, but neither of them was going to stop. Ho-jung and his opponent were equal, like two opposing poles that attracted and repelled each other in the fierce rhythm of battle. Ho-jung's opponent, judging every move he made, he realized he was very strong. He couldn't let anyone disrupt this fight, and that's when Ho-jung realized that, with such an opponent, can summon the power of the white tiger. As before, Hyo-jung not only dodged, but also used the momentum to make his opponent lose his balance. Both of them bounced off each other and regained their distance. The fight continued, and the tension on the battlefield became more and more palpable. There were observers standing around, men who watched every move. The nephew had ordered the attack, but even though they wanted to intervene, everyone remembered Myung-Chisan's important order. Meanwhile, the battle itself continued, and everyone could feel his chi energy rapidly spreading, like a wave filling the space around him. He was in his thoughts, and his every movement was filled with this internal flow of energy. But something was wrong this time. He was breathing hard, the inhalation and exhalation becoming more labored each time, and the inner tension seemed to be taking its toll on his body. The enemy noticed that he seemed to be choking. Noticing Ho-jung's weakness, he didn't miss the chance and spoke with a cold expression on his face. In order to notice it, said that Ho-jung would soon find his peace. His voice was full of confidence and his eyes glittered with gloating. He was sure that victory was already in sight, and that Ho-jung was about to give in. However, it didn't take long for the enemy to intervene. Hyo-jung was approaching, his adversaries trying to surround him, and one of them was the very man who robbed him of his dinner. This man seemed willing to do anything to defeat Hojong. He and his companions decided to act together to destroy this dangerous opponent. Their approach was simply united. They should have won, but Hojong realized that he was the one and shot his arrow at him, killing him. He wasn't ready to give up so easily as they had hoped. Meanwhile, Mayung Chisan, the leader of the group, was watching but remained silent. He no longer said anything about them not interfering. The fight continued, and Hojong, despite his fatigue, did not give up. Each of his punches was full of determination, and each maneuver was executed. His skill, and even against numerical superiority, his opponents couldn't stop him. Heo-jung didn't give in. He fought without stopping. A minute with incredible strength and endurance. With every blow, with every movement, he showed that he was a master and that nothing could break him, his spirit. But in the meantime, the enemies, seeing that their efforts were not working, began to get frustrated. They realized it wouldn't work. Despite numerical superiority, they couldn't defeat one man who fought with such tenacity. Myung Chisan's nephew remarked that even most of them couldn't stop him, and he thought it couldn't go on like this. He walked over to Myung Chisan and lowered his head and quietly explained that it wouldn't work like that. They can't defeat him by force alone, and something has to change. Myung Chisan looked at him with a stony expression. He scolded that Conrim had interfered in his battle, and he knew that interfering in a battle was a bad thing, was not the best option. He said it was his battle, and how could a direct descendant interfere in the affairs of his relatives? He was surprised that his uncle talked about the family's problems again. Hojong's condition has changed differently from Hyunmu. If Hyunmu is the release of dark energy, then the white tiger was the transformation of the true energy in the entire body entering the lungs. This energy hovered in the air, making the space around them tense, like a taut string. Myung Chisan realized that his nephew wouldn't understand what he was saying. Kanrim asked what he was going to argue about fighting. Techniques. Uncle felt that one couldn't rely only on the techniques of the Gujumeng clan's Guju clan technician, who was known for her power. But when his nephew was listening to his uncle, something went wrong. He flew aside, and his uncle did it to save him because Hojong was already behind him, his back. The magic sword explosion technique was used on Hojong, and he flew aside, but he immediately got up and did not waste any time to rejoin the battle. Hojong's opponent, realizing his strength, used his own technique that left bright marks in the air. But Hojong, even though he was startled by the force of the attack, still managed to defend himself. He stood trying to reflect his sword from his shoulders, but it was hard for him to do so. And Myung Chisan seemed to think that it would end there, and that Hojong wouldn't be able to do anything in response to his lunge at it. And the nephew again acted against his uncle's will, and ordered his men clan warriors to attack together to capture Hojong. But Hojong stood like a stone statue, calmly watching them all. And at that moment, something quite unusual happened. There was a tension in the air, a stream of energy that spread with every passing moment. Heo-jung stood in the center of it, and his body emitted a power that was impossible to ignore. The enemy, realizing that something unpredictable was happening, immediately ordered all his soldiers to retreat, and they all ran away from Hojong. A powerful energy burst out from Hojong. It was more than just chi energy. It was the white tiger energy of a powerful, destructive fool, an ancient power. It swirled around them. Everyone standing nearby felt the ground beneath them shake and the air become heavy and dense. The people who were nearby began to realize that something strange was happening to them. Even in the forest where the battle was taking place, the ground shook and the air shook, was filled with an inexpressible sensation. Suddenly there was a loud roar. It was the roar of a tiger, and one of the men asked if he heard the roar, but he said he had. Foolishness. Myung Chisan said at this moment that was the true technique of Heo-jung. The roar wasn't just loud, it was frightening. It was bone-chilling. Those warriors who had recently fought with Ho-jung were now lying on the ground shaking with fear, unable to get up. He had a feeling of being blown away, of the wind, and he had never seen such a thing before. It was the guardian deity of Sochong, the lord of the wind and the white tiger. He felt his power fill every cell in his body. He didn't hear the people around him gasp in fear. Meanwhile, Chizan's nephew, watching what was happening, couldn't understand what exactly had happened and what kind of crazy magic it was. Chizan realized that the fight would begin again. His mind was confused by this powerful fusion of strength and magic. He didn't realize that Heo-jung had just shown him the true power. The enemy, sensing his impending doom, decided to act decisively. He didn't know exactly what to do, and at the same time, Ho-jung was already there, was close. He knew that this was his moment, and if he slowed down his attack even for a moment, he would be in a vulnerable position in front of Heo-jung and decided to fight. He was forced to use his technique in response to Ho-jung's actions. With each passing moment, the tension increased and so did the air around them, was getting tenser. Heo-jung did not hold back his strength and knew that he couldn't afford to weaken the onslaught. because it would cost him the victory. Those who were waiting for his attack realized that they had to stop him at any cost. With each step, he felt his energy growing like a dormant force. Inside him is coming out. His opponent trying to use his technique couldn't even fully realize what he was facing. When he used his strength, Hojong didn't stop to further strengthen his Thousand Thunder King technique. He didn't need to wait. The power radiated. His body was so great that nothing could stop it. Fear gripped Canrim. His breathing was interrupted by his heart beating with such force that it felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. He shouted to his uncle, knowing he couldn't hear him in this whirlwind of battle, to be careful, even though he realized that his words could no longer change the course of events. Uncle stood in front of his adversary, ignoring the alarm in his voice. The nephew ignored any possible threats that came from the enemy. He kept up his pace and fought on, waiting for the next wave of attack. He was ready for what was about to happen. The enemy did not retreat, showing the full power of their techniques, but Uncle did not relent. Every one of them was putting on a show, their cards on the table. One was an experienced martial artist, and the other was a beginner who was still learning how to be strong. Both of them were determined. Everyone felt in their hearts that there was more at stake than just winning the battle. And at that moment, Chizan fought with rage. Used his technique of the 1,000 contemplations of the deity. This technique was aimed at confusing the opponent and throwing him off balance. But despite his best efforts, Hojong didn't give in. He didn't hesitate or delay in his response. His movements were swift and precise. His actions showed tremendous confidence and strength. As soon as his opponent completed his attack, Hojong was right in front of him and in. The next second, his blows caused Chizan to be defeated. At that moment, Conrim couldn't believe that his uncle had been defeated. His heart clenched with fear and worry. He didn't expect that Chizan, so powerful, could lose. He felt his world crumbling. This one. He didn't even realize that his uncle had been defeated, which meant that Hojong was not only strong, but also powerful. That exceeded his expectations. Hojong stood in front of him, and he felt better. Heojung analyzed Chizan's strength, and he suddenly realized what this man was. Not just a martial artist. His opponent was meaningfully stronger than he expected, and even he remembered his technique and compared it to his father. And looking at Canrim, he realized that Chizan was much better than his direct descendant of the clan head of the Myung clan. He stood there not knowing what to say to him. He was afraid of him. Hojung stood in front of him, and Conrim felt that his own strength was not enough to deal with such an enemy. He wanted to run away, but Hojong ordered him to stand. This situation made Conrim freeze. Heojung said he would send him to his father and tell him to stand. Calmly. After some time, Canrim was brought home. He was injured and almost unconscious. His father didn't know what had happened to his son when the doctors reported that he was fortunately out of danger, but his body was bruised and shaken, which would take months to recover. But his father was far away, not so calm. He pushed the doctor away, unwilling to listen to his words. Canrim's father did not believe in the words of the specialists. His thoughts were preoccupied with something else, he knew what. His son's defeat was the result of Hojong's actions. It was the work of Kalin Yong, he said. With questions full of anger and bewilderment, he began, asking his son how he could lose to that one. Canrim barely breathed and answered only one word, tiger. That word seemed to awaken something deeply hidden in his mind, of his father. He was shocked by this revelation. He clenched his fists. I wanted to know where Chizan was, and what he was doing that Canrim was in such a state. When he was told that Chizan had died, along with all his soldiers, Canrim's father felt a tightening in his chest. He didn't understood how it could be. Chizan, whom he trusted, wasn't strong enough to handle such an enemy. He realized that Hojung had surpassed Chizan, even among the sideline. Chizan was one of the few with that level. This meant that the rumors about father and son were far-fetched, and he now wanted the Green Wolf released. But the one who had been ordered was surprised to see his master. Those who stood beside him were expressing doubts, asking if he could handle something like this. However, he didn't care about his reputation or these conversations. All his thoughts were on his Canrin, about his son and how he could regain his lost honor. And it wasn't even known if that Wolf-G's daughter was alive. The father was sure that only the wolf with mad strength and fury, can hold back those who oppose him. He ordered in no uncertain terms that the Green Wolf be released, and in order to catch the tiger, was to release the mad wolf. And it was clear that this was the last resort to fight a raging tiger that could not be stopped by any conventional means. He who was given this task could not argue with the master. He came and released the wolf, saying that it was not an easy task, and that he would have to intervene in this. Meanwhile, Hojung sat in the lotus posture. Amidst the silence of the forest, his mind was more focused than ever. His body moved in rhythm with his breathing. He focused on his inner energy. He knew that his task was to cleanse himself of the bad energy, to restore, balance, and feel the power of the white tiger again. The inner state was important, and it was what allowed him to control his power and to deal with the white tiger's uncontrollable energy. That energy was raw and violent. Without training, he wouldn't have been able to control it. He realized it was for a reason, had been practicing so much, and now it seemed to him that the energy now matched his body. He continued to sit among the trees, absorbed in his own thoughts and sensations. Time was running out, but he knew he had to take one more step. He had to get up because he hadn't strengthened his own, the ability to utilize the full power of the white tiger. Finally, he stood up to continue his training. He knew his body had to become stronger to withstand such forces, and he himself must become a master of control. He realized that it was still too much, and he tried to escape. In that case, he decided to try the highest level. He used the white king kick technique. He practiced with extreme concentration. He knew that the white tiger energy he was endowed with was not yet sufficiently matched by his physical strength. His muscles were not enough, hardened to withstand that kind of pressure. Then, he decided to have some refreshment. After training, Ho Jung decided to take a break and went to the nearest tavern. He sat down at the table and began to eat quietly, enjoying the way his strength was gradually being restored, and he finally felt better after he'd had a drink. A girl approached him. She was surprised by his presence and obviously noticed that he wasn't a local. She wanted to sit down, saying she liked foreigners. She went on to say that she could show him the most charming place in Hanum that she thought remained undiscovered and hidden from the prying eyes. He listened to her with obvious interest. He didn't mind her sitting next to him, and she looked at him in surprise, noticing how easy he was. Agreed. He seemed casual, even a little indifferent, but she still didn't refuse and sat down. She talked about how long it had been since she'd seen a handsome man like him. Where had he been all this time? She asked, trying to keep the conversation light. He answered that he had spent the last 8 days in the mountains. She was a little surprised at this answer, for it seemed rather unusual. Her name was Nanpo, and she immediately wanted to know his name. He easily answered that his name was Ho Jung. Nanpo was quite delighted with his name. She asked him to say it, his master, but he didn't care what she called him. Then she saw his axe and said it was huge, but she thought he was very thin, and how he managed to swing it around. He soon grew bored with the conversation, and he asked it to stop. After all, he was even less than the butcher from the slaughterhouse. Smelled more like blood than she did, he thought. She didn't know what he was talking about, but he kept saying he wasn't going to make acquaintances here, so she wouldn't waste her strength on him. He realized that it was the people from the Mayung clan who sent her. The girl was surprised that it was so noticeable. Then she said she didn't need to say that last line. Usually men give up after saying that, but he said she was being stupid, and that she'd be better off soaking the sleeves of her clothes with poison. She realized that wasn't a bad idea. Why hadn't she thought of it before? He was trying to stop it. Knew she wouldn't have time to use the idea anyway because he wouldn't let her. The possibility of anyone defeating him. But she thought that they would see that because he didn't know them yet. And how could he know their kind? She kept saying that everyone in her path was already dead. If she knew someone who seemed to be called the Henshin Swordsman, Henshai's last warrior, and asked how many men he thought there was involved when they caught him. Then she answered her own question by saying there were only 5 of them. They called him rare, a master, but in her opinion, he was nothing. He thought of a swordsman who was supposed to be elder level, and his only defeated 5 people. That was surprising to him. He asked how many had come now. She replied that all of them had, and that he was also interested in their clan leader and all 70 people of their clan, and that even the 13 fists of the Yong clan wouldn't even compare to him. He counted. She's talking nonsense. 10 emperors and 3 warriors are 13 fists that could crush all of Murim, and even if there were more like them. Not 70, but 80. They couldn't handle them anyway, Ho Jung thought, and his father would kill them all at once. She said she'd stand after the victory to show their heads off. It had been a long time since anyone had belittled her like that. In her opinion, usually such smug people were what she called puppies, die early because of their filthy language. She felt her confidence growing, and deep down she couldn't wait for that moment of theirs. Of the battle, he watched her leave and thought it was funny. There could be as many as 70 of these nasty people tomorrow. Someone outside the window whispered to him that the head of the Moyung clan and his daughter had arrived. Heo Jung thought that the head of the Moyung clan was finally here, a rare master who had reached the top and was called the God of Sword. They were together in Cheongju, where they fought the leader of Siam community. They were both comrades and enemies. A voice outside the window asked what he should pass on from Ho Jung to that person. In response, he didn't hesitate and said that he should give the following message. Meanwhile, Yonghwa and her father finally got off the ship. She was focused on reading the letter the spy had sent them, but her father said it seemed like they'd come to Haenam for nothing. He went on to explain that the head of the Meng clan intends to take down Ho Jung, and to do so, sent the Blue Ghosts. He knew that the gang's reputation was that they would do anything for their cause. It wasn't hard for them, to destroy an entire village if the mission called for it. He told of how the Blue Ghosts had once completely destroyed one, a village to capture a master of the Hyunsan clan who had a noble heart. It's a story of destruction and the search for the greatest. It was not just a physical fight, but rather a mental battle, and such an opponent would be impossible for Ho-jung to handle, he thought. He was asked for alms. He willingly gave him the amount he needed. He told him that Ho-jung wanted to meet him. He also told him that he would do the cleaning, which made Gun Moo-young laugh. His daughter couldn't understand why he was laughing so hard and asked him what was wrong. He told her with a slight chuckle that either he would clean up or he would be cleaned up. He thought that Hanam was really quite interesting, a place full of surprises. In the morning, Ho-jung woke up to the first ray of sunlight that gently penetrated his room through the ajar window. He stretched and sat on the edge of the bed, giving himself some time to realize that a new day had begun. The night passed quietly, and he had gotten a good night's sleep. Now that he was awake, he was ready for the upcoming accomplishments. Ho-jung stood up and walked over to his leather pouch. He opened it slowly and looked at his tools carefully. Inside were his weapons, a few daggers, and other battle gear. Heo-jung took each item in turn in his hands and examined them, feeling their weight and balance. He carefully tried each one on and twirled it in his hand, testing how comfortable he'd be with it in combat. And he even launched a few of them at the people on the outside who seemed to be enemies. And they fell down, and everyone looked around, not knowing what had happened. Heo-jung decided it was time to clean up a little and start cleaning up. On the street, one of the vendors behind the counter was shouting noisily, offering merchandise. He was selling something incredibly cheap in an attempt to attract attention of passers-by. He smilingly addressed the passers-by, persuading them to buy. One of them, feeling a little perplexed by such eagerness, asked what was not too much, how hard he was selling it. The seller did not hesitate to answer with a slight laugh, that if he knew the real price, he would be surprised. He pointed to a huge fish the size of a 6-year-old child, and said the price was ridiculous. Ho-jung went outside, beginning his cleaning ritual. He set about tidying up and humiliating his enemies with professional focus. But his attention soon attracted not only by the trade, but also by the strange behavior of some of the people standing among the crowd. Heo-jung realized that there were more of them than he thought, and that he had to speed up his actions. He felt it wasn't an accident. Someone was watching him, hiding their own true intentions. Not even a few minutes later, Ho-jung sensed that danger was near. The seemingly harmless vendors began to act in sync. He realized they weren't just random people, but his enemies disguised as peaceful traders. Enemies who were not here to offer the fish, but to catch it. Ho-jung instantly moved into a fighting stance. It wasn't an accident. He knew that something bigger was being prepared against him. Heo-jung was back in the fight. His body was a canvas for the lightning-fast movements that he made, left his opponents baffled. He thought that was the end of it, but then he realized it wasn't, and realized that the place where the strong aura was coming from was nearby. He resolutely looked towards the buildings where the strong aura was coming from. There was a firm determination in his eyes, and he knew that that was where the real threat lurked. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, preparing for the next stage of his journey. The words he spoke quietly, but with a special intention. The forest of the white tiger flashed through his mind. At that moment, his movements became as fast as a flash of lightning. His body seemed to merge with the air, and the space around him distorted. It was as if he vanished into thin air, and was instantly transported to another place. Time and distance lost all meaning for him. As he rushed to where the enemy awaited him, Ho-jung not only moved with incredible speed, but also felt everything around him. His every cell was focused on the upcoming clash. And immediately when Ho-jung found himself in the center of the fight, his opponents attacked again. He repelled each of their attempts by holding back their blows with incredible agility. Like lightning, he moved instantly, reacting to every movement, and every time his actions were as precise as an arrow. None of the enemies could even get close to him. He was, like an impregnable wall, completely confident in his strength and control of the situation. He continued to defeat his opponents with surprising ease. Their attempts to attack were pointless. Each of his blows, each movement in space, was calculated not to give him a chance to retaliate. Soon he realized that he was approaching the mountains where the shadow had come from. That beckoned him. As Ho-jung continued on his way, he watched every movement more closely and listened to what was happening around him. He could feel his surroundings changing. His intuition told him that his pursuers were getting closer and closer, and their intentions were clear. They wanted to catch him by any means necessary. He made the decision to speed up, determinedly striding towards the mountain. He concentrated and counted in his mind 1, 2, 3, and 10. When he finished counting, his gaze stopped abruptly. He saw them, gathering all his strength in one mighty burst. He raised his arm sharply and executed a kick on the stone mountain. They all gathered there. She stood on a hill surrounded by her men and asked who he was, but he said he'd already introduced himself, said he was the boy's ability. Wasn't even in Kanho, but He thought she was talking nonsense again and wanted to start a fight, and if she didn't know to clean up before sunset. She smiled, and then shouted something about poison. Suddenly, all of her allies had their noses bandaged in preparation to avoid exposure. A toxic cloud. A thick cloud of smoke rose up. It was poison. A poisonous gas that they had calculated would hit into Ho Jong's lungs and neutralize it. But they didn't plan to stop there. Even if he managed to get out of the cloud, they weren't going to let him go. The battle had just begun, and now they stood and watched viciously, waiting for his doom. She believed that they were now his stalkers, determined not to let him get away, and that the hunt for him had begun. When the smoke cleared, they saw his silhouette. He stood unharmed in the center of the destroyed space and continued to fight them without stopping. Not for a minute. She couldn't believe how he managed to survive after the poison should have hit him. Despite that, Ho Jong was still there and continued to fight. His movements did not slow down, and his strength did not run out. With each new maneuver and each confident blow, she did not. Could understand how he was able to resist. The poison they used was a terrible weapon, but it had no effect on him. She didn't understand. What kind of squall or what kind of wind he caused? Ho Jung thought she was talking a lot again. He was completely focused on the fight. His gaze remained firm. She hadn't expected this from him, and was clearly at a loss. He wished she'd just disappear like dirty trash, not even worthy of attention. But she wouldn't go away, and as Ho Jong rushed back into the battle, something unexpected happened. It was a landslide. Huge rocks fell from the mountain, shattering the last of them with blows. And she realized that when he hit the rock, then he used the double-digit method. It's a technique that destroys the inner part of it from external impacts. It wasn't an accidental collapse. It was a technique he used when he first came to this place. Gong Mu Yung sat in his room, watching what was happening outside the window, when a servant came up to him and suggested he go and rest. At that moment, Yonghua walked in, and she immediately went towards Gong Muin, and they both got ready to leave the room. She followed him, and they were about to go to their rooms to rest. But suddenly the smell of blood caught her attention. She instantly turned around. Standing outside the window like a shadow was Ho Jong. His figure seemed unnaturally clear in the blurred landscape, and he moved straight toward the building, without hiding his presence. At first, Gong Myeon thought it might be an illusion, or a mistake, but after a moment, Ho Jong was closer. Without saying a word, he walked toward Gong Myeon and Yonghua. Gong Myeon shifted his eyebrows as he noticed that Ho Jong wasn't the same as before. He seemed even more mysterious than usual. A few seconds of silence hung in the air, and finally Gong Muyang said, with a slightly surprised expression, that he thought he would never come again. Yonghua only smiled briefly despite the tension. Ho Young walked in and lowered his gaze, and then looked at Gong Myeon and Yonghua as if they were old acquaintances standing in front of him. Respectfully, but without further ado, he said he apologized for the delay. Gong Mu Yung said that the rumors were indeed true when he introduced himself. He introduced himself as the head of the Moyong clan, and there was a lightness in his voice. Sincerity. Yonghua said hello to him, but her eyes were wary, and she didn't try to hide it. He noticed that Ho Jung was late, but he said he had to clean up. Then Gun asked if he'd neutralized. He's all the blue ghosts. Ho Jung replied that he didn't do all of them. There was silence for a moment. Gong Mu Yung grinned, noting that he had said he was going to destroy them all. Then it was his words. Empty, because he failed to deliver what he promised, and he said there was a time to brag and a time not to. Then Ho Jung interrupted him to say that there were 60 people still under the rubble in the mountains. 6 he had lost sight of. I also sent 2 pieces to the Mayong clan. That was the outcome of this mission. Gong Myeon was impressed by such promptness, but didn't say anything. It was fast, even for him, and he managed it in half a day. Ho Young answered immediately whether or not it was possible and necessary to meet with the head of the Myung clan now after all this. This man, Gong Myung, who had once taken his life, was now standing in front of him, and Gong Myung felt a strange uneasiness creep into his soul, felt mixed emotions as he saw the man who took his life. There was room for anger and relief, but he couldn't hide his bewilderment, and he hated to remember it all. Was the one who tore his life apart, the one who took away everything of value, but thanks to him, he came back to life. Now, even though he didn't know Ho Jong knew him, and he looked through him as if he could see into his inner world. He looked at Ho Jong without trying to hide his wariness. And then he said that those he had punished were basically bad guys. Gong Mu Yung continued to sit with a detached look and couldn't help but think about how difficult this whole situation was, and that even the Mu Yung clan itself wasn't dealing with those. Wanted to get involved. He couldn't hide his surprise, and that Ho Jung had still sent the evidence. He thought that those would start to move and quietly do. It didn't work out. Keung wondered if he would benefit now. Heo Jung didn't know if he meant to say that he was washing his hands of it. Gong replied that he was having quite a bit of fun and wanted to pretend that this meeting with Ho Jung hadn't happened at all. Heo Jung realized that despite all his talent for eloquence, Gong Mu Yung still wasn't going to take a loss. He was trying to figure out how much profit he could make in this game. Then Ho Jung spoke words about Lord Murim's position, realizing that it was actually Kyungmyeon's cherished wish. His words were not, just a statement of fact. Gongmyeon was clearly astonished when he received his message, and Ho Jong felt that he could see right through him. He said that he could see now that Ho Jong not only understood, but was even certain of his statement. Gongmyeon's voice trembled slightly, even though he tried to hide his surprise. Ho Jung only smiled and replied that it wasn't difficult. He looked at him with an intrigued look. And then Ho Jong replied that the strongest man in the world, and Lord Murima, is what any man in Konko dreams of, and even more so when it comes to the head of one of the 7 clans. Yonghwa thought how cleverly he answered questions like a snake. However, what was it? Then they stood up from the table. I thought it was weakness or anger, but I noticed some strange emotions coming from him. It was as if Heo Jung had met his old enemy in the form of Gong Moyeon. Ho Jung continued that if he decided to stop doing business with him, he didn't finish. He asked what he would do if he said no. But Ho Jung replied that there was nothing he could do, and that he would have to act alone. Kyungmyeon laughed and said that he couldn't resist alone, and thought that youth was inherently reckless. Naturally, Ho Jung wanted to strike the Moyeon clan with his own hands too, and then he said that he decided to confront him too. But Ho Jung said he's wrong, and that he's not alone, and that he'll have to fight the rumors that will spread in Kibang. The information about that they have sent spies to the other 6 clans to spy on them, and that they want to take over the other clans' trade guilds and bring about their downfall. So, he's playing a double game, and Ho Jung risked his life, but he'll have to give up his dream, and the Moyeon clan will be watched on the scales. His life and Kyungmyeon's dream. And now, Ho Jung wanted to see which one would prevail in the end, then ask if Gongmyeon will team up with him, or oppose him. Gong Mu-young laughed loudly and was sure that he had lost. He couldn't understand how Ho Jong had so much influence. The man was unbelievable. Younghwa noticed that this was the first time she had ever heard her father say that, laughing so loudly. Father decided that he would try to deal with the Mayung clan. He raised his drinking cup as a sign of respect and willingness to continue. Ho Jung didn't hesitate to raise his cup as well. Kyungmyeon asked if Ho Jung wanted to involve the Shaolin monks in this matter. He said yes. Younghwa thought it was a good idea since they were also in Haenim, like the Myung clan. In front of Shaolin, the Mayong clan wouldn't dare raise their heads. Gongmyeon thought about it. His mind was racing and he was evaluating the proposal from different angles. He said that he would add something else. Ho Jung asked then what? Gongmyeon leisurely replied that the right to a general assembly and the establishment of the Murim Provisional Alliance, and told me if Ho Jong understood what he meant. He wanted them to declare the Hmong clan a common enemy, and then neutralize them. And then Ho Jong realized that this was it. Now he saw that Gongmon's word was decisive. Gun said that smart people are nice to talk to. Ho Jung continued to ask that he had sent a spy not only to them, but also to the Myung clan. But he said he never said he had a spy, and asked if Ho Jong didn't know about it before. Ho Jung was watching everything that was going on. His thoughts were confused, and he replied that he had only guessed about this state of affairs. When he felt it was time to go, Ho Jong said a few words of warning. Gun said it must have been too hard for him to deal with the blue ghosts, for the task was not only difficult, but dangerous. He felt tired, so he told him to rest. Gongmyeon spoke words of warning to be careful not to die. If he died, there would be no point in their meeting, but Ho Jong assured him that even if he was tortured with needles, he would still be alive. It sounded like a joke, but there was some truth to it. He wasn't. If he couldn't keep his cool, Gun replied why the needles, but Ho Jung said he would go. Heo Jung knew he had many more trials ahead of him. He also thought he should laugh while he could, because he would be next. He felt that this was only the first stage of his journey, and that there were more challenges ahead, but he was ready. Heo Jung left, leaving behind only the light wind that brought his last words. Then Gong remembered Ho Jong's words from their dialogue. Gongmyeon turned to his daughter and asked her what she thought of the heir to the Yong Ho Jung clan. He wanted to know her opinion of him. She thought about it and said he was too arrogant. She recognized his strength and technique because she'd seen him in action, but she doubted it was possible to destroy the Myung clan so easily. She was skeptical that he was too young to get his father's support, but his father said, without changing his expression, he laughed, thinking that she was too strict and that he could possibly be her husband. He added that Ho Jung wasn't suitable either, to her as a future husband and as a future head, and if he received his surname, she would make him his heir. The daughter's face contorted at this point. His words seemed strange to the daughter, who had always been in the foreground for her father. A feeling of bewilderment arose in her soul. It caused her internal conflict, and at one point added that he wouldn't be part of the clan anyway. Maybe they should get rid of him before it was too late. She didn't hide her doubts and fears. Gongmyeon thought about it for a moment and said that it was possible. He stood there thinking about the possible consequences of his decisions. Then he added that he would get rid of Ho Jung next, after the Myung clan. Ho Jung was walking along the road. His thoughts were consumed with deep thoughtfulness when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his head. He stopped touching it with his hand, his temple, and realized he needed a drink of water. The wine he'd consumed earlier hadn't done much to keep his mind clear. Regretted now that he had drunk the wine, and now he bent over with pain even more, and almost fell to the ground without strength. He felt that not only had he fought the blue ghosts and his strength had been depleted, but the long conversation with the head of the Moyeong clan had taken a lot of energy. Heo Jung felt that his body was exhausted. He looked around and saw a rock nearby to sit on. He sank down on it tiredly, leaning back against him, and closed his eyes. He breathed in the fresh night air and tried to regain his strength. He was also running and out of breath. The moon, which was now in its full form, shone with a bright silvery light, and the sight was somehow soothing to his soul. His thoughts began to flow smoothly. He thought it was important to regain his strength after such a battle, and he remembered that during the battle with the monster he had gotten. Hyungmu's strength. He was also convinced of the evil intentions of the Mayung clan. He had already had some time to rest, and closing his eyes he began to regain his inner strength. Ho Jung also recalled his encounter with Ji-san. He knew that if it wasn't for that unit, he could not awaken the white tiger of his inner guardian, who helped him in the most difficult situations. It was that moment that became the turning point in his journey as a key step on the road to regaining his strength. This tiger was a symbol of his strength and power, awakening at the most critical times, in situations where his life hung in the balance. And there was another important point that never left his mind, that without it, he couldn't have contacted the Moyeong clan, his enemy from the past. These people didn't just threaten his existence, they tried to destroy his life on many different levels. He realized that their atrocities would soon come to an end, but he knew it would take a lot of effort. The enemy was brutal and ruthless, and the Moyeong clan had not yet paid for their atrocities. Then Gadik-san told him why he had climbed so high, if he needed help. He smiled with the corners of his lips slightly raised and asked Heo Jung if he missed him. The answer was the same as the one, and Heo Jung asked him too, the most. And Heo Jung wondered if that's why he came, but he was insulted and said that he would never fail the assignment given to him. He kept looking at Ho Jung carefully, trying to understand what he meant. But Ho Jung said he was joking and asked what business he had with it. He kept looking at Ho Jung's hand and noticed that it was a little wounded, but Ho Jung didn't understand what he was talking about, and then said that Ho Jung was exerting too much force alone. He pointed to a group of warriors standing nearby, and those who were sent. His father were now in front of him, and Shinmo ordered the squad to greet Mr. Ho Jong. It was Chang Yung's squad, and they were here to help him in his battles. They greeted Mr. Ho Jong. He didn't expect his father to send him, and he was very touched by it. He was glad that they had come and said that they were good for coming. Gadik-san noticed that he was very cold. Ho Jung was surprised by this gesture and Gadik-san's words, and he was very serious because he had a serious battle and a tough mission ahead of him. He pulled up his clothes and looked at his men again for a moment and said that they had a hard road ahead of them and to be ready for anything. And they were, ready to listen to his orders. At this time, the news came, and the head of the Myung clan couldn't believe what he had just been told. It was something. The unbelievable Haman Group squad couldn't pull it off, seemed absurd. I was also angry that the Blue Ghost squad couldn't catch the Blue Ghosts either. Ho Jong. His doubts and bewilderment were growing by the minute, and he was so furious that the atmosphere around him became very heated. No one caught the enemy. The head of the Meng clan was furious, and his anger knew no bounds. He couldn't stop smashing everything in his path, his face red with rage, and his eyes red with anger, glowing with fire. Everything around him seemed to crumble under the pressure of his indignation. He felt helpless, not knowing what to do next, but here it is. At this moment, his assistant cautiously and tremblingly approached him and quietly said that Shu Myung hadn't given up yet. It was possible to send out the Blue Ghosts. While trying to guess what it was that made his master so furious, the clan leader didn't understand how the blue could be used again. Ghosts if they're all dead. And then the assistant said, we could use their lifeless bodies. After all, they're lying there dressed in normal clothes. And if this continues, Ho Jung will get to Hanam and start harming civilians. In that case, there will be chaos. These words made the head of the clan think twice. He also investigated an incident in Jiangsu. There were unsolved crimes there, and he started a rumor that it was all his work. Hojong and Shaolin Temple will not stand by, and the people will also revolt, and they will get a public enemy in the form of the White Tiger. This will lead to to more destruction, and the clan would be in danger. And then the head told the man to listen to him carefully. The clan leader decided it was time to act. He looked at his assistant and smirked, saying that now he was acting like a real man, and told him to raise the cup and drink. The assistant, somewhat embarrassed but flattered by this praise, accepted the cup and asked for forgiveness. Clan Chief Myung said that he could continue to act as he intended, but this time, we should send those who could capture Ho Jung, and wanted to send Myung Shisan's brothers there. The aide was surprised. He knew that it had originally been decided to send these people to confront the Yan clan. The clan head continued without paying attention to the assistant's bewilderment, saying that Ho Jung wasn't from that clan. The assistant obeyed the order. The head said that even the head of the Yang clan himself would not be able to do it this time. After all, these people had mastered the technique perfectly. Ancestors. Meanwhile, the city employees who were assigned to investigate found the place where the battle between Ho Jung and Blue Ghosts. City officials arrived on the scene to inspect the area and gather information about the incident. Excited, they looked around and realized it was more than just a clash. 11 lifeless were found, and they thought it was Ho Jung's work. Behind them, people whispered behind their backs and said that Lee Chol had arrived after all, and another of them didn't know who it was. But it was the famous Shaolin master, who heads the Golden Hand clan. They didn't understand why he had interfered in this matter, but it meant that Shaolin no longer intended to remain silent. Watch. 5 years ago, a fire in Hoi San. 3 years ago, the death of a girl. 2 years ago, another incident of self-inflicted death in them. Thought it was all Ho Jung's doing. To Lee Chul, it was strange. How could such a young man commit all these crimes? He understood that there's definitely something wrong here, and moreover, all these crimes are unsolved. Then one of the witnesses said that whoever was lying there wasn't a pharmacist. He said how he knew. And then the witness said that how could he not know, because he had been trading on this market for 20 years. How could he not be recognized? And the other one wasn't a fishmonger. They looked at those who were lying on the ground and realized that they were people dressed in strange clothes, and it was very suspicious that they weren't villagers. And if they weren't villagers, then who were they, thought Lee Chol. At those words, the faces. The gathering changed. Suddenly someone came running over and hurriedly exhaled in relief at the rapidity of events. He informed Mr. Lee Chol that there was a serious problem. The servant's eyes glistened with excitement, and he seemed certain that the master himself should take care of the matter personally. Although Mr. Lee Chul was puzzled by this haste, he soon realized that the situation really needed his attention. He nodded and went to the scene following the servant. When they arrived at the place, the picture was more than alarming. Underneath the rubble lay the lifeless bodies. The servants and soldiers had already started to pick up stones and debris, and Lee Chul said to dig it up before nightfall, and that they should move faster. He saw several dozen dead, all of them crushed, and judging by the weapons, he thought they were not ordinary villagers. Master Shaolin wondered if this could be the work of Ho Jong, but the most surprising thing was that he couldn't understand how this man, or he could handle so many opponents by himself. What incredible fighting techniques did Ho Jung use, thought Lee Chul. At which time several of the fighters returned and told him the important news, and were excited. They spotted Ho Jong on the Ho Chang Road. Master Shaolin couldn't believe his ears at first. He was surprised and wondered how it could be so, that this man was so close. His decision was made quickly. He used the Golden River floating technique. He had to see him with his own eyes to understand what kind of man he was, to appreciate the seriousness of the threat. The master did not hesitate to pack up and hurry in, towards Ho Chang. Heo Jung entered the village slowly, stepping leisurely and scrutinizing the area. His troop followed in step with him, with confident and determined strides, but their presence was not ordinary. Their poise and composure spoke volumes. Ho Jung's gaze was concentrated, and even the air around him seemed tense. Passers-by who saw him started saying that he was a criminal and how dare he walk with his hands up. Head. Ho Jung didn't pay any attention to them. His steps were firm and sure he moved forward. Lee Chul thought he didn't look like a villain. But even if Ho Jung didn't notice the conversations behind his back, their significance didn't escape his keen eye. He knew that every change he made, every gesture and every word counts in this world of intrigue and danger. All was quiet in the village, but tension was in the air. Was hovering. Then someone blocked his path and told him to stop. He said he was the eldest son of the Yang clan who was suspected of crimes. He was ordered to drop his weapon and surrender, or the head of the blue unit of the Myung clan would arrest him as a criminal. But he didn't stop and didn't. To listen to no one, and instead destroyed the enemy. He led his group through the main street walking confidently, but his thoughts were far away from that. That was going on around him. He analyzed the next moves as if each of his moves were part of a huge chess game, where every move mattered. But suddenly another man came out and started shouting, and Ho-jung knew that this was the decisive moment and started moving in that direction. He insulted him and said, "How dare he do that?" Then Ho-jung used his strength and destroyed him on the spot too. Ho-jung quietly but confidently told his men to be ready. His words were like a signal. The men instantly adopted a fighting eye stance. They were filled with determination. They were ready to defend their leader and fight to the end with no doubt of their victory. All these months, preparing every trial and every battle they endured, brought them here to a village that could soon become the arena for a great battle. They had to destroy everyone in their path. With each step forward, the tension in the air grew stronger and stronger. Ho-jung and his squad moved deeper into the village, passing houses that seemed to hide their secrets behind their windows. He knew that many of these people probably didn't. What was going on? The warriors fought against all who came out to them. The process of movement was becoming more and more predictable, and now it was opening up before them. A new part of the enemies. Ho-jung felt the darkness thickening around him, as if the sky was preparing to turn into a storm. And as he walked, everyone looked at him and were horrified by his power. And everyone realized and said that this was the villain Ho-jung, but no matter what happened, he was ready to face it. Face. Sang held up the flyer with Ho-jung's picture on it and couldn't believe his eyes. It was written on it that he had allegedly set the fire, killing a lot of people. He knew that these were nothing but dirty rumors. Those who were spreading these accusations were clearly trying to make Ho-jung an enemy. This, according to Ho-jung, was to avoid White Tiger Morum's interference, and it could also be an excuse for pressure. He saw all this manipulation going on and thought it was a common tactic to achieve political goals. Then he turned to Shin Mo. To was ready to listen to his orders and waited to hear what he had to say. Said to gather 10 of the toughest and most experienced fighters and prepare the rest in 2 days so they can come forward if necessary. He was ready to follow his master's instructions. San didn't understand what he was going to do and why it was so urgent to gather the fighters. Ho-jung replied that since it was like this, he should meet with the head of the Meng clan now. But Song said it was a trap and that he was going to fight the army. Ho-jung told him to find out about the secret bribes Head Myung sent to the Mo-young clan army. San kept saying that he should at least wait for the opening of the meeting. San saw that his words did not convince everyone, and Ho-jung said he was counting on him. Seeing this, San realized he had to act decisively and tried to stop Ho-jung. He shouted after him that he was naughty and obnoxious. Heo-jung walked forward without paying attention to anyone's words. He was full, and nothing could stop him, even though he had told Sanu, so he thought of one thing all the time. If he's in too much of a hurry to attack the Myong clan. He knew that the true Azure Silk technique had risen 2 levels and reached the 8th level. Stars. The black turtle came out. Now the white tiger will fill his body with natural energy due to this. His true Azure technique. The silk has become as wide as a river. His strength was at its peak now, but if there were 3 warriors like Myong Chi-san, it would be hard for him. Around him, people were looking at him, but his eyes were fixed only on one point forward to his goal, where those 3 brothers were. After thinking about it, Heo-jung stopped and scrutinized the 3 figures in front of him. His gaze sharpened on them, and he intuitively felt that these aren't just random opponents. Thought it would be hard on him. These 3 were strong, and their presence meant he was on the threshold. The real test. Heo-jung knew that, in such a situation, if he failed to awaken at least one of his powerful inner guardian red, a bird or a blue dragon would greatly reduce his chances of success. Important events continued in the Myong clan, and the manager went to the head of the clan. As soon as he crossed the threshold, something stunning caught his eye. The head of the clan stood before him, and his body was engulfed in fire that blazing around his head and hands. The flames did not hurt him, and he seemed to be studying some ancient technique with full concentration. The manager froze, shocked by the sight. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could the head have mastered such a powerful technique so quickly, he thought. He knew perfectly well that it was one of the divine ancestral techniques of the Phoenix technique. It was a technique that was only passed down to a select few and mastered. It meant incredible power and skill. The whole room was filled with an atmosphere of danger and power, and the head seemed to merge with the fire, as if he were becoming part of the elements. The head, sensing the presence of the manager, turned around and met his gaze. He asked how he was doing. His face was calm, but the fire in his eyes was so bright and powerful that he was sure that Sichuan would kneel before him now. The manager agreed, but he looked on and was horrified by what he saw. But the leader was sure he had to destroy the Yan clan first. He couldn't rest until he did, and he couldn't rest until he did. Then he asked, then the manager came in. He He took out a letter and put it in the gentleman's hands. He took the letter in his hand and began to read it, and learned that the Moyong clan had been granted the right to assemble, and that a general meeting of the Murim would soon be held. And Clan Chief Myung was happy, and said that he was finally doing the right thing, and that he made Ho Jung the enemy. He'll deal with the clan himself. Young is at the meeting. Then he asked what was wrong with Ho Jung, and the manager said that they had planned to feed him the Blue Ghost Squad, and now the three brothers Ha Hui and Hong, along with the White Tiger Army, prepared to arrest Ho Jung, and were impressively huge and strong, and they were already walking towards Heo Jung now, and had seen him from afar. Heo Jung stood in front of his enemies. His gaze was focused and cold as ice. His heart was beating harder, and his blood seemed to be burning in his veins. He turned to Shin Mo. When he saw them, he said that there were 3 of them. He realized that they were really strong, and even knew that they were several times stronger than him. But he didn't understand why their aura he was familiar with. He didn't realize when he had time, and suddenly he remembered something. The enemies in front of him were exchanging nervous glances. Ho Jung remembered his father and his brother, and the day their clan was destroyed. It was the moment he had been waiting for all his life, the moment when he could, to get back everything he'd lost. Images of his family surfaced in his mind. He remembered everyone and his enemies and what each of them had done then in his past life. Heo Jung stood in front of his enemies, feeling his body fill with power, and his feelings overwhelm him. He looked at them and his soul flashed. Realization. Shin Mo couldn't realize what was wrong with him. Heo Jung clenched his weapon in his hands, his fingers gripped the hilt tightly, and he felt it. Tension coursing through his entire body, and he wondered if the day would ever come when he would forget these memories, the day his family was destroyed. He knew that this moment was not the end but only the continuation of his journey. There were still questions in front of him, and he didn't know it was fear or joy. Every time the memories of the past resurfaced in his mind, he felt this overwhelming pain as if it were everything had just happened. Ho Jung clenched his teeth and began to move towards his enemies. His steps were quick and decisive. His whole soul was. And the storm and darkness of memories raged within him. His gaze became cold and merciless. He couldn't afford it. He couldn't let his past bring him back to the dark, desperate moments. So he ran saying he missed those baddies. At that time, the head of the Yong clan received an important letter in his office. He didn't waste any time and went straight to it, to read its contents. The letter was not just a notice, but rather an official communication stating that the head of the organization was now the head of the organization. Of the Moyong clan is given full authority to hold meeting. The aide who respectfully asks if he was going to attend. However, the head was not going to attend. To be present. He understood the importance of other matters right now. Asked that another letter be sent to the Mayong clan as soon as possible. This is an accusation of creation, a secret organization hiding in the shadows of Jiangsu to absorb their clan, as well as claims of what they were trying to expose. One man a villain and a warning that they will have to answer for the danger they are trying to put his son in. But the deputy said that if they did, they might turn their sword against him. And the leader said that's why he was sending this letter. Said it was better to wait for the meeting, but the father and head thought that now his son would continue to fight the Myung clan alone, and he who cannot protect his son cannot be called a parent. The assistant was silent for a few moments, processing what was said. The head of the clan looked at the aide again, his face calm, and he wished the letter had been sent as soon as possible. The assistant, though he realized the gravity of the situation, could not refuse his master. The father was worried about his son and told himself to be patient, a little more. Meanwhile, Ho Jung, who was fighting with the 3 brothers, couldn't help but notice how skillful they were with their technique. He continued to attack him with incredible force, leaving marks on his body, and he asked his brothers if they had seen it, but no damage was done to him. Another brother told him not to miss when it was his turn, and the third said that the brother had reached a high level and there was no reason for him to follow. When it was his turn, he said they'd practice a lot and they'd understand. Despite their conversations, Ho Jung didn't stop. He continued to fight, and his determination didn't falter. Every move he made was calculated and precise, but he knew his enemies were not just random opponents. He sensed that they possessed more than just physical strength. But no matter how hard Ha Jung tried, he couldn't do the slightest damage to his opponent. So he decided that. Crush him just like that. Suddenly, Ho Jung's aides appeared on the battlefield. They were supposed to protect him. They tried to surround him to protect him from the enemy's attacks, but Ho Jung continued to fight as if he didn't notice the help, paying no attention to anyone but his opponent. He continued to fight as if this whole battle was a game he was enjoying, despite the weight of it. He thought what a strange battle this was. For him, it wasn't just a fight. It was a way to demonstrate his strength and resilience, to prove to himself that he was capable, to withstand even the hardest blows of fate. His gaze was sharp and his movements incredibly fast. But even so, his opponent was not inferior. He seemed to be as strong as him, The person he was fighting with thought that, judging from his warm greeting, it was Ho Jong, and said that since they'd played one game, he should give up now. And Ho Jung realized that it was a person he had once met in a past life, and this moment was like a reminder. To him, their old meeting. It was hard for him to breathe. He felt a strange but familiar aura emanating from that one. There was something about it. The man was very unpleasant. The man kept saying that Ho Jong was emitting poisonous energy, and that he seemed to be used to neutralizing people judging from his aura, and wondered how Ho Jung dares to call himself a real white island man, under the mask of a white man. He thought that Ho Jong was trespassing on someone else's territory. He was killing everyone indiscriminately. He said he smelled of the black faction. Islands. Heo Jung asked if he was disgusted to talk about righteousness, and thought who else should talk about it. Then one of the brothers said, "Why listen to that boy?" Heo Jung continued to fight without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. Each of his blows was decisive and accurate despite his opponent's huge advantage in strength. Eventually, he turned around and started fighting Ho Jung, and thought that he was a heartless man, and that he didn't even give time to mourn his relatives, and that it was time for him to stop making noise. But Ho Jung couldn't listen to him anymore, and he said he would neutralize him and send him back to his clan. At this time, Master Shaolin thought that those people from the blue unit of the Myong clan, they were now in front of him on the ground, thought that Ho Jung had gone that way. I wonder if he went to the Myung clan's lair. He went that way, to start fighting them. I didn't understand why Ho Jun would do that, or why he was doing it. Gadik San, whose name was already known among some influential circles, sought to catch up with the Shaolin master. His steps were quick and decisive, and he greeted the Shaolin master as he caught up with him, asked him if he was from Shaolin, and he said he was from Kibon. He didn't realize how he'd caught up with, so they went to the tavern and sat down. Gadik Sang assumed that he was following Ho Jung, and didn't understand why he was following him. But he said he had to arrest him, and that he was the cause of the riots in Hanam, that Shaolin can't go on, to stay away. Gadik San confirmed that he had said all the right things. He added that he knew exactly what he had said was taking place in Hainam right in front of the Shaolin Temple's nose, and the Shaolin Temple was surprised by his words. Gadik San did not stall for time. He knew the master was smart enough to understand what was going on around him. He asked if he knew why Mr. Ho Jong had come to Hanam and why he was behaving like a raging lion. He thought about what he had said. Gadik asked that he was not aware of it and that he should not, and that he would tell him everything. At this time, Heo Jung continued his fight with his powerful opponent, a huge big guy who repeatedly showed his full power and pressed him mercilessly. The enemy was intensifying his attack with each blow, was not going to back down. He grew more and more determined each time he stood firm against the big man's might. They were both like two giant rocks colliding in a never-ending struggle. A storm raged around them, and the energy they emitted was so powerful that it seemed no living person could resist this whirlwind of force. With each blow, Ho Jung began to realize that his opponent wasn't just strong, his attacks were imbued with something deeper than just physical power, and he didn't understand what it was, or why he couldn't finally defeat it and follow the path ahead. And suddenly he realized that the big man's energy was penetrating him through his own weapon. His fist was covered with an invisible spiritual force that ran through Ho Jong like invisible chains trying to weaken him. The big man himself said that he didn't think his fist would be so hard. It was as if those words were a signal to Heo Jung, and Heo Jung used the White Tiger Forest technique and started to act against that one. He concentrated all his power into one powerful move and used the turtle shell technique. His body was as if it was covered in magic. The armor hardened. However, Ho Jung did not waste any time either. In an instant, he concentrated his energy and activated his own Tiger Wall technique. Shin Mo didn't realize which one of them had the advantage. He also knew that the opponent was not alone, and if they joined forces, it would be 8 out of 10. He was very afraid that Ho Jung might lose and succumb to their power. And he decided to do something and broke the seal and was going to use the technique given by the head to take at least one enemy with him to the next world to help Ho Jung. One of the brothers wondered how amazing it was that such a powerful battle had broken out. It was very strange for the other one too that there was still a battle going on. And Ho Jung's martial arts were strange to him. He asked what his brother thought about it. It seemed familiar to him. One of them had the feeling that Ho Jung's movements were similar to their commander, Myung Woo San's technique. A picture from the past appeared in his mind when someone had once told him that the Qilin technique was not as good as Phoenix's technique, and he remembered the discussion that happened at that moment. He said that if you're talking about the main technique, you should try this. Then that man started to show it on himself, pointing out the Qilin technique. It's really powerful, and the enemy was even surprised by it, and remained looking at the commander. who've watched it admit that the commander seems to be strong in this technique, but the Phoenix technique is considered the #1 weapon no matter what. Someone was arguing and saying that the Ghost technique was the best. Ayomandir thought that this technique should be used when fighting with the Yan clan, not between them. Himself. The man he showed it to said he'd keep it in mind, and thanked him for showing it to him. They continued to discuss strategy among themselves, when one of them, who was waiting his turn, could not contain his displeasure. He expressed disappointment at how long the fight had dragged on, saying that at this rate, they could face the dawn without finishing the battle, and that after sunset, it was his turn. Meanwhile, the one who fought Hojong wasn't going to hesitate. He decided it was time to end this battle. He was sure that he would win, and wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible. Heo-jung continued to fight him, and realized that his moves were repelled by his internal energy and the remaining energy, about a third of the energy. The next blow was coming, and Heo-jung couldn't understand what he was doing all this time, if he couldn't not finish the fight. His opponent replied, and only grinned as he continued, that he was about to show him a real ghost technique. Fire sparked from his eyes. He was serious and didn't want to waste any more time talking. He came here to show Ho-jung his true strength. Ho-jung felt that his opponent was ready for a decisive strike, and at the same time, he did not retreat. He couldn't understand one thing, and it was very strange to him. Despite his strength, Ho-jung was prepared. Using the triple wall technique, he created an energy wall around him, a barrier that protected him from possible blows. The technique was so powerful that it created the illusion of 3 walls that surrounded him on all sides, simultaneously allowing him to strike and counterattack. And suddenly, he was at it again. Stopped and wondered and wanted to understand what was going on, again with the one. He could not understand what was going on, why the enemy's techniques were so similar to his, and what technique he had mastered. Ho-jung watched his opponent, suddenly felt a strange tension in the air. Something in his movements, in his energy, didn't seem to match what he'd expected. It suddenly became clear to him that his enemy wasn't using the real technique, but a fake version of Hyunmu's technique. It was just an imitation version that had no full strength and could only disguise herself. Heo-jung stood watching his opponent, and his mind flashed with clarity. He remembered Myung-eun-ji, and that the techniques were similar. It was also called the ghost technique. Why didn't he immediately realize that it was only different? But the structure was the same. Ah-young had talked about it at the meeting. He remembered their conversation at the meeting, as she shared her knowledge of an invincible warrior, who she knew had mastered 4 fighting techniques, including dodging and attacking. That was their conversation, and now he remembered the details of what he had left out then. This was the man who 3 centuries ago crushed the Bloody Order rebellion and changed the course of history forever. That's what her father told her. The Myeong clan was founded after that uprising. It is known that the clan helped the invincible warrior and drove away the Bloody Order. It's possible that the invincible warrior is a descendant of an immortal warrior, and so he remembered details that might have seemed inconsequential before. Now he realized that either the ancestors of the Meng clan had handed down the battle equipment to him, stole it, which is more plausible. His opponent used it now as if it had been given to him. But now Ho-jung realized that everything was falling into place. The technique used by his enemy didn't have the same power as the original, and I could see where this warrior came from with that technique. But he wouldn't admit that it was a fake technique of hers, he said, that Ho-jung was talking nonsense. He demanded that he apologize to his ancestors when he sent him to the next world. He said that Ho-jung had confused something, superficial knowledge with ancestral techniques, and started to fight again. But Ho-jung wasn't going to give in. He knew that all he needed is to be calm and precise in your actions. The opponent was furious, but Ho-jung wasn't going to waste time talking. Heo-jung noticed his footsteps and thought that in this technique, the steps shouldn't be as hurried as his enemy's now. He prepared for another attack, and his movements became sharp and fast as lightning. In response, his opponent began to strike. His blows were powerful, but Ho-jung no longer saw them as a threat. He knew that the power of the fake technique wouldn't last long. To endure the true test, Ho-jung applied his technique with the utmost precision. There was perfect synergy in his movements, and it was Emperor Zhengyu's wall technique, and each of his blows left no chance. Ho-chudong said that again, and everything happening around them resembled a storm. Found himself in the center like a stone rock standing against everything, and said it was the power of his ancestors. And said they'd better stay in the grave then. He got even angrier and started attacking with renewed vigor. His pride and confidence in his own power was severely shattered. He was sure that his technique was no different from the original. The brothers tried to stop him, saying that they needed him alive and that they should take him with them. But he was already relentless, and he used the technique, or the spirit of a turtle and 18 fists. Heo-jung used Hyunmu's original technique, The air around him seemed to sparkle and darkened with a mysterious power. It was truly a stunning sight. Yunmu symbolized the north and winter. It was a deity who ruled the water. His technique embodied the invincible forces of nature, merging into one powerful and inexorable current. Like a river that originates in small tributaries and eventually flows into the main channel, it was the law of water. The scattered forces of the side clans always returned to their source B, the main clan. When Ho Jung took this stance and performed his technique, his opponent standing in front of him could not contain his rage. He realized that the enemy's power was dissipating. He said with hatred that Ho Jung would pay for everything with his life. He attacked with renewed vigor, not realizing that his energy was already running low, and that Ho Jung's technique was nothing but a universal antidote to his power. But Ho Jung was in no hurry. He knew that everything had already been decided. The moment the enemy attacked again, Ho Jung attacked quickly and clearly, reacted to his movements. He didn't give the enemy a chance to continue his attack. With every movement he made, the enemy felt his strength draining away. As he grew weaker and weaker, suddenly his opponent was weakened so much that he couldn't understand how it was possible. He just grabbed his head, and in that moment felt all the power he had accumulated, and which now concentrated in one movement, he as owner was going to take away. The enemy has everything of his own. The enemy felt like an unknown force was sucking out all of his life energy. It wasn't just a feeling of his strength, all melted like snow. He tried to push back, but his arms had become so weak that he couldn't remove his opponent's hand. The other brothers didn't realize what is happening. In the same second, the enemy fell to his knees and his body became thin and flabby, like an old man who had learned all the hardships of life. Ho Jung had completely absorbed all of his power, and now Ho Jung had sent just one to the other world. Meanwhile, his two brothers, who were watching this horrible scene, could not believe what was happening. They were furious and did not understand what was happening. Ho Jung did the same thing. They ran to Ho Jung, ready to avenge their brother and his death. Ho Jung called out to those he hated in the past. The head of the Meng clan had already started his journey. He was sitting in a horse-drawn carriage, immersed in his thoughts. He had an important event ahead of him, and he wondered if everything was ready for an attack. His servant standing nearby confidently reported that everything was under control. It was 80. The Meng clan leader looked into the distance with a sense of confidence. The head of the Meng clan looked into the distance with a sense of confidence in his strength and determination. The aide suggested we wait until the meeting started, and the head told the commander that hadn't he read the letter this afternoon, that the Yan clan will soon become the common enemy of the Murim, and they will be punished. In which case he had to deal with them himself, and he was furious and ready to do it, thinking he was the strongest, and that he will punish the Yeon clan and reward them according to their deeds. At this time, Ho Jung's opponent was not going to give up, and continued to attack with even more fury. Ho Jung resisted with all his might, felt his strength slowly waning. After the first fight, he was a little tired, but he continued to defend himself. Then he remembered the Guardian. His movements became less fast, but he didn't let his opponent win. The fight became not only physical, but also psychological, a challenge for both of them. He knew that if he didn't do his best, he would lose, but he couldn't accept that outcome. Meanwhile, the enemy, noticing that Ho Jung was weakened, decided to use one of his powerful Phoenix Fire Water techniques. But Ho Jung didn't hesitate. In response, he used his 12 North Wall technique. At this moment, the enemy's flames went out, as if someone had just exhaled on the fire. The enemy didn't expect such a quick reaction, and it made him hesitate. Then Ho Jung used another technique, the Tiger King Wall, which was no less dangerous. It was a powerful attacking move. The third brother who was watching the fight asked if he was okay, but he said that Ho Jung was a monster. Came over and said that he saw brother Myung Hak lose all his energy. It was just sucked out of it. They were sure that Ho Jung was using some kind of magical technique, something very powerful and dangerous that allowed him to gain the upper hand. But Ho Jung didn't immediately respond to their guesses. He just grinned and said that it was invented. Whoever he took the energy from started it, to use a technique without fully understanding its principles. Now there was nothing left of it, and they could see the result. His opponents didn't understand him. They kept looking at him in bewilderment. He said it was a payment. Ho Jung said, for the mistake was cutting the lifeline in half of that. Of the enemy. The sight was so terrifyingly calm and terrifying that the brothers stood there unable to figure out how to react, and he told them to. Slowly perished before him. However, their anger knew no bounds. They began to act together two at a time to try to overthrow Ho Jung from his position. They thought that if they could defeat him together, it would be over. However, Ho Jung wasn't going to give up. He kept fighting back without letting them get the upper hand even for a moment. He continued to fight them with full commitment, without giving, not a chance in hell. Soon he managed to defeat those two. They couldn't resist, even though there were two of them. More Myon clan warriors came running after the two men were killed. His voice sounded firmer than ever before, with a reminder of the importance of that, all what was going on, and he told them to call the head of the Myung clan to him. The battle was only part of something much bigger that was imminent. While his aides stood in the woods watching, the warrior said that the day of the meeting had finally come, and he asked that the enemies would not be able to wish for anything now. He also added that they were so frightened by Ho Jong's strength and power that he didn't leave, not a chance. Shin Mo replied that all attention was now turned there. If they started a battle with them, it wouldn't just be a battle. Asking if he wanted to do it, Shin Mo continued that the warrior's job was to protect the young master, and they had to remember their primary responsibilities. And those were willing to watch their words and behavior. Shima thought that that warrior was right, and that Heo Young is very strong. He can hold back 300 men, and moreover, he is aware of his opponent's weaknesses. Shin Mo wondered how this was possible. Soon, Gadik-san appeared. He approached the group with a confident stride, his gaze full of determination, and shouted loudly that he was an unusual vagrant and that he should be let in. He looked around at those who noticed that they didn't recognize him. He added that today was dirtier than today, normally, but he said hello nonetheless, and apparently wanted to get right down to business. Ho Jong also said hello, and then he said that there was trouble. But Ho Jung asked if he'd looked around and why he hadn't gone to the meeting. Godik Song shouted that it wasn't important right now. Ho Jung didn't really pay attention to his words, but he said even louder that the head of the Yong clan and interrupted his words. Ho Young stood a little to the side and watched carefully. He was trying to figure out what was going on and why they were leaving. He looked around at the people around him, but everything was too confusing. And then Gulik Sang started talking again. The head of the Yong clan released the explosives. Ho Young didn't seem to understand what that meant. He explained that his father had sent a letter threatening the Myung clan, but he understood why his father did it. He was confused and didn't know how to proceed or what to do about the situation. Gadik said that his father did it to protect him. Heo Young didn't understand what was going on, the announcement of the battle by his father, and the sudden retreat of the White Dragon warriors. There was no more for them to do. The need to be here. Everything that was going on seemed too complicated for an immediate solution. He realized that they were going to deal with it personally, with the Yon clan. He remembered how many years ago his enemy had caused his family much suffering, and that memory made his heart clenched, and his hand clutched the bridle as if he could clamp down on all his emotions. He realized it was his turn to protect, of his father. At this time, despite the suddenness of the convocation, the meeting had already begun. The heads of the clans had arrived, and the atmosphere in the hall was tense. Everyone felt that this was a moment that needed immediate attention. One of the main participants in this meeting, Gong, stood and thanked them for taking the time to come to such an urgent situation. His words immediately attracted attention, and he got straight to the point without wasting any time. Time for idle chatter. Today they had gathered to discuss the future of Morim and the common enemy. The head of the Namgung clan thought that it was really about the Meng clan, or about the Yon clan. Some of the clan heads exchanged anxious glances without realizing what exactly it was. He didn't understand what Gongmyan was up to. The Shaolin ambassador began to say that the head of the Moyung clan had made a rather serious suggestion. Everyone present began to wonder. He was saying whether Gong understood what the words common enemy and Murima meant, and that if so, the enemy must be expelled completely. This order to expel the enemy from Murim is tantamount to doom an entire clan. His voice was tinged with a note of bewilderment, but Gun replied that he understood the seriousness of it, and the other clan head was saying which clan committed such a grave crime to deserve such a thing. It was Hyun Jin's scholar's son. Then the head of the Namgung clan continued that Hannam had become very noisy lately, but the other didn't understand what he meant, and whether it was the same Hanam where Shaolin and the Meng clan are located. It was Hoboken Peng, and he was surprised. Then Namgung In said that it seemed like the head of the Peng clan didn't know that the son of the Yon clan had caused the riots in Hainam. He was dumbfounded. And not only that, there are rumors that he suspected of many crimes that happened in Jiangsu, which meant that Young was the common enemy of Murim. No one could say for sure now, but Namgung In said that there's no smoke without fire. They realized it was about the son of the Sword of Justice and that they could never have guessed what could be going on in a man's soul. Someone suggested that it was a false rumor. The head of the Namgung clan wondered why the head of the Chagall clan thought so. He replied that all of them were unsolved cases. The perpetrator of these crimes hadn't been found for years, and rumor has it, they were. Only one person in the Yan clan. It was very strange to him. He thought that if he was ruthless, he wouldn't have saved him. His daughter, No, he thought it was just a false rumor to dishonor Yeon's son's reputation. No one knew if it was true or false. Namgung In said that he should keep his daughter safe, and that if there are rumors about her relationship with a man suspected of crimes, there'd be trouble. but he replied that his daughter was an excellent judge of character, Nam-gung, and thought to himself that he should have answered the question. Everyone sat in the hall and thought about who the culprit might be, who was behind all these terrible events. The silence was such that you could hear everyone trying to put the pieces together, puzzles in his head. The head of the Moyung clan continued to say that the man he was proposing as a common enemy of Murim, guilty of more than one crime, and it was a whole gang, and that they were responsible for the disappearance of dozens of ordinary residents of the lower street. And they also secretly ran the Blue Ghosts unit. About 800 workers disappeared without a trace. This clan brought its sword down on all of Murim. And at the very end, Gongmyeon added that this clan was Myeong. Said some of the clan heads were quietly talking among themselves, trying to understand what they had heard. At this time, the head of the Myeong clan, who was riding in his luxurious carriage, felt the excitement that was increasing with each passing moment. He was looking forward to meeting the head of the Yong clan, thinking that this was the moment when he would be able to demonstrate his power and strength he had dreamed of for so long. He was sure he had reached the pinnacle that his fighters trained in the 4 great techniques were ready to meet with any challenge. These techniques known to everyone, Ghost Technique, Jilin Technique, Shingon Technique, and Phoenix Technique, seemed quite powerful to him to defeat any opponent. And he thought that was enough, but the most reassuring fact of all, he himself is the strongest. Thought for sure there was the next level of Phoenix Technique, thought he could defeat the Yong clan, and then all 6 great clans would just be wiped out, into powder. At this time, Heo-jung was rushing towards his target with a focused and determined expression on his face, his horse. And he knew that every second counted. He was sure he had to make it, because there was more than just an enemy ahead of him, but a huge threat. He could feel the tension in the air building with every step his horse took, and his heart pounded faster with it, of excitement and worry. God Iksan said that the head of the Myeong clan had gone to the southern land, that vagabonds had seen him riding with the warriors. Ho-jung replied that he wanted to shut him up. The clan leader headed for his father. He probably wants to get rid of his father, to cover up his shame by getting rid of all the witnesses. Heo-jung guessed that he must be eager to test the false technician, Sashinma. Now he knew what they had in mind. The problem for him was time. He didn't know if he could keep up with. Godok-san didn't know what he was talking about. It was not clear to everyone what exactly was going on. Then Ho-jung said he would go ahead and try to apprehend the head of the Myung clan. His mind was swarming with questions, but all he realized was this. But Godok-san thought he was crazy because he was going to do it alone and said he couldn't do it. Ho-jung didn't pay attention to Godok-san's words. The only thing he knew was that he had to hurry. Without any hesitation, he jumped off his horse. The moment his feet touched the ground, he concentrated all his strength. He felt the energy flowing through his body. Everything around him seemed to freeze for a moment, and he felt his body ready to see Myung Cheon. The enemies swiftly galloped towards Ho-jung, filled with impatience and anticipation of the upcoming battle. They raced with incredible speed, ready to defeat their opponent. But in just 1 second, something unexpected happened and they stopped. They could not understand what had happened because something appeared in front of them that they didn't expect to see. It was an axe flying straight towards them with incredible speed. And so, the battle began. Heo-jung arrived here so quickly that his enemies didn't even realize, and he knew it was Kibong. Saying that the enemy could overcome all of Chunwan's ways was no exaggeration to him now. At least he was able to get there in time. He didn't expect his appearance to be so decisive and sudden. So he asked where Myung Cheon was. His servants replied, how dare he call the strongest warrior by name, and they didn't know who he was. But at that moment, he realized that Ho-jung was really standing in front of them. He had a huge axe with white robes and was ready to fight. The other thought that it couldn't be that the 3 brothers couldn't lose so easily, and they were already wary of it. Then Ho-jung said that he was hoping to get in easily, and that the one whose last name and first name was Myung would not be able to enter the land of the Yan clan, and he shouted and was ready to defend his land. They had thought they could easily defeat him, but now they were cautiously retreating, realizing that they could not resist him. Then one of the brave men came up and approached Commander Myung-chok Ryang. He asked if he could take that bastard's head off his shoulders and signal the start of the fight. The man allowed him to do so, and eventually he started to act, walking towards Heo-jung. Immediately the attack began, and he ran without fear towards the enemy, swiftly headed towards the enemy using his Shilin technique. And Ho-jung noticed that he was using a divine technique and thought it was a powerful technique, but Ho-jung knew he had the strength to win. So he stood up and waited for his opponent to come. He immediately threw his axe in his direction. At this point, the opponent tried to defeat him, but suddenly things didn't go the way he planned. And Ho-jung said that if he learned a new technique, then he had to apply the necessary force, and it was his way. It looks like a sick giraffe, and that it's some kind of mix. He thought 54 swords would help him, and he decided to call them. They were supposed to show off the new technique. Ho-jung saw that it was all a celebration of fakery. They were yelling for them to stop him from escaping and for them to kill Ho-jung. And then Ho-jung thought he might have rushed here too fast. In that case, he decided to jump over them all and go straight to Myung Cheon. He saw the carriage Myung Cheon was riding in, engulfed in flames. He seemed to be sitting inside, and his skin was bright red and pulsing with flames. Energy like a living torch. Although Ho-jung tried to get closer to the carriage, he didn't want to be let near it. He continued to struggle with those who stood in his way. The force built up in his body, and his energy struck like lightning. The commander shouted that they should use the ghost technique, but they tried again and failed again. The commander, who was watching the situation, noticed something strange and wondered what was wrong. Heo-jung thought that the new technique and strength was starting to weaken. He didn't understand why it was happening. He used the dragon power response technique. He first thought that his inner strength was weakening, but then it turned out that his opponents were absorbing energy with a fake technique, and it was not depriving them of their strength, but it was adding to it. That's why they didn't get tired. Meanwhile, the commander decided not to be left behind and used the dragon sword technique against Ho-jung. Heo-jung had already predicted that the enemy would try to attack and turned around to see his opponent rapidly approaching. The battle was heating up with renewed vigor, and the atmosphere was tense. Every blow, every maneuver, every flash. The energies became more and more intense. Heo-jung, who had already faced threats more than once, was more focused than ever. His body was shrouded in power. His movements became swift and powerful. He searched for vulnerabilities in his enemy's defenses. The minute he jumped up and thought he should have gotten rid of him from the start, he headed swiftly toward the carriage, his eyes fixed on the flames that had already engulfed it. The flames were rising high into the sky. Suddenly, as if by magic, there was an explosion and powerful tongues of flame tore the air. The heat was so intense that the fire was rising into the sky, and its fierce tongues began to reach him. The commander barely had time to leap aside in an attempt to escape the raging flames that spread far beyond the burning carriage. He stopped to look at what was happening, and then a man appeared from the fiery carriage. His figure was enveloped in a red glow of energy. It was red-colored energy. Later, it became clear it was not just a normal technique. It burned inside and out as if the man were fire itself, and a man. He was enveloped in a red glow of energy. It was the energy of the Red Falcon. Seconds later, it became clear that this was no ordinary technique. It was a fake version of Falcon's technique, the one he'd learned. Ho-jung realized that this energy had completely overwhelmed his enemy. The man's inner energy was so overflowing that he became something twisted like a fallen fire god consumed by his own destructive power. Heo-jung watched him in bewilderment, not understanding how he could reach such a level. The commander asked the other one why the one, and his voice was full of irritation and surprise. The one replied that was stupid, thinking how he could get mixed up with such weaklings. I wonder if they were afraid of some young guy. Now they were face to face. Myung Cheon finally appeared in front of them. He was confident that he could handle Ho-jung without needing anyone's help. His eyes were red with rage, but Ho-jung told him that it was the speeches of someone who hides behind the backs of his men, and that he finally showed up. He didn't know what his opponent was thinking, but he saw him stand up without fear. And Cheon added if it was the same Ho-jung and that he had lost all fear, or lost his mind because he survived. But Ho-jung felt that there was no need for such long speeches. He should start fighting. He was angry and ready to fight, and said he'd burn the place to the ground. But Ho-jung didn't flinch at all. And Ho-jung thought it would finally happen. He thought of his father. Ho-jung stood there in thought and felt his heart fill with determination. Remembering the events that led to his loss, he felt anger and pain overwhelm his soul. Today he would not leave an old enemy in peace. And though they wouldn't know, he would avenge his family tonight. And he remembered his brother, and how he lay there when he died. Apologized for leaving without warning, and swore he'd drink all the tears he had to shed on the day he died. He was ready for the decisive battle that would change everything. With each memory of the past, of tears and lost years, he grew stronger. Ho-jung was ready to fight. His whole being filled with determination and anger demanded action. He couldn't wait any longer. He told the one to attack, and the enemy thought he was too small to fight him. The enemy who stood before him did not know what awaited him, but he was sure of his victory, and the fight began swiftly. As soon as they met, their bodies merged into the fight like lightning, colliding in the night sky. Heo-jung and his enemy exchanged blows with incredible speed. There was nothing in their movements. Every move was part of a carefully constructed strategy. Sparks flew out to the sides when they met, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble with their powerful attacks. With each new clash, the heat was not only a physical battle, but a mental battle as well. Each of them tried not only to win, but also to snatch victory by force. the will to prevail in this fierce battle. The blows came one after another, and it seemed that none of them were ready to give up. Everything was decided in the blink of an eye, and every new moment in the battle could be decisive. No one gave up, each of them with fury and determination. He continued to fight, despite the fatigue and pain. Heo-jung clenched his teeth and did not allow himself the slightest hesitation. His opponent before him did not look any less determined. His movements were precise and measured. Every action showed that he was ready to fight to the last man. Cheon was surprised that Ho-jung was able to deflect his attacks quickly. Cheon watched as Heo-jung accelerated. There was a new strength in his movements, as if he was freeing himself from the last of his shackles. Fatigue. His every movement became faster, more precise and powerful. A gust of wind hit him in the face, but Heo-jung didn't slow down. On the contrary, he became even more determined, and it was evident in his every move. Cheon realized that he had to fight now. With a new and more dangerous enemy, Ho-jung demanded that he fight properly, not joking around, and if he stumbles and falls, Ho-jung will not spare him. Myeongnam Hwagan is a technique that made the Myeong clan one of the strongest, however, the average. The life expectancy of someone who mastered it was 50 years. All those who mastered this technique died early, but Myung Cheon was well past 50. It was when he was waiting for his doom, and it could come at any moment. That's when he discovered the new technique left behind by the ancestors of the Myung clan. The Phoenix technique was the pinnacle of yang energy, and Myung Cho couldn't, not to feel the joy of the life force that had formed in his heart, and he was glad he could rid the clan of the curse. And there was also the place where he hid him. The remnants of Myeongkrinamwagon's energy, remaining in his 8 meridians, gradually disappeared. Heo-jung's every move was like a rushing torrent that destroyed the last vestiges of strength holding him back. And Ho-jung realized that his strength was waning and was gradually leaving his enemy's body. And Ho-jung, feeling a surge of new strength, rushed into battle with greater fury. His movements became even more swift and precise. Every stroke was full of determination, every cell. His body filled with energy, he felt his inner strength being restored, as if the very ground beneath his feet was returning, his lost power. He suddenly realized that it was a fake warrior trying to invade his head and thoughts. He had to do something, had to find a balance with other energies, and if he reached the highest level, Ho-jung would be finished. And one of them said, "Stop joking around." Cheon was sure that Ho-jung couldn't hurt him. He stood watching him, but there was no fear in his eyes. And he shouted that he wouldn't let Ho-jung hurt him. The commander ran to try to help the lord. Ho-jung wasn't going to give up. His rage and determination only grew stronger with each one. For a moment, he continued to fight with incredible pressure. His every movement was imbued with the power of every blow, swift and precise. He saw no turning back, only forward to victory. His breathing was getting heavy, but that didn't stop him. He wouldn't let himself stop. Even when his strength was at its limit, his eyes burned with fire, and there was no doubt in his mind that he must win. Then he realized that the surface of the 12 walls of the northern sky was just boiling. That one was still standing there without giving up. Ho-jung realized that the situation was getting more and more dangerous. And then Cheon started talking to him again, asking him if he was happy. When he thought that Ho-jung could defeat the head of the strongest family, he smiled in satisfaction as he cheered. When he noticed that Ho-jung started to slow down, but Ho-jung just thanked him that he was still alive. After all, he thought he shouldn't die, until Ho-jung decides to do so himself, and he beckoned to him in a hurry that there was no time to waste. He wanted him to attack him again, and he was fast. He was sure that victory was within his grasp. All his strength, all his efforts put into the battle at last, began to yield results. And Heo-jung used the Tiger Wall technique, but suddenly he retaliated with the Phoenix Saltwater technique, and it hit him so hard that Ho-jung's breath caught for a moment from the pain, and Cheon felt his inner exultation fill every cell of his body, making him proud of his power. Cheon had no doubt that now that Ho-jung had lost his stamina, in his opinion, everything would be resolved. Ho-jung suddenly realized that he had disappeared and decided to look to the right. But suddenly he appeared and used the Phoenix Rain technique again. He was even beginning to think it was time to end this fight before the enemy finally fell. After all, he thought Ho-jung was having a hard time. But Ho-jung continued to fight with his last strength, with every movement feeling his body draining. He held back all of Cheon's blows without giving the enemy the full advantage. But at some point, when he thought he couldn't take it anymore, to hold back the pressure, fear gripped him. He was in the middle of a battle, and though his body could barely contain the fatigue, he wouldn't let himself give in. But doubt still troubled him. He realized that confronting such a powerful enemy, armed with fake techniques and with sophisticated techniques, was dangerous. And he was afraid that he would lose to him and his fake technique. He could feel his strength draining away. And Cheon continues to press on. Godok San and Shaolin Master were standing nearby and didn't understand what was going on. They were soon approached and told that the Golden Gate was ready, and the Master wanted to intervene right now and destroy everyone. He told Godok San to follow his orders, but he thought it was wrong to do so. And if they interfere now, he thought they'd get into a battle. Shinmo knew that Ho-jung had ordered them not to interfere and hold back the remaining warriors. And Shinmo thought it was worth it to be patient and wait. But Shaolin Master believed that if nothing was done, then Ho-jung would be in danger. But Godok repeated that Ho-jung said he could, to win. But he didn't believe that Ho-jung could defeat the head of the Myung clan. But Godok Sang believed he could do it. I remembered their conversation that he could win, and Ho-jung also asked him to believe in him and promised to believe in Godok Sang. But he thought that Godok was trying to get Ho-jung killed. He knew that no matter how strong Ho-jung was, he couldn't defeat Cheon. He wanted to go in there immediately and stop this fight, and shouted that Ho-jung only has one life. But he remembered what Ho-jung said about believing in him, and that he could win. Soon, Ho-jung was lying on the ground, and it seemed like he was finished. And he also realized that the bleeding had stopped, and Cheon was standing over him. He knew it was the flames that stopped the blood. He thought there was a silver lining to the bad. Despite his confidence in his victory, Cheon went back into the fight, noticing how Ho-jung didn't seem like he was going to give up. He said he was a tough guy, and that he'll retire him eventually. But Ho-jung was amazed at how he was still standing, and he knew all he could do was dodge the enemy's blows. He soon remembered his father and everything he'd taught him. He remembered how he was talking about encompassing all spheres and subjects, and that this is its essence. Suddenly, he even felt like his father had asked him what the Black Emperor's true technique was. But he knew that a warrior's technique cannot be measured by a few skills. I also remembered Myung Chasan's words that technology is not related to kinship or scientific conclusion, and that it's all about practicing and honing your skills. I remembered the question of whether Ho-jung's technique was just a set of fighting techniques. He didn't know what Myung Chasan was trying to say, but he didn't have time to think. I also remembered my father telling him to take his time, and that his technique was a flurry of attacking blows. He knew deflecting punches wasn't his technique, but didn't realize what his technique was, and suddenly realized it could be a counterattack, and also then remembered his other battles and what he did then. He used the pure wave technique. The energy condensed in his body surged outward with incredible force. But Cheon thought it was just a low-level attack on it. But Ho-jung kept thinking about his technique being a flurry of attacking blows, and again asked himself then what martial art meant to him. But Cheon got tired of waiting for him, and soared into the sky again, and used the Flying Phoenix Crossblade technique. And Ho-jung asked himself again whether his technique was meant to stop atrocities or to respond to blows. And soon, Ho-jung finally realized that his technique was needed to completely destroy the enemy, and Cheon was already running towards him. A powerful stream of energy like a storm rushed straight at Ho-jung, intending to destroy everything in its path. And Cheon was now jubilant that Ho-jung had disappeared without leaving a trace. But he was sorry because he wanted to see Ho-jung burn in the Phoenix fire. But Ho-jung appeared out of nowhere again, and said that his technique was to destroy the enemy, even if he had already exterminated them. This was his final attack of total annihilation, and that was the essence of the Black Emperor technique Ho-jung.